We got time, but no money. But there ain't nobody stopping us. We got bills, but no dollars. But now we don't really give up. No, we don't really give up. Living for that ray of light. Life can be beautiful. Life can be beautiful. Going all the way tonight, making it beautiful. Acting like there's no tomorrow. Acting like there's no tomorrow. Acting like there's no tomorrow.
Welcome, boys and girls, to the Octane Online Racing's 2024 Bathurst 12 Hour. On this glorious Australian morning, we'll be kicking off the 12 hours of GT3 action. Here we are at the glorious Mount Panorama Circuit, opened in 1938, 6.2 kilometers of glorious tarmac, and the fastest quali lap ever here was a 2-minute 0.8 by Mara Engel. Joining me tonight are Nick Amione and Brad Gosling on comms, and the big man, Mr. Mullock, on the broadcast. Lads, how are we this morning?
Oh, we're doing good. We are waiting on Brad. He said he was going to be a few minutes. I'm doing air quotes here. He's still not back, so I'm sure he got lost. But hopefully he'll be joining us in the booth soon enough.
No worries. We will man the helms, draw the sails, and we'll get on the way very shortly. We apologize for the short delay, just because we had some team server issues, but we want to make sure we are all ready to go for this glorious event. Unfortunately, we have had one retirement in the evening overnight, so we are down to from 40 runners to 39. Number 05 Motorsports, you can see them there in the bottom left. We hope everything is okay with you guys, and I hope everyone is safe in the 05 sky. We'll be missing you greatly.
Down a car, but still 39 is quite a lot for this event. I mean, we've seen a lot of great teams come through here as we actually head through the starting grid. This is your top 10 from the shootout last night. It is the 300 club, looking about 100. The Cowabunga team there of Bowen, Price, and Rashmat. Three very skilled drivers there squeaking into that first place spot. And if you're going to be anywhere on Bathurst, it is going to be front and center right up there. You want to be the first one up the mountain. You do not want to be caught in traffic. Another team I want to just make mention of is the 52 Aston Martin of Bricks Racing. That is the North American powerhouse squad of Lovering, Frizza, Rasco, and Landry. If you're familiar with the North American Sprint Series, these guys are some of the best. And just ahead of them is actually the sister team McLaren Bricks Racing of Steele Carpenter and Felgen. Those two drivers from EU also top of the class there in their region, and Carpenter as well. Not someone to count out, but all of these teams here have done exceptionally well to make it into the shootout and should be proud of themselves regardless of where they're starting in this top 10. The Alpha Venturi Racing Squad, the 919 McLaren, Kovacs Racing Purple, 4th position there in the McLaren as well, and the GSA Esports Elite team with Tafik at the helm in the top 3. So 3 of those 4 top cars are all McLarens. It's just the lone Boatley, but I mean, what else can you expect from a car so great? Valkyrie M Sport in the Ferrari 5th with the fellow Ferrari of Laundry House looking to clean up shop here this evening. And then it is the OES Orange Squad, the 555 Lamborghini, and then of course the 2 Bricks Racings, and then the Sim Seniors of the 731 Pro classification Ferrari there in P number 10. It is all pros in that top 10, and they are going to be looking to get things moving rather quickly and try to get into that group before anyone else and just start getting these laps out of the way to try and win this race as soon as possible. We head over now to the next 10 on the grid. It's Red Rebel Racing there of Kumar and Webb, 2 drivers looking to do 12 hours apiece in the Kmart Ferrari. Not quite the Kmart Commodore, but I'll take the next best thing. The ITM Motorsports 996 Ferrari of Taylor, Steele, and Brown are going to be right behind them. Those 2 Ferraris, nice and comfortable. Then the next Bentley of OES Blue, another member of that OES squad. They'll be the 556 and 13th. Then it's the Kovacs Racing Red McLaren, the number 91. Then Pit Viper Alpha, just pipping out Speedy Might Racing for 15th position. Oz Team Racing, you can probably guess where they're from just by looking at that car and all those flags. They'll be 17th on the grid with Kovacs Racing Blue in the Bentley, the number 19 of Johnson, Clark, Pickford, and Viney. And then we head down 19th. Lost our way, but certainly getting those gains. The number 100 BMW, and then the Sofa King slow. Make sure you say that one nice and slow so we don't get censored here. That is the Pro-Am 90, actually top of the Pro-Am field of Ratucci, Phipps, Vidanier, and Hill. Those guys are a pretty solid squad. A lot of these drivers here, again, regardless of where you're looking on the grid, have put in the hours. Then it's Pixel Racers 21st, Power Sim Sports in the 81 Lamborghini. They'll be 22nd. Then it's KA Motorsport with the other BMW who are on the grid. Kung Fu Racing Team looking to make some cuts and chops as we head through the afternoons and into the evening. Oz Racing Team, the second entry, the 249 is 25th. Then it's Sim Seniors, once again another branch of that team in 26th. Team Iris looking for the best results here, 27th on the grid. KA Motorsports, another entry in a family of cars. And then it's Alliance Gold in the Mercedes. They're going to be 29th, and 30th belongs to Ordinarily Ordinary in the Aston Martin with, well, a pretty ordinary looking car, if I do say so. McAdam and Smith are going to be piloting that machine, looking to climb the ranks here as we get this race. And then I will take a look at the last cars in the moment from the Milk Racing Team. It is going to be Death and Darth. The 200 Ferrari there behind them is Covenant Esports, also in the Ferrari. The 33 lines up 32nd on the grid, but they're going to be a little bit happier with that. And then it is Rotama Spin, pretty unique name if I could do say so myself. 4 kangaroos behind the wheel of the 959 Ferrari. Then it's the KA Motorsports Amateur Class entry in 34th. Then the ANS CRL Blue Lamborghini in 35th. Then it's the CRL Black. So the two teammates lining up next to each other on the grid. Noble Motorsports in the Nissan is going to be 37th on the grid. Team Last Name is going to be the first of the last names in 38th. And then rounding out our grid is Rockets Evolved, also in another Nissan, the silver class entry down the grid. And of course, we did have the 05 entry that did drop out, unfortunately. But folks, that is going to be your starting grid for this race, and we are just a moment away from the start of this. And back in the booth, Brad, good to see you.
Yeah, absolutely. I just doing a few little teething issues with the cars, but I must say this is one of the best races. What a great way to start off the year for enduros. Bathurst 12-hour, just an absolute cracker. Hey.
We're not biased one bit here, for sure.
Not at all.
Taking us here, we're
That's
indeed frothing for this event, frothing for next week's event on the real track, along with the supercars the week after. Yeah, we love it. Every single bit is a beautiful part of this country as well. Many parts are beautiful of it, but I would say Bathurst, the Mount Panorama, it is a sight to behold. Do come down if you ever get the opportunity. You will not regret it.
Oh, trust me, I'm hoping to go there at some point in my life, because this is on my bucket list of tracks. If I get lucky and I manage to maybe get a little bit lucky with money, I would definitely do. At the very least this year, because it's a little late now, I would 100% do Gold Coast, because that's a great circuit, and then probably Townsville as well. But then, of course, the Bathurst 12-hour and the Bathurst 1000 as well. Both incredible events. But ladies and gentlemen, we are off. It is
Here we go.
Alexis Bone in the 300 Bentley. I will always forever hold the Bentley in such a special little spot here. This is the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. All the preparations, all the setup changes, all the small tweaks and fixes to these cars, all of it is going to be put to the test here. When the mountain calls, it's only the legends who will answer. But the real question is, out of them, who will reach the summit first? 12 hours ahead of us. Cameron, Brad, predictions.
Oh, that's 12 hours. I don't think there's ever anything that you can predict in this race, mate. Not at all.
I predict that we'll have a great race at a great track. That's as far as I'm going. The word thunderous was born, etched into stone tablets to describe the Bentley, and it is a beautiful sight to behold and hear if you ever heard it in real life as well. Absolutely, guys. Lots on the shoulders now of our co-commentator, Alexis Bowen, leading the 300 Bentley. Have to say, looking at the speeds that the cars were getting down Conrod last night and in the practice servers, the Bentley fast over the top, but not the peakiest at the end going into the chase. So definitely, while she'll have clear track ahead, she's going to be looking in her mirrors come Conrad, and we've got the ever alien Zachary Smith in P2 set to challenge Rackmat's 58-8 last night in the shootout. He was on a rapid lap, looked on it the whole night, and unfortunately found the wall, painted it in the ABR colors from the dipper in the 720. So not to be, but points off on race day, not in quali.
Well, it's a little late to sort of dwell on the past as we do head down Conrad's. It is 7:05 in the morning here in game, and just about a little past 10 down there in Oz, or if you're me, it's about 20 past 6 in the evening. But folks, we are lined up side by side here just at the chase. You can see the apron right side. Drivers are going to be utilizing that pretty much the entire race, lest they go side by side as we slowly but surely get to the start. 12 hours, though. That is a lot of time. Races are not won on the first lap, and this will be no different. The 300 Bentley from the Milk Racing Team's Cowabunga division will be leading this race as we head into Murray's Corner for the first time, and many more times to come. Smith in the 919 looking to make a jump here right at the start. But like we just discussed, it's going to be that second sector where the Bentley shines. Sector 3 and 1 may be a little bit tricky. Around the final corner we go. These cars trundle. The tensions could not be higher. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. The 12 hours of Bathurst is underway here.
Here we go.
Down to turn number 1. Around the outside, Smith looks. It's going to be a better exit there for the McLaren as we head onto the mountain straight for the first time. It's a great start for the second place team. The Bentley already taking a little bit of a backseat as we head up the mountain. Green flags are flying. Everybody's gotten through turn 1 quite nicely. We are going to be seeing a little bit of scrapping for position as we head into turn number 2. This is where the start is critical. You need to keep the car going. If you hit a wall, it could be you getting sent to the back of the pack for several laps on end. As we head through the cutting, it's single file racing, and it's going to stay this way pretty much until we hit the chase. But it has been an absolutely blazing start for the 919 as the fourth place car, as Sanikas gets a little bit on the grass there, almost losing it, but all the expertise for him is going to keep himself in a healthy position. Half a second already being drawn out here by Smith as we head down the S's. Soon to the dipper. Very technical section here. We talked about how the Bentley could be making up positions here, but right now it's not looking at that. Into the Forest Elbow, almost bumper to bumper traffic, and now it is on to Conrad's. Gentlemen, we are underway.
Wow, let me tell you, everyone has done such a great job to actually keep all the cars pointing straight ahead. I'm absolutely astounded. Oh, well, I shouldn't say astounded, but it goes to show what great level of driveship. Oh, here we go, McLaren. Is he going to overbrake? Is he going to overbrake? No, he's off on the grass. No. Oh, and he's done a tap.
Sanikas goes round. They will not be happy at all. That is going to be a steward's inquiry for sure on 7-11.
Oh, that's from 4th position all the way to the back. That is not how you want to start this race, but I don't think they're going to have to worry.
From Brad Gosling. Ready to
Brad.
Okay.
The commentators.
Drivemanship's curse. Oh, no.
But, I mean,
it's so unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Here's the thing, though. We've seen Sanikas before in a lot of these events, especially, the AP Sprint Series. We've seen him in past events. This is someone who does not give up easily. Yes, your opponent had a move that didn't stick, and you happen to be caught in the crossfire. It's racing. It's going to happen. But this is not going to be something that is given up
Kumar is
quite
stopped on
easily.
corner. Sorry to
Oh, we
interrupt.
do.
We've got
No.
on Mountain Straight, number 17, Kumar has stopped and has got going again in the Kmart Ferrari. Looks to be some damage on the rear wing. Whether that came from the incident, we're not sure. But good to see John Pierre Sanikas getting the car flicked around and going. And then also Lovering, another car in the top 10 with second amount of damage. That's gonna be lucky to get that back to the pits.
You can
He's
see the
gonna
front
need
of
some
that.
work.
I will take responsibility for that. I am sorry.
There
One
was
for the Australians, one for the Americans. Tick, tick. The mark of doom is hovering over those names, but not to be. But keep going. 12 hours to go.
That's exactly it. I was just about to say that to Cameron. That it's a long race. Yes, you'll have a few little scraps. I suppose if you're ever going to have a scrap, you'd want to have it in that first hour, because you can, you just knuckle down. Rightio, let's get back. And is he beat? No, he's not going to be that close. Or is he going to try?
He's going for it.
A little bit of bump and
Bit
rub.
of elbow back, bit of hip, bit of shoulder.
Yes, absolutely.
Actually,
And
both of them are
unfortunately, and he's coming into the pits there too, obviously, as well. So I was going to say the BMW's only lost the one spot there.
Doesn't appear to have much damage. There's got to be an inquiry on that one.
Wonder
Maybe
if
it didn't fuel.
That, or I wonder if he's got suspension damage. He might not necessarily see that. Oh, is someone up in the back there?
Yep, fired down the escape road at the Real Coffee Icebreak corner. We'll have to see who that was.
I wonder if that was a bit of a love tap there too. Oh no, poor Kung Fu. He's just been sideswiped himself.
Good job on the rejoin. What looked left, looked right. Didn't rejoin into the path of anyone else.
Well, that's going to happen here, unfortunately. And Bathurst is one of these circuits where the slimmest of margins is all it's going to take, especially here as we head up and over the top of the mountain. We have seen plenty of accidents, whether you're talking in the V8 Supercar Series, if you're talking about the Bathurst or the 12 Hours of Bathurst with the GT3s, it doesn't matter. It is margins like this that separate the best drivers from the greatest of all time. Bathurst is the true equalizer in motorsport. She will take no prisoners. You treat her nicely, and she may reward you, much like it seems like a lot of Australian women, but I could be wrong. I don't have a lot of experience with them.
Gonna leave you alone on that one, not touching that with a loft 6-foot pole. No,
mate, you can't do that, can you?
Not my Sheilas. Leave it that.
Well, we're back to things though. Jeremy Talbot here. This is the 51. This is the Kiwi, currently running in 14th position. It looks to be about 7th, I think, in the silver class, but these drivers have settled in quite nicely. A couple drivers getting a little bit knocked around, of course, but the majority of the field is already saying, all right, boys, get the tea, get the biscuits, get whatever little bit of refreshments you're going to need, get a pillow, blanket. We are going to be here for a good while.
Shout out to all of you in the chat on this early. I know it's, for some of us, 10 a.m. is early on a Saturday morning, I'm sure, for those who are like the bevies. But, thank you for being here, whether you're driving, whether you're your teammates, egging them on. We love to have you here. Hit the like button.
That is... That is one of the...
on the flick spins. Jared Ellis and the Alliance Gold 422 Mercedes. One of two of Mercedes in the field. Looks to have done a good job to get that recovered, as we do have some scrapes on the side of Vic Chan's 556 OES Blue Bentley. Have to say, fetching livery by Mr. Nathan Wilson with the Hulk on the front, on the bonnet. Statement of intent. Hopefully, not too many Hulk smashes. Just Hulk getting laps under the belt.
Well, if I remember correctly, the waistband on the shorts of the Hulk are pretty strong, so it's going to hopefully translate quite well. We're joining Parkin here. This is down in 27th. It doesn't really matter where you go right now. There are going to be battles across the board, and if not, there's going to be people just sort of sitting in no man's land right now. But as we come over the top, this is probably one of the scariest parts of the circuit. It feels like you're barely on the edge of control, Just up ahead there is McAdam in the Aston Martin. Ahead is Peno in the BMW and Hopkinson in the other Ferrari. It's a little bit of an Italian sub with a bit of German-English twist in there. So we'll see how the taste buds handle this one as the race progresses. Look a little bit late there, actually, for the BMW coming out of Forrest's elbow. And Parkins actually lost a fair bit of time. He was maybe a car length or two back, but now he has just fallen to the wayside.
McAdam is really close in the slipstream of Piano. He's going to be looking for a move round the outside at the chase. Oh, hold on. You can make it work. He's making it work. Oh, no, but the BMW has lost it and has gone around. Unfortunately. Oh, no, as he comes back on and hits the covenant of Lear parking, but hopefully that's all. Oh, no, he's reversed again. Stop, stop, stop. Wait, man, wait. Unfortunately, I think that's the other GTR of Rockets Evolve that's got caught up in that as well. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Got to be another one for the Stewart. Sorry, I apologize. That is for Mike Crick in the Noble Motorsport GTR, and Ethan not going to be a popular chap in the driver's room.
No, he isn't, and Mike Crick in the pit lane, the man who actually did the very cool intro. So we are going to be getting a replay here.
It's Kai Runen on Bowen at the start, breaks late, goes a bit too deep, goes on the grass and recovers, but on a rejoin, unfortunately, clips, just gets the Kovacs Racing purple car. Good job from Connor Hind as well in the Ferrari to get stopped and not add any more carnage to that one. But seriously unfortunate. I can understand, it's hard to rejoin. There's only kind of really one way to rejoin in that situation, but he needed to probably slow it down, probably go a bit further to the right, and unfortunately that has cost Kovacs dearly.
Yeah, but this is the thing with racing, is there are moments where you don't have a chance to think. You just have to act. You're not going to be, given the slow-mo quick time event. You're acting or you're crashing, and sometimes those two cross paths, and that's exactly what happened with the Kovacs squad. But we're only 10 minutes into this race. There is plenty of time for things to change, early mistakes or faults, regardless of who is actually in charge of that, will be ironed out by the end of it all. We're currently here with Austin Carpenter, 5th position. One of the Americans doing well. Another replay coming up. This is further just showcasing of the carnage. Drivers having to just dip and dodge out of the way. There's a move there for one of the Bricks Racing.
Skylar Loverink in the Aston Martin. Oh no, gets tagged by. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Everybody involved.
Yep, too many to call. Hopefully no more got involved in that one. But good awareness from most of the grid to avoid adding to the carnage. And that was very unfortunate. Another one for the, dare say, for the steward's box as well. Oh dear, oh dear. It's going to be busy, busy, busy. Long day ahead. We were duped in the first half of the first lap. There was no carnage. I think there was probably one yellow, and then it all started to kick off, come chase. Never say never at this circuit. Always death round every corner. If you're not prepared.
Yeah, especially with the early stages of the race, just how close everybody is to each other. Moments like that, and maybe another series, maybe in the sprint series, you could get away with, you get taken out, and the other guy's taken out, and that's probably about it. But when you have a grid that is 39 cars deep, the slimmest margins is all it's going to take. And we've seen that, and you can't sit on it. You can't dwell on it. You can't say, oh, well, there goes the race. It's over. We should retire the car. No, you have 11 hours, 48 minutes, and 6 seconds to go. Plenty of things can change. You will pass people naturally on track. You will be getting into battle for position. You cannot throw in the towel. That is not the mantra of endurance racing. And all of these drivers on the grid have been preparing for this such scenario. And it's going to show who really can stand this battle of attrition the longest and who is able to make the moves count when they matter.
Absolutely. Obviously, go to a Bowmobile replay. Here we're going to see the incident again between Piano and the Aston Martin. Unfortunately,
oh my God,
just a bit overcommitted, a bit too much steering lock on the chase, and unfortunately, it doesn't end here. He stops and goes for a reverse, and unfortunately, Cricky is right there to catch the brunt of it, and a sorry-looking Nissan is looking. Oh, and another unsafe rejoin, I think, from the 117. They will be having stern words and paddlings, and no, the teammate car as well.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness, man! Wait, look at the track map, please.
Lock your brakes. Be predictable. That's the one thing that is talked about to no end, regardless of what series you're talking about. Just be predictable. But it looked like the BMW got on the grass just a little bit, and the tires, these are slicks. These are not, the tires that you and I have on our cars. You're on the grass, you're spinning, and that's what caused that whole thing. But that is
a drive-through for Kai Roonen, and unfortunately, I'm guessing from the incident, stewards setting the precedent right there. Sorry to interrupt, but
no.
Yep, unfortunately, for Kai Roonen, he's gonna pay severely for that first lap tomfoolery, we'll say.
Well, I would say a drive-through is probably a bit better than a stop-go 30, because at least with the drive-through, all you have to do is just hit the limiter, go through the pit lane, and then go out the other end, you're good to go. With the stop-go, it's exactly what it sounds like. You gotta stop, you gotta wait 30 seconds, and they'll let you go. So I think Kai Roonen got off a little bit easy. He doesn't have to serve that right away. He does have a few laps, but he doesn't have many. I got the camera somewhere else, actually. Mia Rose out of the chase, actually. This is for position 7. Had a great run just for a moment, and then fell back into place. I'm not certain what that was all about, but now the battle continues. Kale on the 555 Lamborghini on the left side. That is going to be a defensive line into Hell Corner, but it is going to be Angels in Heaven for this guy temporarily as we head up Mountain Straight. It is going to be a slipstream for the 69 car. Is the move on? That's the question. You can see just how close Mia is getting.
In the middle.
In the middle, that's exactly the place you want to be as you head into turn number 2. There is going to be nowhere you can go, especially with that Lambo, just how wide she is. And for right now, Kale gets to hold on to position 7 because, like we stated earlier in the broadcast, Bathurst Sector 2 is a one-groove game. If you pass here, you're either insane, or there's nothing else. You're just insane.
Absolutely. Testosterone flowing between the battle of the bulls between the two Lambos. Glorious stuff between two high-level esports level drivers, both familiar to SRO. A little wide from Kale on the entry, but keeps it under control. But Mia Rose does look to have a little bit of a speed edge and wants to get past. Mia Rose, congratulations on making your commentary debut for the shootout last night. Did an excellent job in the heat of the moment, the last minute call up, and did an excellent job, I will say. Looking to get a draft down Conrod straight. They call it Conrods because they're brake Conrods, but I think the 20 cylinders between these two will be just fine for now. Getting closer in the stream. Gonna be going up the inside, side by side through the chase. Give them respectful room. They both do it. No repercussions of the other two. And Kale late on the brakes, keeps it ahead. Well done. And Mira saw him coming, didn't try to hold it around the outside. It was moot. But here we go again, round the mountain once again. Oh, very deep from Rose into the last corner, making up a little bit of time. And I'll have plenty of more chances. Have to remember, we are only 17 minutes in. Yeah, I can understand want to make the move, but you also do not want to make the last move of your race.
No, definitely not. And this is the one thing I absolutely love about watching drivers who are in the same bit of machinery, because you always wonder how much different is the setup. You know, drivers, of course, when you're on a team, you have to change setups to fit everyone's need. This is actually replay this 987 Porsche. I did see this going
Porsche.
Over Skyline. The car just getting unsettled there. I think got a little bit of airtime and is parked right on the apex. It didn't seem to collect anybody else, so that's a very good bit of fortune for that squad. But back to my point with drivers in the same cars. When you're on a team, you're not running what the first guy wants. You have to find something that's a good middle ground for everybody. What works for you is not going to work for someone else, and vice versa. And how that translates into a unique setup that is completely different from what someone in the same car is, as we're actually looking at Taylor and Talbot, two Ferraris, duking it out for position 13. Cameron, I don't know how much experience you have when it comes to endurance racing, but when it comes to making the setup, do you find it challenging to find that good, happy medium, or do you think it's trivial?
Oh, no challenge at all. I just go to the website, click add to cart, and there was my setup. I am a smooth brain operator behind the wheel. No challenge for me. I am not one for question of sales, but you do have to find the balance, which setup you do go with, whether it's pre-built, whether you adjust it, whether you build it from scratch, is all up to you. But you do have to find a medium. There's no point running a deafy setup for one of your alien drivers when your two AMs can barely keep it in a straight line. Absolutely, it is a team game. We have a car stopped on track. Number 16, I have to look at who that is, unfortunately, at the chase.
That is Bo Kane. That is right at the chase. I'm not certain what happened there. The 16, though, is back up and running. We also have a 15-second penalty for Johnston in the 41 McLaren, so that'll get added on to the first pit stop that they do. But in the meantime, we're going to check in the battle for 9th place here in the race between Carl Johnson and Vic Chan. The Bentleys, or sorry, not the Bentleys, sorry. It is Chan and Kyrudin. So Kyrudin has served the drive-through. That's why he's all the way down there in 10th position. But this is looking like a car that wants to get back up to where it should be as quickly as humanly possible. But the big old boat is going to have other things to say to that.
Do not underestimate. I am part of the OES squad. So is Vic Chan in the Bentley as one of two cars. Vic is an insanely quick driver, especially in the Bentley. He was absolutely happy as Larry when this thing got buffed again, and he did I believe a 59.4 in quali. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the car over the average of the drivers into the shootout, but do not underestimate this guy is seriously quick. That said, the person behind him, seriously quick as well. Kyrun going to be in the slipstream all the way down the Conrad. The Bentley won't have the top end. It is running max wing. That particular car, I do know, goes up the inside, looks to get this move done and dusted before his lap 1 move, and gets it late on the brakes and clear ahead of the Bentley. Good job on that account.
Much cleaner. And this is Bo Kane saying hi to one of our lovely cameramen, just making sure we get the good angles. That is at the chase. It doesn't look like anyone else got caught up in that, so if I had to suspect, it was either locking up or maybe touching the grass. I know we like to talk about touching grass, but this is sort of the one circuit you don't want to do that.
We should talk about the man we're seeing here.
Yes,
Ever since
Zachary
he took
Smith.
the lead on going up Mountain Straight from Hell Corner, took it at the start. Bowen then saw that the fight was lost during there and didn't overcommit, but he has been on a charge, doing 2-minute deads, fastest laps. Oh, right, definitely not holding back and straddling the curb in a mid-engine car. Oh my goodness, I don't want to do that at all, and no matter what mid-engine car it is. But he is just on it with a 9.6 second gap back to Alexis in the 300 Bentley, the pole car. Yeah, definitely making up for his issues last night in the shootout. But yeah, that was yesterday. Today is where it matters. Here we go for a replay of the start. Excellently called by you, Nick, at the start, what I have to say. And we can see now, outside is definitely more than viable here if you can carry the speed around the outside and do not get shoved into the gravel, and just got the better run going up Hell Mountain. Excellent job. Textbook.
I know, it's a beautifully done overtake. All the confidence of the car. And this isn't where we are now. This isn't where the tires and the brakes are at. These are cold tires, cold brakes. They've had 1 lap to get as much heat in them as possible. And Smith just says, I don't care. This car is going to run how I want it to run. And
He's just done another fastest lap. A 2-minute 6.62. Again, this man is not slowing up. No anchors, no parachutes on the back of that thing will ever slow him down. Incredible.
If you ever wanted to see smurfing, in the OR. Well, there you go, Zachary Smith doing just that. But even Alexis Bowen, despite losing first place, the gap from that team down to third, 8.6 seconds. So this Bentley just doesn't care. It says, yeah, I lost the first spot. Fine, whatever. This guy's banging out fastest laps like it's going out of style. As long as I'm ahead of the guy behind me, I'm fine. Because Paul Britt right now is in a very different situation because he has Carpenter and Hignett in his rearview mirror, and then Rose just trying to get a little bit of a cameo into that. As we check out the back, it is a little bit rusted, but surely that is purely cosmetic and painted and not any form of true intentions of care, because if there's one thing I know about Ferrari is that if you treat it incorrectly, Enzo will rise from the grave and make you regret that. But under Skyline, down the S as we go, Paul Britt keeping that Ferrari tame. The horse cannot run as freely as it would like, because if it did, well, it may end up in the wall. And through this section, actually, I think Britt has opened up a little bit more of a gap, because Carpenter going into the S's actually had a pretty decent bit of a view of that rear wing. But as we head down Conrad's, he is looking a little bit smaller in Britt's mirror, and looking behind him, I believe Hignett has had the same sort of fate. The only driver that isn't in the same boat is Mia Rose, because Ethan Kale right now is a lot closer than we seen before, and we have another fastest lap from Zachary Smith, 2 minutes, .602, 18 thousandths of a second.
Incredible. There's been a few incidents. I cannot deny that at all so far this race, but there's been some exceptional driving as well. We do see that Mia Rose has gone ahead of Ethan Kale from the Battle of the Bulls a few laps ago. Echo your statement that you said before, Nick. Mature drive from Bowen and from Britt, just kind of doing their own races. You got to race your own race. You can't race the guy in the mirror. You can't let that dictate your pace at all. And the way that's just not how endurance racing works. Pushing to gain a 10th here, could cost you severely if you go over the limits. There is not a lot of grass to stop you from painting the walls, whatever your color your livery is. It's all part of endurance racing. It's why we love it. We love the diversity of the cars, all the way the cars are stronger in places, and absolutely love to see us go to the split cam. Thank you very much, Neil. We get to ride on board with Logan Burton in the P16499P, as well as the outside cam.
Yeah, and to speak about the not racing in the mirrors part, as a chasing driver, of course, it's up to you to make the pass safely, but the thing I love about motorsport, whether we're talking, real life motorsport or we're talking about sim racing, the psychological warfare side of it is something that I love talking about, because some people think that, oh, you just drive the car fast and maybe block the other guy, this, that, and the other thing, but sitting in someone's rearview mirror can actually have quite the effect on them, because you have drivers who may feel like they are putting in absolutely banger lap times and they're so quick and no one's going to catch them, and you look in the mirror and that same guy is sitting there lap after lap after lap after lap. It can feel like a Groundhog's Day type of deal, and for these two it may be similar. So just sitting in that rear view can really just drive someone nuts, and then looking away at the wrong time as the car in front, you could miss a break point. Sure, it might be a meter or two, but at a circuit like Bathurst, that's the last thing you want to be doing, is missing that brake marker.
Absolutely. Completely. Unfortunately, Ethan Piano is going to reap the rewards, dare say not rewards, but the errors of his ways for those early incidents. Close, going to get a penalty for dangerous driving for his rejoins. Definitely something to learn, something to take away from this race. Hopefully he can recover those positions later in the race or in his current stint as well.
Well, time will tell us how that story plays out. And We're just about half an hour into this race here. We have this four-way battle right now for position 16. Or sorry, not 16. 13. Led by Talbot in the 51 Ferrari. Behind him is Taylor. Then it's Bertucci and Burton. 2 Ferraris, 2 Lamborghinis, 2 legendary Italian manufacturers. You can see the driver there of Bertucci, calm, cool, collected, and any other positive C words you can think of as we head down the S's through the Dipper. In the battle of Ferrari and Lamborghini, what is your choice?
Pagani.
I respect it.
Yes. Between these two cars, I have driven the Ferrari 296. I haven't actually driven the Lambo. To be honest, none of its predecessors. I was a bit more of an Audi man if I was going to choose between the V10s. Yeah. I'm a bit of an Iron Man, but even though it's not as, let's say, fast or as consistent as the Lambo. But not much love for either, to be honest. I like my quirky front engine cars because I'm weird.
Oh, you're perfect just the way you are, Cam. Come on, don't sell yourself short like that.
If I was perfect just the way I am, my mother should get a refund.
Oh my God. Anyways, back on. Looking at John McAdam here. This is 21st. Right behind him is Sanikas. Or sorry, Sanikas actually got ahead of McAdam at one point.
Recovery drive for the purple car.
Oh, yeah, just a terrible start, but back up into 21st. Speaking of recovery drives, Lovering still on that quest at the back of the grid, down by 2 laps because of the damage, but surely those will be made up. Drivers will make mistakes as this race goes on, but man, that team, you gotta feel for them. Starting in the top 10, and now they are at the bottom of the grid, but hey, when you're at the bottom, the only way you can go is up. And if there's one thing I know about all of those drivers on that team, they are never giving up. I have seen it in sprint. I have seen it in other endurance events that we have done here. This team, you don't count them out. You never count them out. They will surprise you every single step of the way.
Absolutely. 100%. I could not agree more with the sentiment behind Kovacs Racing Purple, specifically those guys, the Sanikas brothers of Jean-Pierre and John, and as well as Chris Murphy in that car. Particularly those brothers, I don't know what they ladder that they stepped under. What? Oh no! As we unfortunately cut to Adam Rios, who has knows the war at Skyline. What looks like maybe not too much damage, might have gotten away with that one, but definitely a scare. Oh no, but the rear wings at a crooked angle, that is not going to be producing. It's an angle, but I won't be producing much downforce for sure. Oh, okay, I was going to say slow it down because that is, oh no,
no,
Cricky in the GTR.
Oh, and then there's Skylar into the rear.
No.
These two guys just cannot catch a break, can they?
They're recovering well.
Oh, I think Crick's got some major damage. He was moving slow, but I think he was just trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, he was waiting for other cars, and unfortunately Skylar was just, you're committed into the elbow, and then suddenly you find a car practically stopped because he's done a 360. It looked like unfortunately, we said to Rios, going a little bit quick for a car that looked like it had a floppy rear wing, and unfortunately did have a moment, and I think subsequently had to check up, and then unfortunately Cricky was also checking up, probably at a point where he was under load, undercommitted, about to hit the brakes, and probably hit them at a point that he didn't want to and slewed around. But we'll get a replay of that, I'm sure, as Smith gets past one of the McLarens, and looking a little bit sorry as well. May have had another incident down the mountain. Spare parts manufacturers' stocks are up through the roof.
Well, if you're a driver, that's kind of the last thing you want. I think prices for things are a little bit shaky as we get a replay here of the 214 McLaren. So under Skyline, that's the exact same sort of incident that occurred with the 987 Porsche that we saw earlier, but it looked a little bit heavier, and yeah, that rear wing was not looking too pretty, like you called, Cam, and thankfully waiting for everybody to go past. So I want to see. So this is Crick and Loverink coming down through the dipper.
And you can see Loverink's just going to be completely unsighted behind the big GT.
Oh God!
Dear. As I think it is Loverink who actually taps Crick, as Crick was probably slowing down to watch McLaren ahead.
Yeah, I think it slid a little bit, and that caught. Yeah, it tags the wall, it slides, completely catches Crick off guard. Same with Loverink, and then another car coming in. So that's why this whole thing has gone down the way it has for these squads. It's just, oh God, could you think of a worse fate?
Get all the bad luck out now, surely. Surely there can't be more. What else could go wrong? Lightning can't strike twice, surely. But unfortunately for some teams, it is definitely paid due. The Reaper is cover knocking for those teams, and no holes there, as John McAdam in the 68 Aston Martin getting a run on the Ferrari of return spin, I think that is, guys, in that one, and gets up the inside. You can't go around the outside. That's not happening at Quarry.
No, not at all. I think a moment ago, I think I heard your copium tank leaking there, Cameron. You might want to check the valves. But John McAdam, great little overtake into the second corner. I think there's some instances where you can go around the outside, but it's better safe than sorry, especially at a stage like this. I think this is one of the... Oh, Logan Burton, I think. Did you just make contact with the wall, or is that me? That might have just been me. He's still going.
I see trees, pretty much.
Okay, all right. We need to get rid of those somehow. Koala carpentry, go. I don't know. I switched to him, and it looked like he went to the wall, so it's probably just something on my end. I am connecting from the lovely North American hemisphere, or continent, rather. Anyways, we look up. This is the 555. Ethan Kale. Oh, that looked a little dicey on the exit there. Behind Hignett, Mia Rose has gotten away nicely, so those two are separated by a little lowly Ferrari up Mountain Straight. But the gap there, it's actually pretty comfortable. It's enough to keep your eyes on the mirror occasionally, but it's not so close to where every corner feels like it's going to be an overtake.
Absolutely. Caution ahead of adhesion, I think is the saying. Everywhere you need, no rest of the weary. We're only just 36 minutes pretty much into this race. We got a long way to go. I have to admit, the field is a lot more spread than I expected at the start. Oh no, as for Sim Senior's Gary Barham in the McLaren, there's this is the sorry looking McLaren that we saw earlier with the low let's say scrapey spec front wing bumper. And unfortunately, it's going through the chase. What happens here? You get it stopped. Oh, he looks like he...
I think he just missed
the sympathy spin from the 715 Ferrari as well. And it looks like he was a bit deep on the brakes and kind of was scared of going into the car ahead and just went for a little bit of a rear locking and has come into the pits. Yeah, I'll be getting that front damage fixed, but I don't think that's a pit box. I think you need to go a bit further down.
No, I think that's stopped. That doesn't look to be part of protocol.
You're in the pits, only a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, maybe the box is right there. They ran out of fuel. But, I mean, looking at it, then them just going off is probably a far better outcome than going into the back of the car in front of you. And I can't really speak for the other spin, but it's probably the best outcome for such a downhill situation. We look now for Vic Chan and Carl Johnson, the two Bentleys, doing battle for position number 9. And the question is, who has the skill to tame this beast? If you ask me, it's whoever has played more Hydro Thunder, and that would be me.
So definitely. You'll be number 1 on those leaderboards. Yeah, these two have been pretty much nose to tail pretty much since the start. I don't think I've seen them be separated at all on the leaderboard and on track once. So, interesting showing. The two silver Bentleys, the two other Bentleys. Obviously, we've got the Pro 1 up in second place right now. Good to see them at Wurst. And yes, very close to the wall. A little bit scared, a little bit of time lost to Johnson. But maybe getting a little bit of he's probably enjoying a nice little draft from the car ahead, to say the least. As we go into Skyline, left, right, right, left, no, not left, right, and then into the dip, left and then right again, left, right, and into the elbow. No Chaz Monster accident for me. But definitely you can see maybe later in the race if someone gets it really wrong. But so
don't remind me of that. I still squirm when I watch it. I don't care how many times I see it. Yeah. One thing I wanted to mention going into Forest Elbow while we have a little bit of a lull here, when you actually go into it, there is a chance, depending on how you line the car up, there is a chance that you get a little. Chris Brooker, this is right at the top of the hill. So he tags the wall, and he just loses the back end. Does he keep it off the wall?
Oh, another scare for Cricky. Leave the man alone.
He's got, man, with all the stress that he's being put under, Crick might actually just lose all his hair by the end of this. Goodness me. Chris Brooker, a little bit of pirouetting as we go over through the top of the mountain. But back to what I was saying about about Forest Elbow, there is a chance that your car gets a little bit of air, and when that happens, those tires, they're locking up. You're brake locked, and unfortunately, the wall isn't too far ahead, so that is one corner that can be, I'd say, deceptively difficult.
Indeed. Shout out to this car, the number 11 Rockets Evolved Nismo painted GTR. Oh, a bit early braking from Brooker, and thankfully Johnson saw him coming, a very capable operator. Normally you see him in these Castrol McLaren, Tom's tribute. But yeah, good racing. These guys, I believe, are the same as last year. Both ran the GTR, also purposely starting from the back, and they're up front. P39 all the way to P23 currently. Steady goings from them. Had to dodge all the flotsam and jetsam that came with the first few laps, and to be honest, ever since as well, there's a little bit of rear scrapage on the back of the GTR, but hopefully nothing to impact the 5-pound diffuser that it has anyway, because no downforce on this thing at all.
No, definitely not. And I think one thing that we can sort of touch on while we have the chance is, with some of these guys being at the back, after coming from the front, Mike Crick, Skylar Lovering, for example, there is no max stint time at all. So you can have a driver in for as long as you like. If you have someone on a team that says, hey, I'm going to carry, you can throw them in the car, let them do their thing, and try to, gain those positions back. There's going to be different effects of that, especially depending on which cars are doing it. The Ferrari, for example, in terms of fuel efficiency, may actually need less pit stops. And in an endurance event, if you can go into the pits less than your opponents, generally speaking, that's going to be a pretty good thing. Cameron, how do you think pit strategies are going to be lining up? When do we think we're going to see the first pit stop, like the first proper pit stop?
I dare say, sorry, I'm a little bit grimacing as Johnson gets past the Simpsons McLaren that's had all sorts of issues. I dare say a lot of drivers will be aiming for around that 70-minute marker, but definitely there's going to be some cars that are going to be, most cars, are going to be restricted by their fuel tank and consumption. I'm curious to see whether any teams have opted to run a lower engine map, and kind of been sticking in those slipstreams to save some fuel to go longer, because as long as you can stretch those stints, stretch it a little bit here, maybe 5-10 minutes on each stint, over 6 stints, that's pretty much nearly another stint you've got in in your, that you don't have to do at the end. So it's all part of the game. As you can see, we've got the green boxes all up and down the timing board. No mandatory pit stops. No fixed driver stint timer as well. It is free reign on strategy and driver requirements. But yeah, I think we're looking at probably another 20-25 minutes away from the proper true stop from those who have been unaffected by the content that we've been loving so much.
Oh yeah, it'll be the first of many, of course, for these teams across the next 11 or so hours. But gentlemen, unfortunately, my time is up for right now. I will be back here later on in the broadcast, if memory serves, and going off of your lovely time zones of Australian Eastern Daylight, because, that exists. I will be back here around 7 p.m., so it'll be about 3 in the morning for me. But it's been a lot of fun. I'm ready to see how this race develops, and of course, giving me a break from my position, none other than Leo Dreyer. Leo, thank you for joining us, but I will leave you into the capable hands of Cameron. But how are you doing?
Hey Nick, thank you very much. Hey everybody watching and all the commentators, how's everything going today? Everybody enjoying the Bathurst so far? It's been very exciting, that's for sure. Lots of things going on.
Indeed, lovely to have you here, Leo. A familiar face. We've definitely been on track a few times, I will say. Thank you again to Nick, excellently called from the States, putting in his free time for us. We are ever definitely words. Yes.
Spit it out.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. We are only 1 hour in. I've got a few more hours to do, and I'm the whole time, but now I'll be waking up shortly with a few more cans of the silver and blue variety. I'll get
caffeine.
There. I'll get there. Caffeine, water, all sorts, air conditioning, everything. As we look to see, here we are. Even Kale, it's been a tidy race from him. He has the recovering Ali Kairunen in the McLaren behind him. Did get a drive-through for his misdemeanor on lap 1. That kind of kicked off a few little incidents down the road. Definitely not the cause, but I think a little bit just little things add here and there. But interested to see how these three go. He's also got Hignett up ahead, just in front, giving a little bit of a slipstream to Kale.
Yeah, it's always interesting at Bathurst. At the couple of first laps, it tends to be quite tricky, and there's a lot of concertina effects happening. As soon as there's one little checkup, it just becomes quite a mission. So it was fairly clean. We were actually very happy to say halfway through the lap, no incidents, and then it just all kicked off. It was quite interesting, but in generally it's been fairly good, and obviously the stewards been doing a good job. I think they've been quite strict. We've actually got pinged twice already, so that's good. I really like to see that.
Yes, you obviously, for those who don't know, check your spotter guides. Leo is in the number 41 McLaren Kung Fu Racing team with Cook, Marsh, and Johnston. We did see Johnston had a little fire down the turn 1 escape road. There's anything you can elaborate on that, and also the penalty that you received later.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. I think we avoided all the carnage, no damage for I think 3 or 4 laps in, and we made up probably 10 positions, and then he just missed his brake marker. Thank goodness there wasn't a car ahead of us. And if there's ever a spot on the track you want to miss your marker, it's that one. So we didn't get any damage, so that was good, but we lost obviously probably back 20 positions or so. And then we were quite unfortunate with 2 of the incidents. I think on lap 1 Ash hit it, as we just see, great battle. Oh no,
as Carpenter unfortunately gets a little wiggle on the exit and unfortunately sends Mir into the barriers, and you can see that has definitely damaged the front of that Lamborghini. Hopefully that can continue and keep on strategy on the markers, because I think the Lambo under certain circumstances handles damage quite well, but we'll see how she goes. Hopefully, unfortunately, that was looking to be a good move around the outside, of Carpenter.
The
Unfortunately,
Viper has opened its mouth. You can see there. It's clearly angry about that little incident.
yeah, the Pit
That's
Viper car, shades up a little bit on the front of that car, let's say, and yeah, not what we want to see. Definitely, I imagine there'll be a steward's inquiry on that one sent in from the Pit Viper Alpha team.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I think Mia came off second base there. I think they were giving each other room, and it's I think exactly what happened with us on one of our incidents. Two cars, when one hits the grass, then they turn in and then end up hitting each other. So sometimes it's it looks like a racing incident, but if somebody gets damage or whatever, it's always tricky. So thank goodness I'm on the comms box and not a steward. So I'm sure that they'll be looking at that as well. As we currently see here, we're on board with Ethan Kale in the orange OES, and this little battle has been raging on since I've been on. These three cars are lapping very similar times, and they're all obviously fast. As I see Ali Karudin, who had a fantastic I think he was third, and then had an incident. I missed the first lap incident, I think, that involved that 711 car, but they making their way back up as Ali is still in the car, and he's obviously no slouch.
Let him go.
Yep.
Interesting move from Kale. I think he knows that the McLaren and Kyrun are just a faster package right now, and he wants to see maybe if he can get past the Ferrari up ahead and maybe benefit as well. As I think a mature move from Mr. Kale, just to do his own race and doesn't want to get caught up. And maybe they saw the incidents out. To recap, unfortunately, Kyrun did go for a move at the end of the Conrad on lap 1, and unfortunately went wide onto the grass, and while he was recovering, tipped the Kovacs Racing purple car of Jean-Pierre Sneakers around, and he fell back to basically the back of the grid. But they're recovering well in P17 right now. The 191 ever trooping on, ever not getting the rubber to green for the Sneakers brothers.
Yeah, for sure. They it's for a couple of races I've been involved in. They always, for whatever reason, are quite unfortunate on some of the first lap incidents, and they always make their way back. And make no mistake, they'll be probably in the top 5, in the next couple of hours. But it's so good to see so many different manufacturers. As we flicked through there, we saw the two Bentleys together as well. So good to see the Bentley, back at the mountain. It just feels right hearing that engine. But we're on board here with Rashudi, who's I think heading up the Pro-Am class at the moment, doing a really good job. Up in 14th position at the moment, following Mr. Taylor in the Ferrari. Also a nice little close battle. Coming around, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the Ferraris seem to be a little bit down on straight line speed, especially when from what I've seen on our onboards. As Rashudi, I think he scraped a bit of paint off the car to make it go faster there.
Yes, interesting strategy. I'm not sure of intention, let's say. But yeah, some cars seem to be a little bit more peaky at the top end than others. Can't say for what I've observed from the Ferrari. I thought it was probably getting up a little bit higher than some. I know the Bentleys seem to be, from what I know with the OES car, they're running pretty much max wing for all the speed they can get over the top of the hill. But it do means that they're at the lower end of the 280 mark down the straight. So as well, I think the McLarens are probably at the higher end of it. So yeah, we'll just see where the Ferrari is on that one. I think they'll say, I imagine with the Ferrari, it probably gets to its top speed a little bit slower. It has had, I think, a power nerf at this track. And what's on my notes, a turbo lag DN increase. Actually, it's a buff. It turns out, because the Ferrari needs a buff because it's clearly not good at every freaking track it goes to.
100%.
And we
Since
have
it launched,
there's 12 Ferraris in this field, the most of any car. So it's clearly definitely a fan favorite, and dare say I think it's probably one of the better race cars. Definitely didn't look like it had the top end sort of peaky qualifying pace in the shootout last night. The McLarens and Bentleys, I think, were definitely leading that one, but
but it's a
Ferraris
stable car,
controlling
right?
the race. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the thing.
What
So
you
I
want.
think for a 12-hour race, that's exactly what you want, right? A car that can make the least amount of errors, catch it easily, that type of thing. So it's definitely the car of choice for a lot of people.
Hopefully we stay on board with these. We'll see what that Ferrari straight line is like, as Kyrun is going to be on the back of Benjamin Hickman. he's definitely going to be close enough to get a slipstream if he can keep it clean through Forest Elbow. Is good entry, getting right up close. For sure, he's going to be making a move, surely.
Yeah, he had a great exit there. He bought his time down the hill there. And yeah, as we were talking about, I think the McLaren's just got a little bit of speed on him.
It's not fighting him at all. As he goes through, sorry to interrupt, but Chiron goes through. I think Hignett and the same with Kale, probably in the same mindset. They know that McLaren and that driver is quicker right now, and there's no point fighting it. He's gonna come past regardless or not. So don't lose any time to it at all as they go through the last corner to start that 26.
Any young people watching the stream, that's what you want to do in an endurance race. Pick your battles, and let the guys you're not in a race with necessarily go. And sometimes you can gain a lot of time by just sitting behind them as they carve through the field as well. So very mature racing there, I reckon, from Hignett, just letting them go. It looks like him and Kale are definitely in their little battle. So Kyrudin is coming back through the field here, but those two seem to be very evenly matched. So probably for the rest of the race, it will be interesting to see where they all shake out at the end. There's still 11 hours to go. Crazy to say that, but still 11. So a lot can happen as Carpenter has been pinged. I think that's for that incident we saw with Mia Rose, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and unfortunately Mia Rose did pit as well, so they have lost overall in that scene. But I think that they're far enough in the stint they can definitely recuperate that with the extending their following stints, bar any incidents. As Ricciuti is definitely, as we go back to it, Ricciuti is really still all over the back of Chris Taylor in the Ferrari. These two, I dare say, staples of their respective cars as well. Chris has been really taken to that Ferrari since it came out, and Ricciuti, even before the new Evo 2, was a Lambo man, if I recall as well. So
100%.
Two staples of OOR and going through, and definitely good racing. No incidents so far between these two, and hopefully all is just good racing.
Yeah, these guys have been around OOR for quite some time. I've raced against many of them, and they definitely really good racers. And like you said, they've picked their cars, and they definitely favour us. It looks like Ricciuti's got a really good exit there. It will be interesting to see if the Lambo's got pace. On the Ferrari as well. Like we saw the McLaren, could breeze by as soon as he got into the slip. So we'll have a look here as he's getting close, but maybe not quick enough. Leaving him space. Oh, he left him just enough space, and I think Taylor was just letting him go probably as well. But clean racing there. It's sketchy coming through the chase there too wide, especially if you only pull out right at the end there. So that was good racing.
Absolutely textbook from those two. It did get a little bit close, as we saw, as there was room given, but not much else to say the least. But excellent job by these two, and a good pace. Yeah, I think the Lambo's definitely not one of the best cars down the straights. Dare say quite draggy, but I think has also had, a power nerf at 7,000 to 8,000 RPM at this circuit, and I think at most circuits as well. I don't think it needed much nerfing at that point. It didn't have a lot of top end, to be honest, to begin with. But definitely not stopped it from being one of the more popular cars with 7 in this race. 7 Lamborghinis. It
definitely has a loyal fan base. I think there's a lot of people that absolutely loves the Lambo. Something to do with probably the V10. As we're just having a look at the score at the boards there, and we can see we still got the 919 car followed by 300, and then the 444 and the lead, and then in the silver class we got Johnson, Chan, and Nippenis. And then Ricciuti we were just following as the top of the pro-ams at the moment, mixing it up with the pros in the silver class. And Sasha Death, shout out to them. I think they started way back as well. And Sasha Death, we all know, has been around a long time around OOR, also in the States, and doing a fantastic job up to 17th for the pro-am. It looks like there's a bit of damage on that car. Looks a bit second-hand.
Yeah, so you can feel my spot as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's been panel beat a little bit. So no
Yes.
doubt they'll probably try and fix that at some point when they come in for a pit. It will be interesting. Maybe Sasha. I think they're only a team of 2, and
Yes, I was
will
gonna
most likely
say.
do a couple of double stints. You would think.
Yeah. One of 4 cars do it with only 2 drivers in. We did have 5, but unfortunately, the 05 Motorsports BMW did have to pull out last night due to an emergency. We hope everyone is okay on that front. But yes, only 2 cars between Sasha Def and C Darth. I apologize if that's actually that is not a Star Wars tribute, but still very intimidating name, I will say. But yeah, Sasha Def, a very capable operator with Ferraris, absolutely as well. As we look to Liam Parkin getting in the slipstream of Chris Booker, who does have a penalty for earlier misdemeanor, but gets alongside. Both of these cars looking a little bit scrapey. They've had some battles. Ooh. Well, a little bit squirrely on the breaker from Parkin, but yeah, nearly a touch as well at the chase. Oh, nearly a touch again as they go around too wide. Give him space, as Booker will have the inside. Oh no, don't rub like that. Come on, too far, as Booker backs out of it. Probably realizes that's probably going a bit too much for only P22.
Yeah, they're battling for Pro-Am honours as well. Oh, sorry, AM honours. So they're both 2nd and 3rd in their class. So they've got a lot to race for. But with 11 hours, it looked like that was probably a bit harsh. As we saw, actually, Hignett get a penalty there as well for lap 1 incident, only just coming through. So just before the hour. So I'm not sure what that was all about. But that was a severe one. Actually, it's a drive-through from what I saw. So that will no doubt impact their race quite a bit.
Lap 1, it's it feels like an age away already. We're pretty much at the end of the first hour, just over 59 minutes into this. Right now, we've got 11 more hours of racing. Don't go anywhere. And thank you for joining us. As Lachlan is getting on the power nice and early in this Ferrari, squirming a little bit. Definitely a bit of a traction monster, but dare say he's probably at the end of his tire life if he's running on the same set that he started with in the Covenant Esports Ferrari after he got a little bit tripped up, because I swear he ran a McLaren in the last few seasons of sprints, so I'm used to seeing that livery on the McLaren.
Yeah.
Let's say.
I heard you guys talk a little bit just before I came on, Cameron, around strategies, and it's probably around this time where people will start thinking about. I can see a few people in the pits now. As we're 60 minutes into the first stint, I reckon most people will try to potentially extend them as much as they can. But with weather and incidents, you probably don't strategize too much at this point. But people will no doubt probably start pitting in the next 10 minutes, you would think. As we look at the replay here. Oh, sorry, it's not a replay. My mistake. That's a rookie error.
It's okay. It's hour 1. They're okay at this point. And hour 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, dare say. But yeah, as we look to Team Iris, the lone Porsche, the sadness from Sean Muller when I say that, I'm sure. But if Porsche aficionado, he's not driving a Porsche, he's driving a dirty McLaren, I believe. So that's on him in the Kovacs Racing Red. And he's not here to defend himself, so I can say whatever I like. Anyway, but yeah, Team Irish unfortunately did have a moment that we saw on a replay a while ago on through Skyline up to this point. Did have a little bit of a Porsche moment, swapped ends at this point and fired into the wall on the left, and is slowly kind of recovering in P29. Hopefully it goes well for the rest of that team.
Yeah. So with your voice, Cameron, I would imagine you can probably do a fairly good Vader or Darth Vader impersonation, you would think?
Why'd you put that on me now?
You were talking about Darth earlier, and then I thought, with your roasty voice, I'm sure you'll probably be the one to do it, man.
I'm trying to think of a quote. I'm a big Star Wars fan, and I can't think of something right now. I find your lack of faith disturbing. Is that it? Is that good?
That's actually pretty good, man. That's very
I find
good.
your lack of Porsche faith disturbing, Sean. Anyway, why have you done this to me?
Yeah, as we look at the Porsche, I think the Porsches are just such a nice car, but obviously currently in its current format in the ACC world with the BOP, it's just not that competitive. But Layla Bell, I think Nsukuna is in that team, and they they're always there and thereabouts, probably silver or pro-am, contenders. So it will be interesting to see where they
Porsche
could
staple,
push.
mate. I haven't seen them drive anything else. Those
That's
guys.
true. That's true. I
Did
think
have
once
a-
you get into a rhythm, like especially for our team as well, every time there was a discussion about, should we change a car next thing, depends on how much time you've got to prep. Sometimes it's easier to just jump in a car, with base setups, and it just makes it easy. At the top end of the field, I'm sure it's a bit more precise, I suppose, in terms of how they select their cars. But yeah, I think once you get happy and into a rhythm, as we look here at this little battle still raging on between Parkin and Brooker, as I think they've been joined now by Herbert, the silver class driver behind them as well, which is that Mia Rose's
Yes, it's a bit by
teammate
the car now
coming
under
back?
the spurt of Herbert. We've also had the leaders in as well, I believe, and looks like Alexis Bowen is now taking over the lead. Was second, so I think Zachary Smith in the 7-11. McLaren, AVR McLaren. Sorry, I apologize. The 919 McLaren.
How good is that?
Pit one. As we got 2 Bentleys out of the BMW front engine supremacy. I love to
Love
see it.
Yeah, it's so
These
good to have the Bentley back.
Chan and Johnson have been nose to tail pretty much the whole stint, as we see Matthew Lamb in our motion pits taking over from Zachary Smith, the leader in the AVR McLaren, as they come through traffic that's wounded traffic as well, and the yellow Ferrari, and they look like they all get through it cleanly, and as well as the BMW as well of Nipperers. Great little scrap here for Silver Honors. P1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a little bit wide from Johnston, as I think he got into the gutter, cutting a little bit on entry, but he's done a good job to recover, and there's kind of nowhere you can really go for Chan as well. Oh my, these guys surely going to be looking at a pit stop soon as well for these 3.
Yeah, I reckon the pit stops are busy raging on now, and this is such a great battle. I think the problem, like you said, is there's nowhere to go. I've seen through AI people take a few people there, but genuinely speaking, there's not a lot of chance down the mountain unless the guy ahead makes a mistake. So it's all about nailing the exit at Forest Elbow to try and maximize Conrad Strait. So it will be interesting to see if the BMW can stick with the Bentleys, because as you said, the Bentley's a bit compromised on the straights. So yeah, we've got Nippenes getting into the battle here.
He was looking very confident over the top, right up the bumper of Vic Chan, but has got himself a little bit of a margin coming out of the elbow and down the straights.
No ground on the straight. That's very interesting. As we see Jared Ellis picking up a penalty as well. Dangerous driving on lap 26. I don't believe we saw that happen. So you never want to see dangerous driving. I'm not too sure what happened there, as we see Johnson coming into the pits here in his Bentley.
And Nipperers as well, in the mirror, right on the bumper as well. Definitely get your pit stops right. It's a little bit of weaving from Nipperers. Not sure if he's going to be warming tyres like he's going to be taking off. So maybe just trying to fill the mirrors a little bit.
He did an SVG.
Indeed. But you want to be getting those pit stops right. If you have to get moved, if you overshoot, stop too early, bit too far left, bit too far right, then you're moved. It's going to be an easy 3-second loss. And that can make a break, especially when they were already separated by a few tenths on track.
Absolutely. We're hopping on board here with Jay Partrington. I hope I said that correct, with Power Sim Sports in car number 81. Another a Lambo. And he's sitting behind Dan Moffat. I think it's Dan Moffat. So Moffat was the one who also had a bit of an issue in lap 1. Started up the field. They were in the top 10 shootout last night. So I'm not too sure if Dad or Moffat went past him, or if Partrington is busy catching up. But no doubt they're running close quarters here. As we still see a lot of people coming into the pits at the moment. A lot of the top silver and pro drivers are all currently in the pits.
Yeah, definitely got a big field spread already into lap 1, hour 1 of this 12-hour. And everyone's going to be jockeying. It's going to be a little bit hard to tell where net positions are for a while. And we'll have to see when people have finished their stop, with Jay Partington in the Power Sim Sports completes the lap where are we about now? We're probably about lap 29, 30 or something like that. So yeah, around about 30 laps is probably what you get at least for a stint, probably a bit more than that. So Herbert's all over the back of Chris Brooker, wanting to find a way past. Bear in mind that Herbert has already done a pit stop, and I believe the 2 cars ahead of him haven't. But that's as you probably know, Leo, one advantage that the Ferrari has: very frugal in terms of fuel usage, I imagine, at a track like this, at many tracks in its repertoire.
Yeah, it's a great enduro car. It's really easy on tires actually too. So you tend to be able to just put it in. I think a lot of people run it traction 6 even. So you don't have tire issues, you don't have fuel issues, it's safe. So
fucking cuts the skyline.
Oh, he lost it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the last little bump of it. Oh no!
Oh,
it's the Kovacs Racing Purple. This Lady Luck has struck again for Chris Murphy in the 191 and has unfortunately clattered into the side of a spinning parking. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
That is the mountain for you. It bites normally more than once. The poor Kovacs Purple had nowhere to go there, Mr. Murphy. But yeah, it looked like he just lost it. He tried to just break it over that little runoff area.
It's got a very steep jump as it kind of as that escape road ends and rejoins the track, because it goes from being off camber to camber. Oh dear.
I don't know how bad that damage is if they will pit to get it out, because he's only just started his stint. It'll be interesting to see what people do. Depends on how much damage you get, I suppose. Because I suppose if you lose 2 or 3 seconds a lap, you're probably better off just pitting, getting rid of the damage and refocusing. But that was very unfortunate for the 191 car there. So with a laundry house car here, they were the previous Enduro winners from memory. I don't know if they were running the 444 car, but the laundry house cars, love their livery.
Winners. Yes, I believe they were running the McLaren, but I think it is pretty much mostly the same lineup in the laundry house of Bruno Gallo and Terry Rayton, I believe, were driving that car at the very least. I'm not sure if Britt and Lawrenson were also there. But yeah, they won the Spa 24s. I believe we're a 3-man team with no track limits in 24 hours around Spa, which was boggling.
I don't know how's that even possible. That's an incredible feat, to be honest. It just shows you how some people can just sit and churn out lap after lap, being consistently fast. I think most people can be one or the other, but normally not both. So yeah, quite an incredible feat to do 24 hours of Spa. So, but yeah, it looks like they're currently in the lead with the 919 car behind them, and I would suspect it's because they probably haven't pitted yet. I'm just making a guess here, because the 919 car was in the lead, correct, Cameron?
Yes, the 911 car was the net leader. Took over the lead from the start from Alexis Bowen in the 300 Bentley, the MRT Cowabunga Bentley. They've dropped back down to P6, but bear in mind, Kale, Ricciuti, Hignett, and Britt have still yet to do their stops.
Yep. So, as we said earlier, there is no mandatory pit stops with the Enduro, so some people might try and run different fuel maps potentially, or just try and eke out their, stop less.
Come into the box. It looks like, Britt is coming in, so just over an hour and 11 minutes. That's a very good amount of distance they've gotten out of that car. Ferrari OP.
As you saw, 2 Ferraris coming in at the 70-minute mark. It just goes to show it's probably the one that will be able to stretch it out the most. So, that might.
As Daniel Moffat also comes in.
Go for it.
No worries. Yep. Frugal little thing is the Ferrari, but also the Lambo seems to be going quite far in, as you did see. Kale has already pitted. Herbert, unfortunately, still stuck behind Brooker. I wish he's like, can you pit now? Because he's got that 15-second ban. He knows they're not fighting him, but he's got to be getting some frustration. And he's also talking of frustrated is probably Chris Murphy in the Kovacs Racing Purple is recovered somewhat from that crash with parking, and has also got the Bentley 5560 OES blue car in the Bentley behind him, piloted by Henderson, who has definitely made a stop and taken over Vic Chan.
Yeah, I would imagine Brooker hasn't gone in for his pit stop yet either, so he will probably come in this lap, you would assume. So that might release Herbert finally. And obviously we've got the 191 car who's caught back up. They also haven't done their pit stop, which means that they probably don't have too bad a damage.
Right
As
on
we
the
can
tail.
see, he's getting right into it.
Almost pushing. But unfortunately, yeah, I think he got a little bit of damage, and the Lambo not famously great in a straight line. But here comes the McLaren, famously great in a straight line, zipping up behind. But he might be holding back a little bit as Herbert sends it. Can he get it stopped? It's very, very late, but he does get it stopped. Excellent job by Regan Herbert in the Lambo and gets past, finally past the Ferrari, who's still not to stop. I think they probably had an earlier stop, so that's why they're still able to go quite long in that 959. As we welcome the pilot of the 555 OES Lamborghini, the OES orange car of Ethan Cale. You had a very good, very mature, very tidy first stint. Well done.
Hello. Yeah, not too bad. Lacked a lot of confidence, so just didn't feel myself today. But that this morning anyway. So no, it's good.
I know what you're like on most Saturday mornings. You're not usually up at this time.
No.
I know you all too well. But you have to say, you know, regardless of confidence, you had a bit of a long fight with Mir as well. But unlike a lot of people, you didn't get caught up in an incident at all. You definitely made a lot of positions due to others' misfortune and hubris. So I think you have a lot to be happy about.
Yeah, that's the aim for today. Oops, sorry if you can hear my team speak. 1 second.
No worries, as we see Sebastian get a penalty for dangerous driving. Unfortunately, another one getting the paddling from the stewards. But yep, do continue, Ethan.
Sorry, yeah. Just gonna stay out of the drama and everything. I got a little tap there from Mia, and it kind of unsettled me down the straight. But stewards deemed it was just racing incidents. That was fine. Yeah, car feels good. I think we're doing all right. Probably a little bit higher than expected at this time, but no, it's good. Tracks, I don't know. The track feels a bit weird. Still, there's no brake markers at the chase either, so it's a pain to stop the car. But no, you can't be unhappy about that. Got the 70-minute target we're aiming for, and
no, good on you. Yeah, I will second that. Cameron said, Ethan, I think you had a really mature first drive, even though you probably said you didn't have confidence. It was staying out of trouble, letting faster people go, and that kind of a thing. We saw that on screen as well, which is what you want for a 12-hour race, and hand it over to the other people, and you might get into the groove a bit later. But doing really well at this early stages. We finally see Brooker coming in for that pit stop. I don't know if they made it from the start to this point. If they did, that is incredible. Running 75 minutes for that stint, so very interesting.
We'll have to serve a 15-second penalty for an earlier misdemeanor. So definitely, but seems to have gone quite a lead over the other AM car of the 200, who's now taken over with C-Darth, taken over from Sasha Def. As we see, it's kind of normal service has resumed, with most of the top 10 having now pitted. As we see, Lamb from Price, from Lawrence, so we've had 3 driver changes from the first few drivers. But Kai Roonen's still there in P4, piloting the McLaren for now his second stint. He's done a good job to recover from an earlier drive-through because of that incident. Definitely probably gotten off lighter than the car that he hit and got the penalty for. But, is what it is. It's done, and you got to just soldier on. As Lawrence looks to be making headways towards Price in the 300 BMW, the Bentley.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I reckon what happens at the mountain or in any endurance race at the end of 12 hours, typically the cream will rise to the crop, regardless of some incidents and a couple of penalties and things. So Ali Karudin showing exactly that, already back up to P4, as you mentioned. So doing a really good job, and was obviously very fast, making it to P3 in the top 10 shootout last night. And the 191 car obviously made its way back. It's up to 12, even though it had that extra damage that it's probably carrying in this stint, so still doing a great job as well. Shout out to that number 90 car as well, who's currently the Pro-Am driver, up in 10th position, which is remarkable, with Vintner and Rashudi. So I think there was a driver change there. Rashudi was in the car a bit earlier, doing a fantastic job. I don't think they've changed anything. They haven't even fixed some of the scrapes they had on the car, I think. So yeah, still going fast and going well.
I'm unsure
Just-
whether or not Ali had a bit of damage at the start of the race there, but he gets a very nice drive out of the elbow down the main straight, which sets up, very, very nicely through the chase. But yeah, that car's pretty quick. It's like glue out there, and if he did have a bit of damage and repaired that and still in P4 and showing the pace that he was, it'd be exciting to see where they end up.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in any incidents other than the lap one. Probably sick of me talking about it by this point because I've mentioned it a few times, but it was a defining moment. It was the first incident, so unfortunate in that. But definitely a car full of some fast operators. We got Taufik as well in that car, so it's definitely going to be one to watch in the sort of Porsche livery, Formula E liveried McLaren. But yeah. Ali, definitely a very fast, very stable operator for the most part. Unfortunately, we do have Peach in chat, not too happy. I can understand not being too happy, but you can blame me. I said good luck in your stream before the race, so I am your natural curse, as you can expect between the banter between us two, as Steel looks to be giving Koza, your teammate, our teammate, I should say, really, under threat, and has got a good run out of the last corner, and I think he's gone up the inside, and we'll have probably day done, and Jamie is wise enough, mature enough to back out of that and see that was basically going a little bit slippery on the exit as well. But I don't think he has the run on the McLaren, even if he had a good exit, to be honest, because that McLaren is rapid down the straights if they're not running max wing, even if they are, I think even.
Yeah, Steele's got that thing hooked up. Oh, sorry, Leo, go on.
No, I just wanted to say, I think the thing with Bathurst obviously is being able to do overtakes. In the race, you would like to have a car that's fast down the straight. So it is a little bit unfortunate to, like the Lambo and like we saw earlier with the Ferrari, which doesn't have the straight line speed, so they can't really compete on the really tight racing conditions. So it's more about a strategies thing then, which is a little bit unfortunate, I think.
Yeah, well, that car is really that car in front's planted. They did have that 10-second penalty. Sorry. I think our tyres are a bit overpressured, a bit of miscommunication on that final lap, where I set the pressures wrong. Throw my mate JC under the bus, but he fed the wrong pressures, so we're a little all over the place. There is a slow car just on the exit, just up ahead.
Oh, 300. Right. That's the Bentley. That's Price.
Oh my God, that is Price slowly. Too.
That doesn't have damage as well. That's just a trundling.
Oh, it's cruising.
Oh,
He's in first gear.
Oh no. Have they
got acceleration?
Have they pit?
The engine's off. He needs to stop it and restart it.
Yeah, it looks like the ignition went off there as well.
Yeah, that car won't fire up if it's rolling. He needs to stop it, turn the ignition back on, get the engine started, and it's on the way down. Don't get too much on the grass. Don't want to flip it round. That's the worst place to be. I'm sorry to do this, Ethan, but you unfortunately do have history here of getting a car restarting at Bathurst. Watched that last night. I was with my popcorn on the replay channel. But yeah, cars will not fire if they are rolling.
You got to get it stopped straight away.
In an endurance race too. Yeah, I think it was about 2 or 3 endurance back. We had the same thing happen, and it takes you a bit of a while to figure out what's actually going on. I think sometimes
in the moment you get a bit flustered, don't you? And you're just kind of not too sure what's happening if you've knocked the button or what. But, unfortunate. Obviously, hasn't happened. That seems like it hasn't really happened with Price before. If he was, I guess, trundling down, you really got to get it stopped straight away, or you just leak time. As we see there, he's dropped down a fair bit. I'm not too sure where. We're P9 now, so that's a good 30-second. That's a good 30-second loss there. And if he's done that across the top, you can't just pull over at the top of the mountain. So that's what have happened. He might have had to roll down the mountain. Otherwise, it's just an accident waiting to happen.
Yeah, he probably nicked the ignition button, you would think, somewhere down the... Because it didn't look like there was a lot of damage on the car either. So he was just, trying to reset the car. Yeah.
Yeah, cars, like, if they're in an incident and come to a stop, sometimes they will stall out. But not too sure what happened there. But unfortunately, he has lost position towards Breno Ellis is a little bit wily coyote. Oh, and again, going through. Wonder what TC's running.
Not 6. He's not running 6.
Definitely not running 6. The only car where TC works properly is the Ferrari in the whole game. I said it. But yeah, unfortunately, that 300 Bentley has now dropped to P9 from, I believe they were P2 before that incident. So unfortunate, but definitely not out of it. Still running, still going, still, I think, on the lead lap, and that's what counts.
Just watching a replay on my own replay, he's lost it coming across Skyline. He's
Alexis said, yeah, he's hit the ignition button.
Yeah, he's hit the ignition as he's losing it, and had to roll down the hill pretty much.
They can definitely understand if you have the button on the wheel. I have it on a separate button box, so it's a little bit out of the firing line. But as you are correcting, it is easy to hit a button on your wheel if you've got them there. So yeah, can understand the issue, how that can happen. But they'll learn from it. They'll know next time. Get the car stopped. It won't fire while it's rolling. That's just an experience thing. But yeah.
Other than the McLaren, these 3 cars obviously fairly matched, I reckon, for straight line speed. So at least pretty much everyone else having a crack down Conrad. But yeah, Breno Ellis was really, as you just look at the replay, you want to take it away, Cameron?
Yeah, here we go.
Yep, so we're on board with the 300 Bentley with Price behind the wheel. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, he's done a good job to kind of keep that sail. Oh, don't hold the brakes as you go over that jump, though. And, yep, is it going forward? Nope, he's dropped down. The speed is not gaining. The speed is going up, but only because they're going downhill. He's got no power at all as the car is in a sort of a limp home mode until you get it stopped, until the engine stops. And, oh, that would have been a scare for Kyrune as he's going around the blind crest with a slow car in entry. Unfortunately, the positions are just tumbling away. Tick, 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 and they're all gone. And I think at this point, it's starting to dawn on him that he might need to come and stop him. And the teammates screaming in his ear to tell him to get it stopped. But yeah, unfortunate.
That was incredible. I don't know how he did not hit the wall.
Yeah, that was a good save.
0 damage. That's well done. Hats off.
We did see earlier, unfortunately, where the Covenant Esports car did fire across the straight line. But yeah, you've got to lift off the brakes as you hit that sort of like that last, where that line is as the escape road ends, because it's a sort of violent, almost jump as it transitions back onto the cambered racetrack. And if you're holding the brakes, then the rear brakes are going to grip, and as your front wheels go into the air and slew you around.
One of the things I've been thinking about as we're watching this race is just how there's different drivers and different teams, you know, at different parts of the pecking order, so to speak. You've got a lot of teams that start at the back, Silver or Pro-Am, with actually, you know, with mixed teams that's got slow and fast drivers. So sometimes you'll see some of the Pro-Am or the Am drivers actually catching up to some of the other ones. So it makes it really interesting. You never really know what's going on. And it's actually something I thought about. It would be a fantastic series if teams were made up maybe at some point for an endurance race with a Pro-Am and a Silver or an Am driver.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, just to balance things, and you don't just have, you know, the usual kind of suspects all over. So it's kind of what we're doing with Georgia's team this time around as well, which just really makes for fun racing.
Yes. Let us know any feedback on events, like to improve them in the future. Do you want to see GT2s here next year as we do the next year 12 hours? We look to a replay. Oh, as the Bentley
nearly touched
soars.
the ball. Yeah. Very well.
Great shot. Well, he's flicked the lights on, so I think he's flicked more than a few things than just the ignition as he was saving it in a heart and mouth moment for sure.
That is a Kodak moment. He definitely has to take a picture of that in the replay. So that was really well done. Fantastic.
Well, it seems as though the race, as they both hit the wall.
I think they both.
Oh no!
Get it back! Oh, he's got a
couple scrapes. Oh, wow. I was just about to say, it seems like the race has settled down a little bit now. The gaps are starting to increase. I'm just looking at the
cricking.
Commentators first.
God. Just looking at the gap from Lamb to Lawrence and P1 to P2, and that's a massive gap. That's almost, you know, a minute, that gap.
Yeah.
And that's from first to second. So the AVR boys out in front aren't doing anything wrong right now. They're not sparing a single tenth on the track. The 200 car of Darth
I think they've right down to garage. I was going to say, they were yellow.
It's just RTG'd. I'm not too sure where they had the incident, but I do know they ran
P20.
wide at the last turn. So they've RTG'd, unfortunately.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Looks like they, yeah.
Bit of an awkward situation.
Getting up to the rear of Nathan Henderson, our co-teammate in OES. Yes, trials and tribulations have been for this Bailey, but they've been going strong. Excellent first stint from Vic Chan, and Henderson's doing a good job to just soldier on right now. Probably, I think, dropped a little bit back in the pit stops, but no harm, no foul, still going strong.
Yeah, I had a chat with Vic post-stint. He was really happy with how it went, but they had about 20 seconds of damage just from the start of the race, so that's why he wasn't gaining too much on the car in
Johnson.
front.
Yeah,
on Johnson. Yeah, so they were just losing time down the straights, and yeah,
couldn't really see the damage. That livery hides it well from Wilson.
No, they've had to repair it and had a bit of.
That explains why they dropped back in the pit stops.
Looks like watching death.
Oh my goodness!
That's a massive hit.
That's a death moment.
Yeah. Oh,
too soon.
They got on the grass, so I know they went off here.
Oh.
Yeah, this was the previous corner. I'm not too sure if I've just been hit.
It's been assisted.
A little bump by Stacy.
Yeah, the number 51
and another one.
Ferrari, the speedy Mike car.
And looks
really
like
past the pit box there. That's so bad too.
Ooh, that's not a good rejoin. That's very a
bit of a hairy read. And that was a P2 as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then as he got on the grass, got squeezed out by. Oh, okay.
It's a little bit of a squeeze, but I think he also came kind of. I think he kind of like slightly went left as he braked, and unfortunately, probably. I'm not sure whether he was, to be honest, in control, but probably would have liked to have gone down the escape road than the tyre bundle. I've never seen a car at that speed hit that tyre bundle.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for the 200 car, because I reckon they were running a really good race. We were just talking about them earlier, and Sasha was assisted there into the Kitty Latin. Unfortunately, it was just a comedy of errors after that. Sometimes it's better to just go to the pit straight away. But they were so close, and they were already past the pit entry point, so yeah, didn't really have many options. So
I guess you could, probably illegal. You probably could cut across the track and go across that gravel trap, but I mean, I don't think it would have been enough damage to really be worth it.
Yeah, there was 2 taps there. I don't know. Yeah, we wouldn't know how big it is, but yeah, that second incident with a 711 car was quite.
Yeah, awkward.
Yeah.
Because the space was there, but probably just got afraid of braking on the grass. Number 68, Smith. I'm not too sure what the team name is, unfortunately. They have
52. I think it's just RT.
Had a bit of a problem at the bottom, and yeah, 52
of
Frizzer.
Aston Martin. Yeah. Ooh, that's wide. Parkington, but gets out the way.
There's always 1,000 stories, guys. 12 hours. You would imagine we're going to hear all about it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I bothered. I got all these things outside of real life, like motorsport talking points, the things we talk about. No point. It's racing. Honestly, it happened. Incidents like
Look at you prepping, Cameron. Fantastic.
Yeah. I've still got a while to go, but yeah, definitely shouldn't have bothered too much with those maybe. But it's been a glorious race. Thank you. Shout out to everyone who makes this possible. Playmobil. Obviously Octane, the big man himself, Neil, and the stalwart Glenn Germain, Powell as well, all the stewards. Michael Mann's doing the race directing right now. There's a stewarding, Cricky for doing the graphics, the spotters list, the fantastic cinematic that we had before the broadcast and for this one and the shootout as well. Thank you to everyone who makes it possible, and even those people, those slackers that we call the commentators.
And the people watching. No, I ditto that, Cameron. It's always amazing to be part of OOR, and just being here is fantastic. It's you're talking about some of the other racing as well, but it's we can all get excited about so many different things in motorsport going on, and the actual 12-hour coming up as well. There's no doubt a few people in here and listening to the stream probably will be going there next week, but yeah. OOR always puts up such a spectacle, and yeah, just big shout out to everybody making it happen. It's always a pleasure, and it has not disappointed, that's for sure. We've had an hour and a half now, and it's been jam-packed full of exciting things to talk about.
Indeed. I won't be going this year. I went last year. Unfortunately, I was kind of dying from the heat. I wasn't coping very well out there. Went to hide in the National Museum at the exit of the last corner. Unfortunately, that just smelled like a hot garage with no air conditioning, so that wasn't a very good idea. But it is a glorious place to go. Sight, sound. GT3, I think, is one of the best racings as well. Like in terms of it's not too loud that you need to like plug your ears. But it's great for all ages and quite cheap to enter. Like I've been twice and we've just gone up from on the day, and it only costs about $45 as well. So I could not recommend it at all. You will spend more than that on water, though, I will say.
Yeah, just take the camel back. But I reckon the GA tickets with a 12-hour get you typically all kinds of other access that you normally don't have.
Go around the back of the garages as well, like seeing it's great access. And I think if it wasn't for Mr. Rossi it was a little bit busy trying to get around a little bit last year. I think it was, to be fair, it was like the first proper year that we had it back, because 2022 was a little bit of a slightly half event. But 2023 was a great year, and having Mr. Rossi definitely brought a few fans on. I dare say this year is probably going to be even busier with the double action weekend, having the supercars straight after as well.
Have you been, Ethan? Have you been to the 12-hour at all?
No, I'll make the pilgrimage 1 year. Really enjoying the GT3 racing at the moment in person. I go to the Adelaide 500 each year, and they're always there. And no, it's good. Hopefully, it starts to grow a little bit now that SRO have taken over from the Australian Racing Group, and the new GT4 series as well that they've implemented for this year looks like it's going to be off to a really healthy start. So, looking forward to it. Probably 2025, 2026 will be the year. No, it's good.
When you got the Adelaide 500, though, it's definitely not like you're lacking down there.
No, it's a great little event. Brings people all around Australia, and always lots of positive things said about it. And the on-track racing is always great. I've been to Bathurst. There was just no racing on, so I've got to make sure I go up there 1 year with the motorsport and sink beers, have a great time.
Yeah, we've got a couple of people trooping out there this year, which will be really good. The FPS Evolve Racing is not taking part in the Enduro this time round, but we're all heading out to the mountains, so we will be having a couple of beers there. And as we're just watching Lamb here, who's trying to get past the 69 of Herbert, already lapped everybody up to 15, so now about to do the lap on 14. So the AVR car is just flying away with it. But yeah, probably on that point, guys, I'm probably going to have to say goodbye. I'll probably be back a little bit later. Cameron and Ethan, it's been an absolute pleasure to be in the box with you guys, and good luck for the rest of the event. I'm sure that we will catch up afterwards with all the stories that everybody will have to tell. And thanks for having me.
Cheers, Leo. Enjoy your morning,
thank
mate.
you, Leo. Good luck for your stints in the number 41 Kung Fu Racing McLaren, and to the rest of the boys in that car as well. Put you on. Thank you very much, as we do welcome Mr. Neil Hines to the box. Welcome very much. How has your race been? Have you been driving? Have you been watching? Have you just woken up, maybe?
Well, it's a big welcome, guys. I'm so glad to be back here for the 24 season here for the endurance. But I took the stint of our Team ANZ CRL black car, started all the way down the back. Unfortunately, got into the back of Mike Crick in the little bit of shenanigans that we had at the Forest Elbow.
Forest Elbow, yes, we did catch that. Unfortunately, there was that was very unfortunate on all accounts, to be honest.
I was like the caboose, and I was the end of them, and I unfortunately just wasn't predicting it to be so stopped there. But anyway, that was our first Bathurst 12-hour start, and I absolutely enjoyed it. Thank you, Cameron. And we, I think, currently in position 28 or something like that. Our team car's in 26, Jared, and having a good time.
How were the nerves at the start of the race? Did you was the heart pumping, the blood rushing through the veins, or were you quite calm?
Oh, I think I was quite calm, to be honest, because we did start in position 38 or 37, I think it was. So there was only a couple of cars behind me, but I tell you what, I got gobbled up at this first corner. I got caught out just a bit on the outside and found myself at the back of the grid going up Mountain Straight. But no, I was pretty comfortable, to be honest. I really enjoyed the experience, put it that way.
That's great.
Just sorry. On-track action.
Yeah.
Partington's got ahead of
Finally.
Henderson. I think Henderson had a bad Forest elbow, unfortunately, and there's Partington has jumped on him as you would expect.
Got a very nice run there, and kind of made the move before the braking point, which is nice. So it makes it a little bit more, what's the word? A little bit less stressful, I guess,
Probably more,
than having to do the move in the braking zone. Yes, yeah.
But yeah, I think Jay we're lucky to have Jay and Huds actually in our team last year in the later half of the endurance season. So we learned quite a little bit from both Huddy and Jay. So they're obviously on themselves on the Power Sim Sports car here, doing a good job trying to hold off Nathan.
Got 2 Lambo drivers in my comms box right now. I think there'll be some personal biases to what car you guys are probably preferring.
Great vehicle, mate.
For. Indeed.
I tell you what,
Good to see a lot of Lambos in the grid. 7 at the last count, and all 7 still going as well. Great to see it.
But how about the Bentley actually taking pole position in that shootout? The Bentley's back. How cool is that? That's a story.
Don't say it too loud. Kunis will pop it.
No, it's a great car now, isn't it? It just gets the power down. I was driving it for a photo shoot for my
That's
teammates.
the wrong way. You cannot park there.
That's Ellis. Oh,
Reno Ellis. Oh dear. Oh, that's the leader as well, right behind him.
It's dropped down to 16th from P13.
What a scare that would have been for, I believe, Matthew Lamb, the leader in the AVR car. Great awareness to get it stopped and wait for him to have his accident, complete his accident, and he's got going again in the 499. Quite a bit of damage, and I think due for a pit stop, repair, and a lot of gaffer tape.
But back to the Bentley, great little, not little, it's a great big car, but very, very stable. And I'd say a little bit unfortunate Smith wasn't able to finish that second lap as he was airborne. But no, it's a great lap from Rashmat, and good to see Bentley, flying again. It brings another car back into the equation at some rounds and some endurance races too.
Don't be scared by the right-hand drive driving position. It is definitely on form.
Yeah.
I thought I was.
Sorry. I was just going to say how good Jake Brown's going here in the silver class, chasing down the Pro-Am of Johnson, just in front. And I love his car name. I'm telling Mum Motorsport. That's a pretty cool name. Here we go.
I noticed that before, and I had a bit of a chuckle.
Mum says it's my turn on the sim rig.
Oh,
here we go. Yeah, this is Matthew Lancer, the P1 leader.
Very lucky that car didn't bounce back out onto the track. Otherwise, that would have been a very hairy situation for both parties with that secondary impact.
I think he was doing his best to try and keep it as straight as he can, but unfortunately, it was slowly slewing around, and he did his job to hold his brakes when he could. But I think that car was just going. There was just no small accidents. Mark Webber style, as I like to call it.
We've got Hopkinson in the wall at the final turn. Was there a couple of laps ago as well. Not too sure if he's missed his braking mark and maybe hit the grass on the entry. There it is.
Yeah.
That really unsettles the car. That's a big hit.
That's huge.
Big moment,
that's a massive
isn't it?
hit.
Yeah, just got himself caught out on the outside of that grass, as we can see. But geez, he's had some rotten luck in this race so far. So,
you know what's going to be insult to injury? I reckon he's probably also got on a penalty, at least a track limits for cutting that last corner as well as he flew across it. Looked like he didn't arrest any speed at all, and he's got the hazards on, as you can imagine, trying to get out of the way. It's going to try and slowly trundle around like a Coles trolley around the rest of this map. But unfortunately, it looks like he's got no steering. He's going to be going off. Goodbye, Liquid Molly board, as it scatters around. And
he's not an Octane sponsor doing God's work there.
No.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
There'd be a hefty fine if that was Octane branded.
I think, Cameron, you actually got that comment perfect. He was definitely a Coles trolley there. He could not control that car then. So
the sticky wheel.
That's it. Back into the trolley bay he goes. So obviously for some repairs.
As we jump on board with Cruden on the back of Lawrenson now.
The fight for P2.
Yeah, very slowly been catching him, and I no doubt have full faith that he'll be able to get that Ferrari. Ferrari doesn't seem too threatening around here today. They're all very capable drivers in the Laundry House 444 car, but that McLaren's just something else at the moment, and I'm happy to give him 3 laps, and I think he'll be past the car in front. But this is for that second spot on the podium, so I'm not too sure how easy Lawrenson's going to make that for the. Is it GSR? Is that their team name? I'm not sure. But for the McLaren.
Yes,
for Cruden, yeah.
GSR,
Yep.
beautiful.
GSR
GSR
Esports Elite
Esports.
711 car. Yes, definitely. Yeah, Ferrari, to echo the sentiment you were saying, even like the Ferrari, dare say maybe they're going for a long run strategy, because the Laundry House car was the last to pit of those top 5, I dare say, by quite some margins, well over the Bentley and the Lamb McLaren. Yeah, gonna be interesting to see, but like, yeah, in terms of raw speed and pace, McLaren, it's looking like these McLaren, nothing to shy away from. As we've also got Steele as well, probably coming up behind this pack as well.
The strategy play for the day is going to be a little bit awkward near the end, as the McLaren can only do 32, 33 laps. And the Ferrari and the Lamborghini can push about 35, 36. So it's, especially with that removed driver stint time. So it's going to be interesting to see if this Ferrari is trying to cut out a pit stop at the end, which we've timed it. The transition's about a 55-second loss as Cruden gets quite a nice run on Lawrenson down the back straight with his beautiful runner out of the elbow. All couple bounces there, but gets it done again before the braking zone, and it takes that P2 position.
I think Lawrenson wasn't fighting him too hard. He went to the left, and generally, if you want to fight someone, you probably want to stick in the middle as much as you can. But I think he was not gonna fight him too hard and not lose time. I think it's a bit of a known strategy from the Laundry House car.
Yeah, it was probably a wise decision, I'd say. You know, throw a little bit of that white flag.
Sorry. I wonder if they're running a lower engine map.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We did the math. If you're doing 70-minute stints throughout the race, you're still going to have about a 10-minute gap at the end of the race where you need to do a splash and dash. But I don't know. It's we've mathed the hell out of this race, and it's going to be very close at the end. But I know those McLarens are really going to struggle with fuel come the last. They're going to struggle with fuel across the whole stint, but that last half an hour especially will be really crucial to see what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that day pans out, doesn't it? Exactly. Strategy for these top guys is really going to play out, especially for those the top 3 podium. It's going to be very interesting once we reach that halfway mark and the run for the last 6 hours. But Caruden's doing a great job here in P2 now after he's made that pass on Lawrenson in the Laundry House car. It's a unique car when you get up to the back of the Laundry House, as we saw when we were riding on board of Cruden. It definitely looks like a rust bucket, but you know, in P3 it's definitely not a rust bucket. It's got some legs and it's going fairly well, but it's a great livery.
Yeah, the livery looks good on pretty much every car they put it on. I've seen it on the Porsche, I've seen it on the McLaren. So, no, great car, great team. Hopefully the Ferrari can keep going with it. Cruden will pull that gap out pretty quickly. Very, very strong in the back half of that lap. I'm not too sure. Are you in the Ferrari or the Lamborghini, Neil?
We're actually in the Lamborghini, yes.
Yeah, okay. So I find that the Lambo's a lot better across the top than the Ferrari. I'm not too sure about the McLaren, but yeah, there are a few cars. I gained 6-7 tenths when we were on track, racing for position. So what do you think? How do you think the Lambo goes across the top, or for most of the lap, really?
I find it very good. We've actually jumped it. Oh, here we go. We've got Christy Arth in the
Rough
Death
again.
Racing, I think.
Yeah, they've just come out the pits a couple laps ago, hit too much of that inside curb. Done all right to keep it off the wall.
Yeah,
But
he's
those
done well.
tyres,
Held his brakes as well. The right thing to do, and he's looking for a gap to rejoin, I imagine. Good job is what we like to see.
Yeah, so just getting back to the Lambo over the top, I find that it's we've really excited about how it feels because we've come from the Aston Martin from last year, and I tell you what, it's night and day. The Lambo Evo 2 is a pleasure to drive, I must say.
yeah, it's a beautiful car and it's very sticky. Sticks to the ground quite nicely and over a stint. Hangs onto the tyres nicely as well as, is this 18th, 19th? Oh, that Huddy's not in this battle, so this is a battle for P18 and P18 with Brown on the back of Johnson coming across the top. Wonder if the aero wash will play a part here. I guess Johnson doesn't have a clear track in front of him either. Wait a minute, this is a battle for P17, sorry.
Yeah, we got Sparks in that
Yeah,
Ferrari
Sparks is
just
that
in
as
front.
well. Yep.
I'm not too sure.
Senior's car.
Yeah, he's don't know. Did we see Sparks actually have a little moment earlier on or not, or is he? Have these guys just caught him on raw speed?
I don't.
That 731
so.
car's had a few, let's say, incidents. I think from the start they did start the race in P10 and kind of been holding steady around this teens to 20 period. I think they're kind of just doing their own little race on their pace currently.
We do have Wenzel in car 2, the Mercedes, facing the wrong way on the exit of the cutting. He's in a very awkward spot. I've got no idea how he's going to get out of this. I've got no idea at all. He's reversed up the wall.
He
Yes,
should get a
he's
little
got a-
gap now.
No, you need to flick it round
there's-
TC0. That's the. Ooh.
There's
He's
a
got a
car
gap
coming up the
going
cutting now. I'm sure the team on the
Stop.
radio.
He's going to let this
Telling
car
him?
through.
Very
Yeah,
good,
he's got a bit
very
of
good.
gap now, so he's
Probably
done
good
well. He's
comms,
handled
though.
that very well. Yeah.
Yeah, good comms by his teams, I'd say. Ethan, I think you got that right, that they would have been on there telling him.
Very hairy though.
He's got a few cars behind him, so he needs to be watching those mirrors. They're going to approach him like no other at the speed they're going. It's all about momentum up the hill. He's got enough damage, a
Yeah,
cracked
bit of damage
windshield to
there.
boot.
Yeah. Well, he's done well to get that going for sure. That was great comms by the team. Great awareness as well.
A big
to get
shout
that
out
going.
also to the race stewards as well at the moment. Race director, we've got plenty of comms coming through as drivers as well. Race control, informing us where there's some incidents on the track, and it's been a very good help.
Absolutely, yeah. Great awareness from Mercedes. I did say you probably should have put it. I would have done it. Dropped it down to TC0, put it in neutral, maxed the revs, and then put it into first right away to flick split it around. Probably a better bet. But the 15-point turn he did was adequate enough and was probably less time lost than returning to garage for sure.
As we welcome Mia Rose to the booth. Welcome. Great first stint until you had that incident earlier. I don't think she can hear me. That's okay. But Mia Rose is in the booth. We'll wait until she undeafens. But yeah, again, I'm not going to say it again because I said it last time and everything started kicking off. But it's settled down a little bit now with Brickley coming and doing his drive-through penalty. Not too sure what for, but he's serving that now.
Yep. When can we expect you in the car again, Ethan?
Oh, well, I've actually got to go play some tennis. So
Oh.
I'm
Upper middle class at its
Oh.
finest.
as what? What was that? Sorry,
Oh, Boxer. He's
it-
getting out of the way of cars ahead, but
Barrage. That's your team? They've got a bit of damage on the front of that car, or am I seeing things?
that is one. There's two of the Lambos in your team, I believe. The Octane
216. The 216. Sorry.
Yeah, we've got a
it's
little
your
bit of
car.
damage at the front. Yeah.
There's a little bit there. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to play a bit of tennis, so I'll be in just before dinner, and then I'm going to finish the race. So I don't think I'm going to get a whole lot of racing time, unfortunately. But
No
it's a bit of a
worries,
shame.
don't pull a
Love this
hamstring
track
or
and
anything like that.
oh, try not to. You know, you always
Yeah.
have that thought,
Dangerous
don't you?
stuff,
But,
tennis.
yeah, well, I'm going to have to bounce. I need to have a chat with my team. Thanks for having me. sorry it was only a short stint. I guess my first stint went for a bit longer than expected. But yeah, thank you. All the best for the rest of the day.
Well done, Nathan.
And good luck, Neil, for the rest of your race too, and Mia as well.
Awesome.
All right, catch you later.
Thank you. See you later.
Well, everyone's kind of settling in, I think, a little bit. Everyone's kind of, it's hard to tell who's fighting for position and who's not, but we are watching P28 chasing P27, your teammate Barrage in the 216 Lamborghini. Definitely with not a factory spec front end, to say the least.
No, a little bit of damage earlier in his stint. He actually, just as he came over the skyline, he had on entry, he just clipped that curb out of McPhillamy and found the opposite side of wall. But he's got a big battle here with Boxall, having a good go here in the Ferrari. And Jared will be doing his best here just to trying to keep his line down the hill here and see if he can get a good exit, obviously, out of Forest Elbow. And we're just approaching the 2 hours into this race as we've got Mia Rose. Welcome, Mia.
Welcome, hello.
Welcome to the box. Interesting first stint for you. Unfortunately, CTC, you had a little bit of an incident with Carpenter, but you were definitely making moves on that first stint. How would you summarize it? How your performance?
Oh, I'd say it was a good stint. I think getting the silver lead, how we did, was a bit unexpected, but yeah, a little incident with Carpenter that was, I had a feeling that was a bit of an nothing with malice. It was more of a mistake, and then heard from a birdie that Kale was saying that me and him had a bit of a touch-up, and there was a touch-up with us too, but it wasn't major. It was a little tiny tap on the apex, that was all, so nothing.
You guys were definitely hammer and tong for a few laps on the first stint. We were enjoying that greatly from the com box.
Yeah, it was nice following another Lamborghini and then passing down the straight, but we got through it without any other damage, and then yeah, it was sadly was it we got the damage fixed after that hit with Carpenter, and then some car decided to jump out directly in front of us 2 laps later and give us more damage, so now we're back to square one with our damage. But basically just under 10 hours left to go. We're still in the race, so we're just pushing at the moment.
Yeah, that's it. It's a long race. We've seen quite a few of the guys, especially that first lap where there was a few guys in the, especially Silver, mainly Silver and Pro-Ams, found themselves right at the back of the grid in those first opening laps and coming storming through the grid trying to make amends after getting involved. So long race, and those guys are probably going to be back into the top 20, top 10 by the end of the race as well. So it's never over, is it?
No, it's never over, especially here, because you never know when someone's going to make a mistake. So we've had many mistakes so far, I think, as well. You can see the amount of damaged cars, you can see the amount of attrition this race is showing so far, but at the moment it's settled down. There's not been many mistakes, many sort of accidents per se, but we've still got 10 hours left. We've still got a lot of drivers to cycle into these cars. So it's very much still the race for a lot of classes is still up in the air.
Yeah, definitely. And what's your thoughts on the weather? We had obviously the damp skies for the early morning shakedown practice, and we had them clear for the race start, and it's been sunny since. But do you think there may be some some precipitation maybe sometime in the next 10 hours, or does the skies look fairly stable out there?
They look. There's been no change in the sky from what I've seen, so I've got a feeling if there's going to be a change, it'll be one coming up in the next couple hours. Either it be a bit of cloud or some rain, but I think if there is some rain, it's going to shake up the field a bit, because I think going off what we've seen so far in terms of wet pace, there are a couple drivers who are off the pace in the wet, so there's going to be a lot of toing and throwing once the rain starts to hit.
Yeah, hopefully the Bentley might come back into it with a bit of the wet, or even the BMW car 100 with Nippers there in position 8. But obviously we'll wait and see what happens. Hopefully it stays dry.
Yeah, I think for some people they want to keep it dry, because they've probably got their setup just for dry running. But if there is to be any moisture in the air, they'd hate it. And I think cars like us, we've got a setup built for the dry, but it's absolutely amazing in the wet. So we don't care what happens. We'll have someone in the car, and we'll probably gain some positions once it starts to rain.
Oh, yeah, definitely look out for you guys if it does get a little bit wet. But we're looking here at Chris Murphy in Kovacs, purple. Currently holding position 11, chasing down Vinti now in P10, the Lambo. So may have a McLaren and Lambo battle in the next few laps, depending how he moves on through here. It's getting a little bit tight up front.
You know who these two are catching? They're catching the 300 of Price in the Bentley, just a few cars ahead, and they've also got the leader just up ahead, so he's going to be carving through this, and they're hoping to stick with him.
It will be interesting to see how Lamb gets through this traffic, because it's a very big line of traffic he's getting through at the moment, so we've got to hope that they're all going to let him go as smoothly as they can. As you can see, Murphy's now using that blue flag on one of the Alliance cars to keep up with Vintia.
Indeed. Just to state from before, when I was AFK, but the views of Neil Haynes do not represent me, the content commentator, and I would like to see rain. I do not have a car. I do not have a vested interest in this race, so I'm happy to see rain come and create carnage.
There you go, Cameron.
You want carnage? I think the carnage was left back at lap 2 at the last corner there. So you probably missed it.
Oh, I didn't. We didn't miss anything. We saw everything that happened, and more so. And I now got I'm not sated. I have an appetite now for carnage. As Murphy looking, he's trying to stay into the. As they're caught behind another Lamborghini, a lapped car. I believe that is. I'm not sure who that is, but it's a blue Lamborghini. That's as much as you're gonna get out of me.
Yeah, and it looks like also Hobbs is right on the back there in position 7 on Pickford in the Bentley. So we got a Ferrari and a Bentley going for it, and Hobbs is trying to get himself in that top 6. Mitch is a very capable driver to finish in the top 5 of this race, if not even a bit higher.
Absolutely.
And they've also, I think they're still trying to recover back from that massive drive-through penalty they were given, a mere hour ago. So I think at the moment they just want to get this car to the end at this point. But they're still within a shot for the top 5. They're only, what are they? 4 or 5 seconds away from Koza in the 555 car, so it is not over yet.
Absolutely not. Never say never. You've got to just chunder on, and Lady Luck, Lady Death will find every car here if they're not careful, for sure. She's been pretty unfair and she's been hitting a few cars, a few of them repeated times, hitting them while they're down. But they're still soldiering guns, such as the Kovacs Racing Purple, McLaren. But Hobbsy, we'll expect him in the booth later in this race, but I'm sure he would like to be ahead of this Bentley and chasing down Koza come then.
Yeah, the mountain has definitely spoken, hasn't it? It's chosen already some of its patience, you could say. And everyone is sort of moving on from the early incidents. But look to see, hopefully Hobbs can get a move, maybe coming down into the chase here. He's got to run.
He's probably going to think second of it. There's no point doing massive sends into the chase with, now we've got under 10 hours left, so we're in the single digit of hours remaining. So at this point of the race, you want to make moves, but you don't want to make race-ending moves because you've still got time to recover.
Yeah, and also it's a later start, wasn't it, from previous years? We had a 7 a.m. start, so finishing at 7 p.m, a little bit more of a later afternoon sky for most of the runners this year, so that should be interesting as well.
Yeah, no full darkness start. I think a lot of drivers were spared the challenges of that, but they definitely got the full high beams. That is the sun rays over Conroe, which is arguably, it's not easy, but it's beautiful at the same time. As reported, Brian Rasco in the 52 Aston Martin looks to have had a little bit of an incident, has got going again. Let's see on the replay what happens. Is he getting a bit too deep? Ooh, a little bit. Ooh.
No, he's probably got the curb. Oh, no.
Oh, as the Lambo kind of swipes a little bit back at him as a result of getting on the power a little bit. And yeah, not too sure whether that was him braking late or maybe the Lambo braking early. I'll have to come back to that one, to say the least. But yeah, unfortunately, quite unfortunate, I dare say, a racing incident, if anything.
And I think as well, stuff like that's going to be happening a lot in this race too. It seems to become a choke point. There are a lot of places on this track that are choke points for overtakes or, lines of traffic, but seems like today the mountain has decided the last corner is going to be that singular choke point.
Last and first corner have had more incidents than I expected, I have to say.
Now we head back here to the battle for 6 overall. And we'll be the battle for Hobbs to get back in front of the silver class as well after their drive-through penalty. He hasn't really been he's catched it little by little, but I don't think he's had an opportunity to send it, or not send it, but have a move on the Bentley yet. Because that Bentley, it's an absolute rocket if done right over the top. So, and that's probably the only strong point for the Ferrari is over the top of the mountain. Out of the cutting, it's very weak, but over the top, and then maybe down Conroe. You're going to remember as well, in shootout config, the Bentley is rev limited. So Hobbs has got to hope he gets a really good exit out the elbow to then get it into the chase. Oh, we had a bit of a moment there. So that's probably going to lose him a little bit of time.
I think, yeah, I do know that OES Bentley, not to give their secrets away, their setups away, but they are running max wing for over the top, and therefore not too great on the straight. Dare say the Ferrari is also kind of in a similar boat. It's not really getting into the high 280s from my understanding, from what I've heard. But yeah, I get the feeling maybe Pickford is probably not running a max wing Bentley in that Kovacs Racing blue car. Definitely seems to not succumbing to the Ferrari in any way much down the straight. So I think he's definitely got some straight line performance. It'll be interesting to see what speeds they get this time around.
Yeah, absolutely great camera. We're here, we're riding on board and also got the track cam, so you got the best of both worlds here in the Permabull Bathurst 12 hour for Octane Online Racing. It's great to have the support again of Permabull for season 2024.
Yeah, Ben's right. Yeah, Mitch is not making any headway at all on that Bentley.
Yeah, it seems like he's probably taking it safe down the hill, and because of that he leaves a bit of a gap with the Bentley, which just makes the Bentley stretch its legs with no opposition down corner into the chase. You can see down the bottom here, he just catches it up. And he basically reduces that gap to half, and you see the Bentley just runs away on a straight, so it's going to be a bit of a to and fro here for Hobbs. This is going to be more about patience and aggressiveness here to get past this Bentley.
You can see Jamie Koza in the 555 Lamborghini, the orange Lamborghini, not far up the road, so it's still all to play for in this midfield, not spread out at all. It's all quite tightly packed, which is hence why Price, when he had his unfortunate ignition incidents, dropped back quite a lot of positions for not losing too much time relatively on track.
So just come up there as Lamb just got the fastest lap, almost breaking the 159's race pace. That's very impressive, lads.
Yeah, that's interesting because you would think hotter track temps mean slower times, but I think that car has just gotten quicker and quicker, and it's probably getting into its temp window, so it's going to be a very quick machine. And he's probably got a 40-second gap at this point to Kyrud, and that car's had nothing to deal with. It's just from the start of the race.
The cleanest race, most. There's not many cars in this race have had a pretty much been faultless. But yeah, they're definitely. We're barely seeing them. If we do see them, it's because the fastest lap just keep pinging up on the screen.
And I think as well, that's probably, going back to the shootout last night. I think after Smith put it in the wall on his second lap, I think they were very sort of wanting the race to go smoothly for them, and it has so far because Kai Rudin, he's had issues. Lawrenson, that 444 car, they've had issues too. Jay Steele in the 520 car, they've had issues with my car. Same thing with Koza, probably traffic. So that car has had no penalties. It's probably hit no one yet, and it is flying in front of this field.
It is a deadly combination. No incidents and arguably the fastest car on track, and definitely like equal amount of pace being given from Lamb. We know what Zach Smith is capable of, but Lamb has definitely been on it. Speaking of the ABR, Alpha Venturi 919, they come into the pit stops for their second stop. Will they change drivers? Let's see, but definitely be 4 new tires and a smattering of race octane fuel.
Yeah, so obviously Mitch should take a light as well, even though he's behind Michael here, Pickford. They are slowly, as we keep saying, catching Kozier in that orange Lamborghini in front. So we know Mitch would obviously be wanting to get in front if he could, but they are slowly reeling in Kozier, so it could be a 3-way battle, and Mitch has just got to, just keep his cool in this part of the race as well, because as you said, we have seen him come back from a bit of a deficit. So he's done all the hard work. He just doesn't want to let that all go by making a little silly move here on Pickford when, as I said, they are slowly reeling in Kozier in front in position 5.
I'm guessing it's the little Ferrari snoot just under the rear wing of the Bentley. Getting closer, but Pickford's getting a great exit out of Forest Elbow as well, able to get the power down and not squirreling around at all. And he is pulling. I think he gets to his top speed higher than quicker than the Ferrari, and hence why he's not. The Ferrari's only just starting to make little gains right now, and is not close enough to make a move under the brakes. Prove me wrong. Definitely not the case, obviously on this lap. But yeah. I dare say every driver is different as well. Some drivers like to follow, some like to chase. I'm definitely in the latter camp. I'm not a good... I don't do well with a car in my mirrors, pulling my rears. I get too intimidated, too scared, and I make mistakes. But credit to Pickford not being phased at all. I haven't seen a single mistake from him since at all. Hobbsy has been in his mirrors. And he's probably looking at the orange Lamborghini in front of him now. He doesn't have to look behind him too much.
There's Gorilla Snapper on Twitch is mentioning there, Hobbs is in a worse place, he reckons, imaginable, stuck behind Picky in a Bentley at Bathurst. Solving perpetual motion isn't as challenging, says Gorilla Snapper. Keep those comments coming in, guys.
I will say, though, I think as much as people would say it's going to be hard being stuck behind a Bentley, if that Bentley can stay in front of you over the top and then pulls away from you down the straight, it's probably a really good car to be behind, because you can... Ooh, he's getting so close to that wall. Every lap, he seems to be... Might be the dirty air. The dirty air from the belly might be affecting... That's the 555!
No, Jamie Cousins caught up with, I believe, the Sim Senior's
car. What have they... Has that been a miscommunication and blue flags? Because that's probably what had happened here, and I think the Sim Senior's car's got a broken steering.
Yeah, that's going to be a
challenge. Sim Senior's cars, they were there. Sorry, take it away, Neil. Oh,
I was just going to say, that's going to be a challenge for...
lots of cars coming. Wait.
Get back to the pits.
He's got to go next car now. He's got to reverse it. No.
Yeah, but the problem is, guys, he's got to reverse back into the racing line sort of thing, so it's not quite the racing line.
The bigger gap.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. He's got it moving.
Oh, costly for Kozier and the OES Orange crew. Thoughts go out to these guys. They've been running so well, but he's just over the curbs of the drainage.
Barely moving. It was just bouncing at all. He probably went. So unfortunate.
He probably went way too quick there for being off the track. He's already lost half a lap, probably even more, to where he
Here's
was.
Sparks, who was obviously involved in that, just struggling to get this car around the chase, but doing well. He's holding that left-hand side as he's going to have to come into the pits.
That would be at least
gut-wrenching.
a minute and a half damage on that car, because that looks painful. It's the same thing for Koza as well, and that second hit wouldn't have done him well. But I have a feeling that this was all probably because of Koza tried to do a blue flag maneuver at the top, and in the driver's briefing we were told that
We
blue
did see
flag
two cars. I think both Sin Senior's cars were there at the point, so we might have to wait and see what happened. But yeah, definitely need a caution ahead of adhesion.
Yeah, but we were told, everyone was told in the driver's briefing, between the cutting and the forest elbow, the blue flag car does not need to let us go. And I feel like Koza thought he had a bit of a gap to go there at Skyline, but doing it at Skyline is not the best place to do it.
We may get a
Let's see
replay
what
here, guys.
happened.
Oh, this might not be blue flag. This might be...
I was
No!
gonna say, I think he's caught up in someone else's. Both Sim Seniors. It was actually the Sim Senior McLaren that had the incident, followed by the Sim Senior Ferrari getting into it with nowhere to go. And then, unfortunately, Jamie has arrived on scene at full chat. And unfortunately, also, yeah, I don't think any blame can be applied even to the the Ferrari in that instance as well. Unfortunately, that was a car having a moment, and then two cars not being able to react in time, because you never sure. He speared left into the barrier, and unfortunately, sometimes they can bounce the car back right. Sometimes it will stay left. Sometimes it stay right, and you just have to make that 50-50 decision of which way to go. And unfortunately, it came up black for both the Ferrari and Lambo.
He probably hit the brakes and he went, okay, I'm going to go to the left, but it all went to the left and he had nowhere to go but just hit the car as best he can. And so at the moment, he's now in the pits. We'll wonder how much damage he had on that car, because they're going to fix it. They're probably going to fix it all up, maybe take a full service here, because they'll be pretty close to their pit stop. So that's a shame for them. They were doing a really good race too. They were up there in the top 5, but now that's gifted Hobbs a position, provisionally P5 position. You can see there, he's still in the pit, so...
Real shame for those guys. One of the few cars that have been clean the whole time. Sorry, take it away, Neil.
I was just going to say, obviously, few of the leaders obviously have come into the pit, so that's bring the Bentley up into position 3 at the moment. With obviously Hobbs
in the McLaren now in the lead car. Another well-known OOR staple driver, Mr. Speedy, is Pignata. But yeah.
Yeah, Pignata is a sensational driver, isn't he? And good to see him under the control of the leading McLaren.
I think that McLaren, they came so close last year at the Spa 24. To be honest, I think the Laundry House McLaren had it under wraps somewhat, but yeah, I think they were probably a bit disappointed to be that close, but yet so far away. Getting P2. Oh, his Hobbsy looks like he's got really up and close and personal with the exit of the Forest Elbow as well. Still stuck behind Picky in the Bentley, doing an excellent job. Can't fault either of these two drivers. But yeah, Hobbsy smart enough to not go for anything silly, not to get things get the better of him.
Yeah, I think the Forest Elbow wall's almost going to have Hobbsy's middle name written on there as well. He's getting that close and personal.
Well, you got to try hard to get an exit out of there on the Bentley, but it doesn't matter if you got the best exit in the world, it's still going to pull away from you.
Yeah, his Grillish Snapper's just letting us know as well. Obviously, it's he's not talking so much as the Bentley have been so hard, but Picky, as we know, Michael is one of the hardest to overtake. He makes sure that you've earned any positions you make on Michael. So Hobbsy knows that, and that's why he's been playing it safe and making sure that he's got a good opportunity before he tries to stick the nose of that Ferrari somewhere down the inside of this Bentley.
See Chris Murphy emerge from the pits. We'll see if that's actually still Chris Murphy. I have to wait until he gets to the end of the first sector before the timing tower updates in the Cobrax Racing Purple, steadily making their way back from P39 at the end of lap 1. trooping on, and he definitely had some more issues since. I think they collected another car, unfortunately, just in the unfortunate accident. It's been, unfortunately, many incidents like that where cars have just been caught in other people's accidents, and that's just unfortunately how it goes. No intention, no malice. It's just the mountain. The mountain bites, and it's the way it is. But we love it.
Well, we keep coming back for more, don't we? So there's something there. It's the gravity that the mountain gives these drivers. Oh, here we go, on board of Mitch.
He keeps looking, but I think we all know that he's gonna do something somewhere very obscure to get that Bentley. Got another slow car. What's happened here? Oh, he's got the inside curb too much and into the wall. Does anyone else collect him?
I think he just touched him.
It's the originally, I don't know what their name is. They have a tongue twister. How dare they? Ordinary. The Aston Martin, unfortunately, having gone for a little bit of a tank slapper, left, right, and round it goes at the top of the hill. But they've done a good job to recover, held their brakes as well to not let it get too out, and get a small little lub tap from the Alliance Gold car as well.
I think the good thing for them as well was that they were in a gap of traffic, so they lost the car, spun it, and only had one car coming up to them, so they'll be able to recover quickly, and now they're going to head straight for the pits. So it's probably done some pretty good damage on that nose, and in the Aston you don't want to damage nose, it'll really affect how you go over the top, and they're one of the first pit boxes too.
Yes, hopefully that is, to be honest, close to the end of one of their stints, so hopefully that hasn't cost them too much and they can stay on program, to say the least. As we do have now Picky in the pits, so Hobbsy is going to be go faster, deja vu, everything full max to try and overcut Mr. Pickford in the pit stops. So yeah, one to watch here.
It'll also be interesting with him as well, is that how is his pace out of the slipstream with the Bentley? Because he would be behind that Bentley for 10, 15, 20 laps, and that does affect how you drive that car. So I got a feeling he's probably got 2 or 3 laps to overcut on that Bentley. But now we'll cut to another battle. This time it's for class position. We got George Cook in the 41 and Paul Huddy in the number 81 Lambo. So another McLaren versus Lambo here, but P16 overall. So don't forget, we're still within this what is secondary pit cycle. So they're probably one of these two are going to come in soon, if not. But seems like Cookie is pulling away just a tiny bit over the top. No, he's actually pitted. He's pitted. Okay.
Yeah, I think leader of the class, wasn't it? Smith is in pits. He was leading at the time, and now Cook's leading class. The Pro-Ams with Huddy just behind. So this is a battle for... Actually, Vintinia, is he Pro-Am? I thought that they would have been Pro, to be honest.
There's an amalgamation for your drivers. Let's say, I dare say, no offense here, but you're not a silver class driver, but you're in a silver class car. You're definitely a pro, to say the least. But yeah, just it's all checks and balances when it comes to your classifications.
So this is battle for position 2 in Class N at this stage.
It is great that we do have the silver class. We didn't have this last year. We now have 4 classes, because I think that midfield has always been very sort of like quite expansive, because I think anyone who like starts off as an AM either rapidly improves or they either quit, to be honest. So we do get a lot of people in that sort of midfield where they're not AM pace, but they're not pro pace either. So the silver class gives them another edge. Generally, silver class is above pro AM class. But, you know, it depends on who's driving at the time, really, in these endurance races with the multi-driver teams.
Well, that's exactly right, isn't it? And it's good that you can, some of the faster drivers do sometimes jump in and help the silver class or even the Pro-Ams just to gain that little bit of extra experience.
Absolutely. I do echo, was it Ethan or was it you, Neil? Sorry, who said it earlier. Like, it'd be interesting if we do one maybe like for either this event next year or another event at some point. Maybe you can trial it at some point, but like mandating a pro silver and an AM, or a pro am and an AM, rather than just going for all pro lineups or all AM lineups, would be definitely jumble things quite a bit. I think some people definitely force some people to drive with people they're probably not familiar with. But it'll be an interesting concept, because obviously that's how some real-life racing series do work. So we see Ben Newman, the Oz team, Lamborghini, looks like he's recovered from an incident. We'll see what happens. Oh my goodness, Alliance Racing Gold AMG power sliding through Solomon Park. As Lamborghini.
Oh, no.
Oh dear.
That outside wall at Skyline.
Oh no, we got the
Noble
GTR
Motorsport.
as well coming through.
I think that car has collected a lot of cars, not of his own fault, several times so far.
I was about to say as well, that outside wall at Skyline's had a few visitors recently, and sadly Cricky was one who was another unfortunate victim of another one's incident, and he'll come straight into the pits after that. I do wonder though, the 52 car was behind it. I wonder if they got, now I've done a lot of damage on the front, but I wonder if they got it from hitting the back of Crick as more of a sort of chain reaction of that incident. So
yeah, indeed. Yeah, yeah. The exit of McPhillamy, the big sort of curb where especially these mid-engine cars like to ground out, almost like a, what do you call it in skateboarding, sort of like angle grind or whatever it's called.
Right. Yeah, something like that.
I know the Audi was definitely not a car that liked that, and I can't imagine many of the other mid-engine cars where they're so low to the ground, so slow, and just absolutely lose control with a little bounce you get on the exit as well. And yeah, painting the walls, sorry, all different shades of all the different liveries that we've been accustomed to this race. Shout out to all the livery makers. There's been a great spread of field of colors. I love to see it.
One of them here is a Viper Racing Pit Viper of Jacob Fleming. If that tickles your fancy, it's a real 80s sort of vibe, isn't it?
it's something. I don't know what Hignett was on when he did this livery, but you know, I don't care. I'm driving this car. It's fine. It's got purple on it, so it makes me happy. He's 14th at the moment. What's that? He's P6 in class, so we're a little bit down from where we were before our incident with the 520, but we're still out there and driving. So I think the boys back in the team don't really care as much. If they're just driving the car around, that's all they want.
Yeah, maybe he was watching Zoolander the movie or something when he got some, a feel to do this type of livery.
Yeah,
Definitely
probably.
something you would see out of Vice City.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of liveries, another great livery from Hignett, the 795 Hobbs is in the pits. Be interesting to see where he comes out compared to the 19 car that is now driven by Clark. So wasn't Cricky, oh no, he's got a driver change. Okay, comes back out. Now where is that Bentley? It's somewhere. There it is. So he's jumped it pretty convincingly. That's probably a 10-second jump on the Bentley. So he's now got P4. He's back above provisionally every other class. So the next car he's got to chase is Carpenter. Shouldn't be too far ahead, as the Austrian car's going to be a bit awkward there on the blue flag. It's actually Hignett in the car now, but he's got 8 seconds to catch Carpenter.
Yeah, I was going to say the 520 car is just up the road going through Solomon Park right now. Sorry, coming up to McPhillamy right now. So in firing range for sure. And I think that's probably, there must have been something else in the pits as well. I was going to say that's maybe a bit more than just some stonking outlaps from, in-laps from Mr. Hobbsy as well. So maybe the Bentley got moved a little bit. Maybe that's some damage to repair. We'll find out in due course.
So we've got the, looks like the two Bricks Racing cars together here at the moment, the McLaren and the Aston, is it?
Yep. Very sorry looking Aston. It's got high drag front setup, to say the least, on that one.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a nose tag by the looks of things there.
That car has definitely been in the wars, and unfortunately, another top 10 starter has had many incidents. Unfortunately, definitely not all their fault for sure. But I think they did get turned around on lap 1 as well at the last corner, as they do go past. So yeah, clearly, Lovering has got the pace and has actually been let pass by their teammate in the McLaren.
Yeah, I had the good pleasure to be racing with Loverick coming back through the field. He was so quick, catching us when I was back in position 35 or 34, something like that. And man, he's a quick driver, Loverick, and definitely not a position that they should really be in 39th. But credit to them, they're still going around, and hopefully they can find themselves gain those few positions throughout this race.
Definitely will say, yeah. Lovering is a very fast operator, as we saw, like in the top 10 as well. Dare say that maybe that damage is just client side and not actually the case, because it looks like with that amount of damage, they wouldn't be taking the speed that they are through these corners.
No, absolutely smashing it there, coming through McPhillamy. He's definitely got the groove on at the moment.
Definitely going over, because Austin Carpenter was flying earlier as well. So for them to be faster than their teammate Austin, definitely on the money, on the pace. So that gap looking to between Hignett and Carpenter is still around 8-9 seconds. See if any headway can be made there. And Clark is only 5 seconds behind Hignett. So all these driver changes between these cars, we'll see who has got the pace and see if maybe positions can be reversed.
I was hoping that the 795 car would be able to catch up to the 520, but by the looks of it, Hignett probably doesn't have the pace compared to Carpenter. He's already dropped about half a second this lap alone. Clark looks like also dropping from Hignett, so this battle might be off for the moment.
Yeah,
it's enjoyment to see some of these liveries, though, isn't it, guys? They're just great community liveries that everyone's put in the effort for this race.
I think everyone's smartened themselves up for the enduros. I think the sprint race is where people get a bit more wacky and crazy, let's say. But yeah,
like pink 100%. Wheel rims.
Yeah, I think pink wheel rims can work in certain circumstances. I will definitely not say no to any color on the grid. But yeah, let's say I would admit the camo blue stripes on this gunmetal grey Bentley is doing it for me 100%. And just a shout out to Luke Johnson. Not Luke Johnson, but now Benjamin Conn, the car ahead of us right now of Clark. Definitely not for position, but bear in mind the number 11 GTR in the 2016 real life livery with the Aussie flag on the rear wheel arches. They started last on the grid on purpose, as they did last year, also in the GTR, to do the recovery drive, and they're up into P17 from P39. So stonking stuff from those guys in the GTR. Definitely some fast drivers, but speed is not everything for sure.
Yeah, currently Kong in the wheel, behind the wheel there, and that's what I said to our guys over at Team ANZ CRL. I said, keep an eye on this Nissan. It shouldn't be here at the back of the grid. They got some good drivers here, so they expect them to come flying through at the start, and that's exactly what you're saying there, Cameron. They're up there, up into P17, just letting Clarkie go by.
Yep, good. That GTR piloted by, as I said, Luke Johnson, Ryan Kong, and Stephen Tai. Very fast pedalers. Like to do the hero to zero run, I think is they call it. Sorry, 0 to hero, not hero to zero. Unlike some, you could use that for some other cars up the grid, let's say. But kudos to those guys putting on a show as ever, and great to see. I'm not biased, but great to see the lovely, glorious best car of the GTR.
That's exactly right, and they're the leading Nissan in the race at the moment. So they're leading that Nissan flag. So it's good to see.
Definitely a car that's had a little bit of, let's say, a small resurgence. Definitely had some improvements, but still definitely not the sharpest tool around this track. But definitely not terrible, I will say.
Probably a very, in terms of comparing it to the Bentley and the McLaren, it's probably one of the bluntest tools you could have around here. But these
yes.
three are pulling this car along. They're basically putting it on their back, and they are just climbing up the hill as fast as they can. They've basically got through half of the field at the moment. So half of the field in about 2.5 hours. I think they'll probably smooth off their pace a bit, but I think for them, if they're looking for a position to finish, I'd probably say a top 15, maybe a top 10 if they're very lucky. But at the moment, they're doing very well. They don't seem to have many incidents compared to the rest of the grid, but they're still going, which is probably the best thing so far.
Absolutely, gotta be in it to win it, to say the least. But yeah, kudos to those guys going along, and definitely not holding people up. They obviously know their own battles and got to do their own race. I'm not sure, they're kind of in a little bit of a gap right now with Huddy up ahead in around 5.8 seconds, and the car behind we'll have to find out 4.6 seconds back in the lone Porsche, the Team Iris. There's parking it, the Covenant car. Oh no! That's a contact between Webb and, is that Mason? No, that's the Covenant Esports car. I think that's oh no, sorry, that is Mason.
Mason, yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit. Probably thought the blue flag was for Webb, but it was actually for Kong in the Nissan. But that was a little bit awkward.
Yeah, Covenant got a little bit squirrely on the exit. Ooh, speaking of.
Yeah, we've got Phipps here really putting some pressure on Pethybridge in that BMW. Half a second up the road. We're keeping an eye on it. So this is a battle for 8th position. And Kane has been slowly reducing that gap, but obviously made that little mistake as the camera just got hold of him. So hopefully he can knuckle back down, get his head back into it, and chase this yellow and white BMW in front of him.
That car has been like, yeah, the 100 BMW. I consult my notes. Where did they start? They started P20 in the MRT Lost Our Way BMW, and especially in the hands of Nippers, they were flying going up through the field, not like making big decisive moves, but just steadily, just one at a time, forward, up, like a ratchet in a way, like just constantly going up and not going backwards. Great drive from them, and definitely look to be going to be challenging the number 19 Bentley for the silver honors for sure.
Yeah, it's very sensational, as you said. Great start from those guys, just slowly, like a big cog in a wheel, as you said, just slowly taking a position lap after lap. And that's why they found themselves now in the top 10. And as you said, a good chance to actually take Class Silver victory here on the Mount.
Just a small matter of 9 hours and 24 minutes to go. We're not far away from the first quarter. The first tick gone. Thankfully, I will say we've still got all 39 runners still going. Would have been 40, but unfortunately we did lose the number 5 BMW. Oh my goodness, as Pethybridge gets as much slipstream as he can out of one of your teammates in the ANZ CRL cars and ducks out at the very last minute as he flies down the straight to fend off Kane Phipps in the Lamborghini. Kane does look like he has a bit of pace. Oh, as Pethybridge goes wide, dips the 2 wheels on the grass and doesn't get a good exit. And it's going to be compromised, but he does have the inside line coming into the last corner. Who breaks late? They both break around the same point. Oh, but Pethybridge sends it up, clips the curb a little bit, but Phipps hurls it around the outside with a good drive now towards Hell Corner, across the start-finish line. Kane's got a little bit of an edge, breaks a little bit later. He's got a car, and he has got the move done. Excellent stuff, nice and clean, no context. I love to see it. Well done, you two.
Yeah, definitely. It started from coming out of the chase, wasn't it? So took him about 3 corners to get that job done, but it held it strong around the outside and never gave up. So well done to Kane to get up there, up into, I mean, not Kane, Kane up into position 8. Sorry.
Was about to look like a bit of a another one of those choke point incidents on the exit, but they kept it all together, so that was at least good. But yeah, I think I got a feeling Chad probably had to slow up there, trying to be a bit aggressive with that Lambo he was lapping down Conrod. Probably would explain why Phipps in the 90 car caught him up so quickly. But at the moment, well, his last lap was a 2:06, so I wonder if that was something else. But he's still going. Good thing.
Yeah, he looks to maybe got himself a little bit rattled right now, and he's dropping him back from Phipps. Like Phipps is on it, but I think Chad needs to probably settle a little bit into the groove, and I think he was just needs to focus on himself, but still going strong, still in that top 10 position right now, and all to play for still.
And Paul's keeping pace here at the moment with the BMW as well, down in 25th, so he's showing some pace in this Ferrari, even though he's down on the grid. Obviously, he doesn't want to get involved at all with the BMW as they're running in the top 10. But it's also a good way just to keep knowing that you're on pace, isn't it, guys? That you can just follow cars that may be in the top 10.
You've got to remember as well, he's only 13 seconds back from position, so he's probably going to stay behind this BMW, probably catch the car in front, pull away from the car behind. So he wouldn't really care about passing that car for now unless it does start to hold him up.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think you got it exactly right there, me. I think that's what he wants to do, doesn't he? He just wants to eat away these laps behind the BMW if he can, and just watch that margin probably reduce between himself and Hamish Gray in our leading ANZ CRL Lambo in position 2 in class, actually, of the EM class, I think, by the looks of that.
Absolutely. As we're looking, getting towards the end of the third hour. Still 20 minutes to go, as we were a little bit delayed at the start, so we're a little bit off kilter, a little bit off schedule, but hey ho, more racing, I don't care. But it looks like, Chad, it just doesn't look like he has the confidence in the car. Like, he's a little bit skittish, having to make little corrections here and there. And confidence is everything, but it's confidence in everything in the car at Bathurst is a completely another kettle of fish. And I would dare say, arguably, even if he is quick, the car behind isn't for track position, just having that car behind is also probably, for me, I even get unsettled by just having anyone behind me right now. So if he gets close, I would probably just let him go, because you got about 15 positions between you on track. Definitely not in the fight right now, to say the least.
But it's probably also rattled by the fact that he's just been taken an overall position away. But the thing is that he wasn't fighting that 90 car. That wasn't a class position. That was for overall. So his main goal is trying to stay in front of that 91 car, which is, it is far back. But the thing is that one mistake here, it can cost you a lot, especially over the top. We saw with the 68, you take too much curve on the inside through McPhillamy, you're going to have a nice ride into a wall. So it's all about using as much track as you can, but not too much where the car will direct you directly into a wall.
Absolutely. And, if Chad hasn't got something to think about right now, tell you what, he does have something to think about, is Jean-Pierre Sneakers. 8.6 seconds and closing behind him. Granted, there's a few cars between now and again, but Peach in the McLaren, he's no slow operator, and he's going to be relentlessly hunting him down, to say the least. So watch this space, watch this gap.
Yeah, just coming up to some of the slower cars. Probably the wrong time of the circuit for him for his charge. As we would mention, I think Mia did say in the driver briefing, was noted that the car's been blue flagged around the top of the mountain. Don't really have to try and give way, just try and concentrate getting over the top without incident. And it's the faster cars that just have to sort of, you could say, bite their bottom lip and just hold position. But JP will obviously clear the car 16 here once they get out of Forest Elbow and continue his charge onto Pethy Bridge.
Yep. As we've been on the way now, covering Pepper Bridge. Oh, so the P is a little bit squirrely, and I'm sure that he'll get past the number 16 Lamborghini. Sorry, I believe that's the 216 Lamborghini. Your teammate Betts in the car. As we've been saying, we have been joined in the broadcast booth by the venerable Sean Muller with his Porsche get-up for sure, plastered all over.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, evening. There, try again. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope we are having a fantastic Saturday. Yeah, it looks like a really interesting race so far. So it's been a bit of fun out there. Just finished my stint, so I'm a little bit sweaty. But yeah, looking like there's been a bit of drama, which is what we love in a 12-hour. Hope everyone is having a great day. Hello to all our viewers. Hope you are well. And, of course, a special hello to the one and only Jan. Hope you are well there, my dear. How is everyone?
Doing really well, thanks, Sean. And you just said you just come out of your stint very sweaty. I hope you've got a Porsche drink bottle and a little Porsche cool towel around your shoulders just to keep yourself a bit cool.
Let's hope he's also wearing a Porsche shirt as well. He's got another one on standby for later in the race too.
Yeah. Look, the only thing I'm probably not wearing is the Porsche underwear. I had to put them in the wash, so but everything else is, yeah, I know.
You got to make sure they're fresh for sprint series. So
Yep.
Too many Porsche moments, those underwear.
But yeah, it was an interesting stint. I did a McLaren at Skyline, but other than that, no, it wasn't too bad. So just sort of getting into the rhythm. We're trucking along, so pretty happy in 11th position. So
you've been very under the radar, yeah. The Kobex Racing red car with Annie and sorry, your third teammate as well, Bub now. There we go.
Yep, the three Seans. So Scotty Rochford's actually changed his name to Sean Rochford for this race, and all spelt differently as well.
Deputised.
Got to make sure that everyone's called the same name, but it's spelled differently. So you're not. It's the Sean and Sean show.
That's right, but SEAN, that's my Sean. That is the only way to spell it. Don't at me. That's the way it's meant to be. But no, yeah, pretty happy. So just sort of now settling in the box and looking forward to calling the next couple of hours action. So looks like it is Pignard leading the way in the 919. Looks like they absolutely, what a start. They absolutely bolted out of the gate. I was just watching them on the track map, and yeah, the speed they had is ridiculous. I was seeing pretty much mid to low 2-minute race laps, which is, let's be honest, just silly.
Yeah, they've got basically half the track lead over the P2 car, the Chiron, the recovering car, the other McLaren, let's say, all to lose, dare say, commentary curse for the 919, but just over 915 on the timing board left to go. So never, watch this space. Do not let up. Keep it on the black stuff.
That might give me time now so I don't give any of the commentator curse to any of these fabulous drivers out here, just to say my farewells for this afternoon and get myself organised to... Well, I'm actually not racing until 6 o'clock later on, but I will be back in the booth from about 3 o'clock and look forward to coming back in about a couple of hours, guys. So have a good call for the rest of your stints and see some of you guys out on track later on.
Thank you.
Thank you. One and only Neil Haynes there. So,
thank you, Neil.
Yes, thank you. So, how was your stint there, mate? Opening up, I saw you absolutely blast through the field there, so good stint.
Well, bit of luck, and then the luck ran out. I think we could explain that first stint. Yeah, sort of got out of a very big pile up last corner, and then proceeded to streak away, get near enough for the podium position, and then sadly have a McLaren moment out the last corner directly beside us. So, and then we had a Mercedes have its own moment out the last corner a mere 2 laps after I pitted. So at the moment it's become, instead of a push for the win, it's more of a recovery drive for our team now.
We have Ryan Green from Alpha Venturi asking us please not talk about 919. What are we going to do? We're going to talk about 919 unless our PayPals receive a notification in next few minutes. You have done. This is on you, sir. I was ready to leave it.
Yep. So about that 919.
Absolutely. As Bender had a bit of a scare, like the Ferrari up ahead, was doing the grass strat down Conrad. Just no, absolutely at all. Unless you want to become the Ferrari space program, in my opinion.
Yeah, on board with Bender. He won't be enjoying this because it's dry. So, doesn't. I do like the livery though. I'm a big fan of the Harborough, or however you pronounce it. I actually finally tried it the other day. It was about a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I've never tried it before. So I thought, I saw a bag, got a bag, I thought I'll give them a crack. Yeah, they're pretty good.
They're lovely, yeah, gummy sweets. Like, I was surprised that, because I was from the UK and we had them in the UK, I didn't see them in Australia for a while, but yeah, they originate from Germany. Watchers of the N24 will know famous of the Haribo cars that sometimes raced there in the past. Always been kind of a staple of the N24s in years past. I'm not sure if they're still circulating around, but yes, lovely gummy treats. Not sponsored, but endorsed by the commentary team.
Well, that's it. I mean, we grew up in Australia, so we grew up with Allen's. That was our go-to, Allen's snakes. Green snake is the greatest snake. Don't at me.
Those natural confectionery as well.
Yes.
The gummy.
Actually, that's a really good question though. If you went to the shop and you were going to buy a pack of Allen's, would you buy a party mix or would you buy snacks?
Snakes every day of the week.
And also the thing is that with the party mix, we'll have some controversial opinions here, I bet, but what's your least favourite from the party mix?
Ooh.
If there's anything licorice, it's that for me.
For me,
I don't think you get those in party mix.
Strawberries and cream.
Yeah,
wow, no,
not a fan.
I hate the milk bottles. I'm just not a fan.
Bananas.
Bananas?
Oh,
That's a controversial opinion right there. And if you want to send your complaints to Neil Alexander, aka Malik, the block bag 9999.
Post office box of bananas.
Exactly.
I thought it would be the milk offices of wherever Neil lives.
I thought it'd be the pineapples.
This is a gaggle on track.
Oh, wow.
Though.
Jeez.
This isn't for position, but it's a gaggle, and it's gonna be interesting for blue flags. You've got 6, 7, 8, 9 cars all within a very small part of the track.
I was gonna say Peppy Bridge let the Aston go, but that was a lap behind, but actually flying through the field as well.
Actually, this is going to affect Haroon because he's right behind the 51 cars, behind the 100, and only 6.5 seconds back is Paul Britt in the 444. So if he can get through this traffic quickly, that could be a battle for P2 heating up.
Ain't nothing quick about getting through this. It's gonna have to be one by one down that straight, if anything. Unless any positions get conceded. Oh, there's one. The 51 gets out of the way. It's not the worst place to do it. So it's a good job from them. And hope he'll be aiming to get this BMW by the end. He's got a good exit as well, which will only enhance things as he flies past Peppy Bridge as well. I wonder where Sneakers is in this, because he was should have been closing up to the back of Peppy Bridge.
I think he's in front of this queue, so...
oh yeah, sorry, he is ahead of Pepper Bridge, so yeah, he has gone past it. As the 51 goes up the inside of Pepper Bridge as well, it's all pylon times. Oh my goodness, so close to almost like the incident we had at the start of the race, but thankfully not the case. As Boxell comes into the pits, just wants nothing of this ahead. I don't blame him.
Yeah, Boxell decided to call it a lap or two early, bring it in, and get out of the traffic, but. Interesting stuff in this traffic, because you can see there's not really many battles for position in this group, but it will have a domino effect later on in the race. You can see they pull the 444 car at the back. He's the one chasing that 711 of Ali Khairuddin, and he's only got 3 cars make that 4 between him and Khairuddin at the moment.
That's the thing when you're catching these blue flags, is timing is everything. Like, if you catch them just as you're sort of going out of the elbow, it's like, yes, thank you, perfect. But if you catch them in the Griffiths Bend, you're just like, oh, okay. Just got to take a deep breath, and because you know you pretty much got to follow them the whole way across the top. Probably the hardest track I feel for blue flags. It's just there's really only 3 safe spots to let someone pass. So you've just got to be really patient, bite your time, and just keep behind them, get a nice drive out of the elbow, and just fly past them down on Conrod. But look, it's been pretty good out there. It's not too bad. So, but again, just takes experience. Blue flags, it is a skill. It's not something that you just learn overnight. So, but a credit to every driver out there. It's hard work for 12 hours. So, and we've only got 9 hours to go. So, it's all good.
It's definitely a unique skill in your repertoire. It's not something you can measure. It's just something you've got to be instinctive about and make the right call. Go left, go right. When there's a car sideways just before skyline, you got to make that snap decision. And sometimes a little bit of luck plays into it.
And also as well, it's more about, it can be also about knowing what a car will do if it hits a wall or if it spins or it goes in the gravel. And it's also about with the blue flags, it can be about how generous is the blue flag. Will they let you go, out like that 51 car? Will they let you go out of the dip, or will they make it easy? Will they have to make it hard? Because a few cars here have been generous, a few cars here have decided to make it hard, but that's just a part of racing around here. You've got to make sure that the next car you're going to lap, or the car that's lapping you, is a very generous car and understands what's going on.
Definitely. So we're nearly 3 hours in. So leading the way is the 919 Pignata behind the wheel. The 7-1 or 711 of Kai Rudin there in second. Third position is Paul Britt in the 444 Laundry House entry. It is Clark at the moment in the 19 Bentley, who is leading silver class, followed by Pethybridge in the 100 and Sean Rochford in the 91 Kovacs red entry. There is Charles Clark on the screen at the moment. The Kovac, we've got a spinner. Craig Dale around at Griffin's Bend there. So looks like we're going to get a bit of a replay action here. This could be, this normally ends one way. That was strange. So
that's like a supercars incident I've seen. I can't remember which one, but oh my goodness, yeah, unfortunately just caught up in someone else's lack of adhesion, to say the least. So we've got a slow car as well, the Lamborghini, the 81 Power SimSport car of Huddy, I believe.
I think he's returned to garage too, but yeah, that sort of looked like the McLaren went for a move, probably broke 10-15 meters too late and had to go straight, and sadly collected what was that 959 Ferrari in its own incident. But as usual, that's the second time that McLaren's caused an incident and has gone on without anything going on with it. So it's one lucky car, that one is today.
Definitely taken off some people's Christmas card lists for sure.
Here's Nick De Silva, who's been charging through the field. So they're on a big recovery drive, I believe, as well. So up to 23rd position now. He's got Mason way a little bit up the road, but he's got a bit of traffic there in front of him. So again, another gaggle of cars here. We've got the Laundry House entry right behind. Bit of a flash of the lights. That's the universal signal of I'm coming through. Well, that's the PG universal signal. There is another one. Murray Walker coined it best. I'm going for first.
Yes, internal thoughts will not be said for sake of our PG ratings. But yes, going for first, to say the least. And Steve Soper and Cleland is my memory serves me right. Definitely before I was born, but you've all seen the infamous clip.
I don't think that Laundry House car was going for first. It was more that I would like for you to maneuver out of the road right now, or else I will make this a disco over the top.
As the Italians say, levati, which just means move.
Yes.
It is nice to see that Rockets Evolved GTR on the mountain though. It's just one of the staples.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Geez, I get nervous when that happens.
Just lift out of it, let him go.
Seen a couple of quick drivers complain about blue flags doing that. I can see why they complain, but the blue flaggers also want it to be done quickly. But then doing that could have been avoided if you lifted a tiny bit. No need to lift too much, let them go. But doing stuff like that, you know, that will aggravate a driver that's blue flagging passing you. But another car that I'd say resembles something from real life is that number 17 Ferrari. Seeing a Kmart car, a car in the Kmart colours like that brings back some really nice memories of that lap of the gods.
Nah, never. No idea what you're talking about.
Don't
Lap
know.
of the
Maybe-
what? Lap of the
What?
what?
Maybe
Yeah,
maybe
lap
the
of the
maybe
odds?
the 5-minute penalty if
I was
you're
gonna
Yes,
say,
in that
there we
yeah,
go.
goal,
5 minute, but yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because Greg
5
Murphy,
minutes.
very calm driver, you know, really keeps his wits about him, never gets flustered ever.
Yeah, remember kids, if you get a 5-minute penalty, always go to the portaloo during it.
I think I only learned it because I didn't grow up on supercars, but I think I saw someone imitate that. I don't know if it was one of the other drivers, probably someone like Chaz, always a fun sort of like a humid guy in the paddock. I do like he was taking the mickey of Larkham the other day by kind of like mimicking some of his Larkham's enthusiasm, let's say. But yes, got a lot of time for Chaz Mossett.
Well, that's a really nice segue into, of course, the real-life 12-hour that is next weekend. It's one of my favourite things, watching the supercar drivers jump in a GT3 car and seeing those skills translate across to a GT3 car. Of course, a very different car to drive than a current supercar. But you can just see the talent always does rise to the top. You know, drivers like Shane Van Gisbergen and Chaz Mossett have always been very quick in GT3 cars across the mountain. So, yeah, of course, next weekend. Looking forward to it. Go the 911 Grello, Matty Campbell and Thor. Of course, we'll be cheering that one on. Of course, my man Kevin Sendedestre in the Hub Auto entry. As long as the Porsche wins, I really don't care about anything else, but that's all that matters as we're looking at our leader, the 919 at the moment, trucking along pretty much a lap ahead. Well, close enough to it. We'll just call it that. Great start from them. Zachary Smith so close to a pole last night. Oh, as we're back here, was looking at my mate Cookie. Whoa, that's a big moment of McPhillamy. Wow, that's Aero Wash 101 right there.
That was not Aero Wash. I think that was more he got scared quickly of how close he was to that Bentley. We'll get a replay of it here. I think he probably lifted a bit too much.
Oh,
Yeah,
bump,
probably tapped the
bump.
brakes, I'd say. I'd probably say he tapped the brakes, which would have sort of really unsettled the car there because it's so loaded up. He is still going though, which is a good thing. But look, honestly, this 12-hour next weekend. Don't forget, Mostert's not in a GT3 car this year.
No.
The GT4 McLaren, so and it's a really good look.
Have his own GT4 team now as well, from my understanding. But
Yep.
yeah, well done to Cookie. Normally, when you have a moment at McPhillamy, you resemble a crashed airliner at the end of it. But thankfully, not the case, and it's still going. It's with all four wheels straight, and don't think he really got any damage if he did touch the Bentley at all. But probably damage to sort of his heart rate would have gone up, to say the least. But yeah, very echo the sentiment from Mia and Sean as well. Really looking forward to the Bathurst 12 hour. I won't be going, but I'll be I think going is fun, but then also being able to watch on the telly and have all the get up and all the setup in the current day with all the live timing and stuff like that. It's just as enjoyable somewhat, but yeah, like the girl from the elder passenger, it's like, why not both? But to say the least. But yeah, thoroughly enjoy it. Keen to see. I'm a bit of a Mercedes fan, so don't throw your Porsche caps at me, please. They're expensive as well. You'll want those back, if I remember. But yes, I'll be looking forward to, and I don't know if we actually get. I think Marcello is racing in the BMW this time at Bathurst. I might need to double check that one.
Yep, he's teamed with Valentino.
Yep, so it'll be great to see him. Normally a Mercedes staple, and was a Ferrari F1 test driver before that even. But yeah, obviously did great things for AMG customer racing, but now a BMW hypercar and GT full factory, full beans driver, let's say, and it's be interested to see how that one goes. But I'm always rooting for Jules Gounon and the Sun Energy one, Kenny Habul, Mercedes, two-time reigning winners at this point.
I've got a couple of people saying hello there in chat, so a big hello to Jacques from Brooklyn. And we've got Sage and Rock Paper Heart, so a big hello to you. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. And you've got yourself a night. It is around lunchtime, so everyone I'm sure will have having some lunch. I've got some toasted ham, cheese and salami sandwiches I reckon I'm going to have for lunch soon.
I'm so envious. As we see David McNulty coming into the pits, he's extended his stop a little bit. I was going to say, because he's meant to be in the box right now. So
Oh, that's the 200
Such a
again.
death.
Stop.
Another.
Yep, good gap. Go.
Another moment for that car around the top of the mountain. This time with Sasha in the car, not with Chris.
I was going to say, I think they must have just, they were a little bit deep on the brakes, and the rear must have just caught the outside of that, where that tire bundle just kind of juts out. And might have gone away with it as well, but we'll see how we go. That's how they go. Wing doesn't look, like Dumbo's ears, so that's good at least.
Yeah, but it's still probably got a lot of damage. It would be affecting that floor of the car as well with how hard the hits were. But that car has had many moments today.
Oh, you can see it.
So-
Yeah, it did not want to stop into the chase there at all.
Ferrari does a lot of his braking on the rear as well, to my knowledge. So yeah, downforce on the rear needed. So on board with Gibbo.
On board with young Gibbo. In the Pixel Races Ferrari. And they're on a bit of a recovery mission as well. Boxall did start in the car. So he did close to a triple stint, which is a ginormous effort. And Gibbo's jumped in and just climb their way back up the leaderboard. We've still got 8 hours and 56 to go, so plenty of time to make up positions. As we've seen at Bathurst, this track bites and bites very hard. There's the old saying, you don't race the mountain, it chooses you. So, and we haven't seen any rain whatsoever as well, which is, again, very surprising. I know when we jumped into the earlier practice session before the race, there was a bit of moisture around. We thought, oh, here we go, Bathurst. But at the moment, clear blue skies, 25-3 on track, 21 ambient. These are pretty much perfect race conditions at the moment, and great to see. I've just put the mods on it now.
Watch is now chaos will ensue in this race because he's just done it. I think someone else in here was wanting chaos, so you'll either get it later on, or you'll get it now, or you'll never get it.
Now, I believe this is for position there as well. So this is Gibbons versus Bowen. So we saw Gibbo have a bit of a sniff there at Hull Corner, but backed out of it. Just showed the nose, the old Craig Lowndes move. So come through Griffiths Bend now. Such a great corner when you get that one right. Just feels really good. You sort of know, I've always said...
Yellow flag ahead, who's
Yes.
off? Oh, it's the ANZ car directly in the middle of the road. They get through.
Wow!
They
It'd be
get
like the NASCAR
through.
commentary. The spotters would be like, in, go low, no time, stay away from the high side.
God, seeing yellow flags going into the cutting is never usually a good sign, but these two somehow found a gap just wide enough to get through. And I think that 16 car is still going, but I've got a feeling that's probably either
Evans, yeah.
outbroke himself into there or had the rear slide, because that didn't look like anyone else near him, but no one else was hit. No one else hit him, and no one else got any more damage, so...
I think that's for position as well with Bowen and Gibbons, so when they finally get to the end of this Sector 2, they should be ahead. Because Evans was P25 ahead of these two, and I believe that was the Lambo. Oh, 555, no, that's John Carter,
Yes.
OESE, orange, as we go to replay.
So this would be probably... Oh, no, he lost the rear on exit.
Yep.
And then...
Oh, wow!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow.
Amazing. You couldn't script it at all.
That is some amazing awareness there. But there's a car stopped at the top, Is yellow
Triple five
flag
still stopped. Yeah, I think there's 2 cars. So
I
they're
think-
996, I think.
they're still going slow. They're stopped. That's not a great look. It's John Carter, and he's got. Oh, that's probably
no.
controls. That's probably a loss of controls because the car didn't look damaged.
There was also 996 was also stopped with yellow at the same point as well. The ITM Motorsports Ferrari. So we'll hopefully get a replay of that as well. But oh my goodness, with the incident that Koza had earlier at the same spot as well with another car, as deja vu hit again for the 555 OES orange car. Oh my goodness, feel for my teammates.
Mullock is correct by that. That was it was amazing awareness from that 16 car just to stop the car, get it directly in reverse, get it out of the racing line before a train of cars came through and nearly demolished his chances to get the car going. But wow, and they're still going at it too. Now I think as well the only so we've got Cook, Wilson fighting for position. The 87 gets the wall, and don't forget the 2 cars behind that Nissan are also battling for position here.
That Bentley's bumper is hanging off on the. Oh, that's not good. That's going to be affecting the diffuser for sure.
That Bentley has seen better days, that's for sure.
So this is all sort of, this is really interesting here. That Bentley, that Bentley's a lapped car. So what was it?
No,
that Bentley
Cook and Wilson, P13, P14.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is for position. So Cook
And
is chasing
P50
down.
for Kong as well, yeah.
Yep.
I know that's a Noble Motorsports car, yeah.
Yeah, that's the 87, so they're out of this, but the 2 cars behind them are battling for 25th. So 2 battles for position, different laps, and they're in the same part of the track. The Nissan goes off the curb, the BMW goes wide. Will that give Gibbo a chance to go through? It has. Where's the BMW? It comes back out a bit behind. Go to the pits, or we'll let the 300 Bentley go, but that gives P25 to Gibbo, and that gives another. Hopefully, Cook gets the Bentley here soon.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
This sounds like we're about to
I
see.
think there's a replay loading. Yes, there is.
Heinous crimes.
Cue sad faces, everyone.
This is probably some heinous crimes. What's going to happen?
Oh, no.
Slide out the corner.
Oh,
no brakes. No.
Oh, dear. That's a huge accident.
Now, I believe that car, the 499 Ferrari, we in the 69 car were battling for position for that. That is a shame for everyone involved there. But, you know, we were all told, hold your brakes when you have an incident. And a couple of cars have not done that today. So, and you got to remember as well, fatigue's going to be starting to get to a few of these drivers as we go on. Even though it's a 12-hour race, you still get fatigue for being in the seat for so long. Either it be looking at the cars, watching with the drivers, maybe doing the racing as well. But fatigue will still get in. And also as well, I just realised too, Cook has got ahead of Wilson. So that would be lucky P13 for Mr. Cook.
And I believe this is a changed position in silver too. So Shawnee Rochford has got past Pethybridge there. Now, I don't know if that's pit related or...
Why do you have to change his name? That's so wrong for me. It's just like, it does not compute at all. Why have you done this?
I would say it was 850 ago. This is probably pit related because the McLarens haven't really been pushing their stints out longer than an hour, probably an hour and 3. But it could be different for the 91 car. They could be running a bit longer.
I can confirm we are running as long as we can. So we're pushing 66, 67 minutes at the moment.
And
Sorry to interrupt, but we have been joined by the lovely Bender is in the box. David McNulty, welcome. How are you going? Just fresh out the car, I've seen. Had a little bit of a quick shower, have you?
Yes, quick pit stop. Thanks, everyone. It's good to be here. Hopefully you're all doing well today. How's the race going? It's been pretty chaotic from my perspective.
Well, we've had the chaos ramp up a tiny bit in the last 10 minutes, but it's been pretty calm since the usual first hour antics.
Yes, been lots of content, lots of popcorn I've been eating since the start here in the booth. And with that, I will bid you adieu, but I will be back later on and enjoy the rest of this race, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you there to the one and only Cameron Thistlethwaite. So, Bender, how was your stint? Sum it up in 3 words for us.
Not fast enough.
Solid.
No, it was pretty good. It was a lot better than the first one. I felt like the first one got rear-ended at the start and ended up with about 30 seconds of damage. So that was just cruising around and trying to keep out the fence. But yeah, had a bit of decent clear air. Couple of moves of position, but yeah, I think it's a little lonely down in 31st or 32nd, wherever we are after pitting. So long day ahead.
Very much so.
The car still straight and going in a straight line compared to a couple of other cars that have had some troubles. We had just had a yellow flag there at the exit of the chase, but they're still going again. But we're now back focused here with the 919. One word for this team, is they've been dominating this race. They've had nothing happen wrong at all. Nothing, just nothing. There's nothing to say about this car in terms of what's gone wrong, because it's had nothing wrong with it. It's had no penalties. It's had no contacts. It's had no bad run-ins with traffic. It's been absolutely flawless from this car, and I would say that this car's got now over half a lap lead over the 711, which is just something after what is just over 3 hours gone in this race.
It is something. Yeah, definitely. Just
Not nothing.
No, it's definitely not nothing. But as we've always said, I say it all the time about this place. You could be setting Hollywood numbers for literally 11 hours and 59 minutes, but it just takes one moment and it's all in the bin pretty quickly. So you really do have to keep your wits about you. It's mentally taxing as well, this place, especially in the McLaren, because Skyline is a leap of faith every single lap. And of course, lap traffic, weather, it's just got so many factors. And that's what endurance racing really is all about, and that's why I love it. And I think that's why we all love it, really.
And I think as well with this racing at the Bathurst 12 hours, as well, is that, yeah, it's not 1,000 kilometers like some people say we should be doing, but it's 12 hours. We're doing 2,000 kilometers of the mountain, and it's one of the best ways to start your year, is doing double the length of a 1,000k race around what is one of the best well-known track in Australia. Even though it goes up and down a mountain, it's still got something to it that brings everyone here every single year.
It is just so unique. Like, you look at all the categories of motorsport today, and if they were trying to build this track, it would never get approval. It would never get funding. The land wouldn't be available, or there'd be so many hurdles that you just wouldn't get a track like this, and that's partly what makes it so iconic, I think. There's just nothing else like it.
Exactly, it's sort of that, and you put the Nürburgring there as well, another track that just, today would not be built at all. Like, they just laugh at you. There is that old saying James May said, that they should have bombed the Nürburgring during World War II, but both tracks iconic, really tough, walls everywhere, there's no room for error. But the thing with Bathurst as well, especially if you've grown up in Australia, everyone has a Bathurst moment. Whether it's the supercar race, the GT3 race, the 6-hour production car race, a random race on a Saturday afternoon, everyone has their favourite moment. Everyone remembers when that moment happened as well, and that's why it's just so iconic. And I could talk about Bathurst history all day. I love history and motorsport, we all know that. But this place, it oozes. Let's have a quick look here. So that was 919, just doing a bit of a lap work there. Nicely done. Again, that's the 100 there. Just looked like it was going to make a move there into the chase, but just sort of decided, nope, think better of it. Fight against another day.
He was letting go the 52 car, and that 52 car, if you're looking at the stories of the race, the 52 car is a complete opposite story to the 919. It has had the worst of luck. It got caught up in a massive incident on lap 1, and since then that car has tried its hardest to get back up the order, but it's basically 1 step forward, 2 steps backward for that car, and it's the mountain. It's chosen that car is going to be the unlucky one for the race, and you know, props to them. They're still going. They're still driving that car around, and I think they just want to finish this race now.
Yeah, the mountain giveth and the mountain taketh away.
That's a harsh penalty there for the 27. Stop go 10. I think that's the third stop go 10 we've seen so far this race. So people still not driving their cars the way they should be to what the stewards want.
I can't remember who it was, but I was driving near someone at the start of the race and they got 10-second stop goes within the first 5 laps. Oh man,
I do believe that was the 117 off memory. So that car, for having 2 stop go 10s, as you can see where it is, it's still P4 in class, P24 overall. It's doing pretty well for the amount of penalties it's had so far. Seen on the track map as well, it's there's a lot of gaps on the track, but there are a lot of little gaggles. So we've got to that part of the getting with the traffic where the gaggles are small. So probably give it, I'd say, another hour or two, and you'd see 9-10 cars of gaggle, or 9 to 10 cars big gaggles, either it be from pit stops or traffic circulation.
Here is the 7-Eleven, Ali Rudin behind the wheel. He did a fantastic lap in the shootout last night. Real clutch lap it was. Currently running in second position on the road, so solid job there. Now, I'm going to say that's 17 seconds off the lead, but I am not trusting that timing board. I do not trust ACC. Oh, huge moment up ahead. That's the Alliance 422, Jared Ellis behind the wheel, who had a massive moment there coming out of Metal Grate and a big hit on the wall. That's going to have significant damage. That may be a trundle along the track, or could be a return to pits. He's going to try and keep moving it.
No, I think he's probably going to trundle it back, but this is the second time this car's trundled back to the pits this race. So this car has had some pretty bad luck so far. He's going to get back out on track in a nice gap, so he should be able to get it back. Car doesn't look like it'll be too bad to get to the pits, but he'll still be a bit slow over the top, or down the mountain, and probably down corner as well. Actually, I say that he's got a bit of pace going on it, so he probably thinks it's okay to go to the end of the stint, which is going to be interesting because he's probably come out of the pits 5, 10, 15 minutes ago. So and then this behind gets the wall, but it's going to be interesting for this one because that's pretty heavy front damage. But I'd probably say it's got to be at least coming into pits with that.
Yeah, definitely.
At least you got to pit. I mean, even if it's not for the damage, the tyres, they will be cooked. Flat spots galore, I reckon.
That is a lot of pit crew running out the back to see if there are any spare parts available for one Mercedes GT3 car. It's John McAdam on screen at the moment in the ordinarily ordinary. Ooh, tongue twister. I'm waiting for a tongue twister actually from the one and only Mull. I'm sure we'll get some tongue twisters up soon. That's not a bad one, I like that.
Oh, and I've just seen on the scoreboard a stop go 30 has gone to the car that I am in, and that would be for speeding in pits. So that's a bit of a hit to my heart, but doesn't really matter. They're in the pits to serve that now. Doesn't matter. We're going to battle here for what is 18th on track, not class position, but still for overall. Speedy Mike car of Nick De Silva in front, and the ordinary 68 car behind it. It's not really a tongue twister if you know how to say it.
Looks like the two cars that... she's. There you go. There we go. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate it.
Sure.
T's. There you go. Wait, has he got another? Oh no. Sorry, I'm a bit looking at this scoreboard again. The 69 came in the pits, has got another stop go 30, unless it hasn't served it yet, which would be interesting. But the lap time was a 3:22, so he should have served it.
Big in the pit lane.
Unless they've somehow got another stop go 30.
Ouch.
which that's over nearly 3 minutes of time loss right there. So that's an entire lap. So that's probably our chance of the silver class win gone for good. But we've still got 8.5 hours left. So it's not over until the fat lady sings, as they say.
Sure, there's a soundboard for that somewhere.
I think there's probably a soundboard for Mr. John Hindorf saying the racing gods giveth, the racing gods taketh, and the racing gods giveth again. So racing gods have taketh a bit too much from us. I think we need we need some giveth at this point.
Oh, it just comes back to that old saying, the mountain chooses. That's, as I said, 8 hours, 38 minutes ago, plenty of time. Yeah, it's one of these things. It's all about managing endurance races. It's, yes, outright pace is important, but it's managing everything. That's the sort of key to being successful in endurance races. And all the best teams, yes, they're quick, but what they do is they manage the mistakes, they minimise the mistakes, they minimise the penalties. As the 69 does come in to serve that stop-go 30.
It's all right, Mia. Your team can get it back later on. You just have to pit before it rains.
Yep, just got to make sure it's raining when I'm in the car, and then I'll drive it all the way to the front.
Have you done your rain dance yet, Bender?
Look, I'm, not encouraging people to put tinfoil hats on, but I will say the weather is different on this server than the initial one, and it was very convenient that we had a server restart this morning after it was moist early on.
Are you telling me there's a conspiracy against the person who joined the server wrong, deciding to do that to get a better server? Is that what you're saying?
Your words, not mine. All I'm saying is that the weather is different on this one, and not in a good way.
We want rain. We want it now.
Yes, we do.
The conspiracy runs deep.
The plot thickens.
Exactly.
Setting cruising track temp, so 22 ambient and now 26 on track. The server restart was for a class issue. There were basically all pro cars showing up, so that was the reason for that. But all the classes are looking great out there at the moment. And for those who are new to GT,
so it's just a convenient secondary effect, wasn't it?
Yeah. For those who are new to GT racing, especially on ACC, white is for pro class, black for pro am, silver is, well, silver, and red is for am. But mainly, wow, race control's really got it in for you.
Some things never change.
I think race control are bored at this point, so they're making sure that Mr. Bender over here is upset about not having rain. Unless they somehow conjure up a potion for the server to go wet, which would be what I'd love as well. This race is a bit too dry at the moment. We need some of that nice moist water to spice things up a bit. Oh no! Which? Oh no! I'm not even going to try the rest. I can even see it. Nah.
Is it wrist which washes for Swiss wish? Yeah, that.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Traffic here, Kumar at the moment.
Ferrari's
191.
Simultaneously letting a McLaren go, so they can keep their battle going, which is actually really good sportsmanship there from Kumar there in the 17. Yeah.
Fair play.
You haven't said anything though. Ooh, a little bit of a lose there from the 33. But we haven't heard you say any of them though yet. So could you really call it 2-0 to the race director? All right, you keep your secrets.
The 191 is on a... Oh, here you go, Bender. Off you go.
Look, well, we have a good PG Christian stream here. I don't want to say anything that might potentially offend our viewers.
Now we need one for the chat. Or the chat can't speak, so no, that'd be an automatic win for the chat.
Here is the 191 at the moment on a massive recovery drive up to 8th position. So this has been an absolute storming recovery drive. It is a bit of a theme with the Kovacs purple entry. They are becoming a bit of the masters of the recovery drive. Whoa, John really is on it there. That was as close as you like to the wall. Through Great, now through McPhillamy. Dancing it now down Skyline. Says a little prayer. And flicks it down into the dipper, and you can see absolutely wringing the neck out of this McLaren, trying to get up as far as possible and just limit the sort of damage that happened at the start. But that is racing. Still plenty of time to go, but this has been a stormy drive so far.
In speaking of recovery drives, who is that in the number 300 Bentley at the moment? So I have a feeling that Mr. Ruckman has gotten in that car and has been given the words of recovery drive push. He is, about 20 seconds back from P6, the number 90 Pro-Am Lamborghini. So, but that car has gotten up there, I think, probably because of how long that car can go on fuel. First season, I think they were up there just because of how much fuel they didn't need to use over a stint. So they're P6 not from pace, but just from strategy alone at the moment.
Fantastic effort though. P6 in a Pro-Am car. That's the Super Kingslow Lamborghini. I was just going to mention them as well because I've just been watching them pretty much the whole racing. Watching them just climb up the leaderboard on strategy. But being in the right position at the right time as well. And that's a top effort. Really well done.
What are people's early thoughts on the removal of this mandatory 70-minute stint timer? Good change, bad change?
I'm a fan.
I think at this race, with how close the fuel tank usage is between the cars, it's a really nice change because it opens up a lot of strategy in terms of fuel usage. But if we're at a track, that's sort of 5, 6, 7 laps, you're talking a big difference between a small tank and a big tank in terms of usage, and probably to be a bit different, but here it's a really good change. And the 499 has been given a stop go 30 for dangerous driving, so there's probably something else they've done. Well, that'd actually be for the not holding brakes and coming out directly in front of the 555 we saw a few minutes ago. So that's a big blow to their race.
We do have a poll up in chat in a moment. How good are recovery drives? So much fun. A great challenge I enjoy. Would rather an acid bar. Also, Ford never looks so good.
Jesus.
I'm a great challenge I enjoy. I do enjoy a recovery drive.
I think recovery drives are nice if you're, if you're mentally in the game of it, you could probably pull off a really good recovery drive. But some people, they might like recovery drives only if certain parameters are hit. If they've got some really good drivers on the team or the car's doing really, really well over the stint. But it's sort of everyone's a bit different to recovery drives. Some people might like just staying out the front and pulling away, but other people might like that challenge.
I think it depends on the track and what happened. Like, if it's a track you really enjoy driving and, you only a lap slow down or it's a long race, then yeah, sure, it's great. But if it's a track you hate and you're 5 laps down, then Alt F4 sounds like a good option.
I think at the moment for me it'd be more of a recovery drive when I jump in that car later, because even though we are 15th, we're a bit far back from probably 10th place, and we're behind 2 Pro-Am cars, so there's some targets there for me to get in my 70-minute stint later on today.
So actually just keep an eye on that silver class, John. That's turning into a bit of a Ripson order at the moment. So currently it is the 19 leading from the 100 and the 91, and relatively on the same lap and close. So that's going to go in the wide. We can't count out the 1-1-1 as well. So always do like these inter-class battles in endurance racing. And a quick shout out to the 33 as well, currently in 22nd position. That's our top AM class car as well. So they're doing a fantastic job. And they're mixed in with some silver and pro-am categories as well. So that's a really great drive. Mason behind the wheel at the moment. So shout out to them. Here is Dan Moffat currently on screen at the moment for the Sim Seniors entry. Because this team is from good old Blighty. Because Dan participated in the shootout last night. Did a very good job in his first shootout as well. So kept it nice and straight, kept it off the wall, and that's sort of all you want to see. They're currently in 18th at the moment. So they've had a few problems, but still trucking along nicely. That, of course, Ford GT inspired livery from the Ford GT program a few years ago. They took that to Le Mans. There's John Carter in the 555 gets a 15-second penalty for dangerous driving on lap 89.
That would probably be for an incident we didn't see, but it could also be for what happened after the incident with the 499. So race control, they don't want people to rejoin or not hold their brakes because it's a very dangerous track for those to be happening at. There's no room for anyone to go, and if you as so much sort of tap the throttle when you're spinning around, you'll probably get in the line of someone who's doing nothing at all but just driving their car.
Then you'll be in big trouble and get a severe stop-go penalty.
I've actually never seen this many stop-go penalties in a race so far. I think we've probably seen about 4 or 5 stop-go penalties. So the actions to cause those are going to be pretty severe, and race control aren't screwing around today.
Well, we've got a long history of unsafe rejoins being stop-go penalties.
Care to elaborate, Bender?
Oh, look, yeah, sure.
I
He was
think...
waiting for it. He was waiting for it. You were like, okay, we've got the rain topic covered. We're 1 or 2. We're just waiting for one.
I will say though, I think the quote from Malik was, "This has to be the worst rejoin I've ever seen," and I think his words were 100% correct in that situation.
Oh, look, I've seen worse since that incident.
This is actually a battle on track at the moment. So this is John McAdam there, the ordinary. It's very ordinary. Aston chasing down Dan Moffat there in the Aston. So we've got Aston versus Ferrari. Just a little bit of time. Oh, Dan. Geez, that's really close to that wall. I haven't actually driven the Aston around Bathurst, so I have absolutely no idea what it's like. Apparently it's a very solid race car though, from what I've all reports.
It's always been a very solid race car. Another car stopped here. It's the 556 and the 51. They've both probably collided here. The 556 is facing 90 degrees to the racing line. We're going to replay what happened here. Probably a moment from the 556. Let's cause this through McPhillamy. A little bit wide off the apex. Oh, he tried to let the 51 go. Oh no! Oh, just bystander the 51, and that's unfortunate there from, I think, both parties involved in that incident.
Geez, that if there wasn't for the physics of the game, that Ferrari was going over that fence for sure. That was a big one.
That was a missile target directly to the 51, and the 556 didn't want that to happen whatsoever. That car is absolutely broken. That is at least a minute and a half. And another car's gone. The 117 has gone around at the top. Probably maybe a loss on the curb or something, but at least he won't get anyone collect him. No. 3-point turn, and I would say gets it back going. Another gap for another car to get through, and off he goes. A couple hits to the wall, but that 51 car, it wasn't broken. I would say it's probably more destroyed. That steering angle did not look healthy whatsoever. We'll get another replay of this 117 incident. I would probably say lost it over Skyline. Yeah, a little bit too wide. Probably got the brake. Yeah, that's a usual thing that happens here. If you sort of brake too much going over Skyline, the rear of the car would not like you whatsoever. And the Brent Sykes in that 117 has realised that doing that is not a great thing.
It was the old Austin Powers move to get out of that one.
Seems to be a pattern though. We sort of get one incident and literally in the space of, well, we've got another replay here. So we are on board here. So we are on board. This will be prime content right here. So it comes over. The Bentley's thinking, yep. Oh, wow. That's unlucky.
That would be a safety car, if not a red flag in real life. That destroyed that driver's side door at the 51, I would say. But that was just so unfortunate, probably from both parties. I think the 556 was trying to let the 51 go, or something along those lines, and yeah, just lost it. Getting on the grass there on the left, and sadly a direct missile on the side of the 51.
That's so fun. The angle of impact is almost the same.
The difference is that the 556 had a car between itself and the wall, so.
Here is our pole sitter, Ratchbat, who, of course, if you did watch last night, set that absolutely stunning lap, the 58, which was a beautiful Hollywood number. And you're on a bit of recovery drive as well, currently in 7th position, but he will have the foot absolutely buried to the firewall. That is not the optimum line through turn 2. Got another. Oh, yes.
Yep.
Screenshot. Love it.
I think that's the 12-hour thumbnail right there. That's it. That's what it should be. To be fair, this looks more like a Rocket League screenshot than an ACC. Someone quickly screenshot it, Photoshop the ball in the Rocket League logo, and you've done it.
Bit of slow action.
Now, a fun fact for anyone who's playing along at home: the drivers in the 51 car, they're known for playing in R Factor 2. So this is what I think one of their first endurance races outside of R Factor 2. So they've had a sort of a, not really, they've sort of had a very hard time of it, you would say, for their first endurance race outside of R Factor 2.
Welcome to ACC.
I think that would be what you would say to them, yeah, but I don't think ACC gives you a Bentley rocketing straight into your driver's side door through the S's, but, you know. So we're still watching the 300 Bentley here, right, mate? Got a couple cars in front of him in the pits. So they're just doing their regular routine stops here, and I think Rackbat's little mistake earlier on was probably either too much brake too late, or just something else distracted him there. But now look at this line of traffic in front of him. That's 6-7 cars he's got to deal with in the next few laps. So that's going to hamper his going alongs here in a minute.
And on that note, our box has just got all of a sudden packed at the moment. So joining us is the one and only Alexis Bowen and Breno Ellis. Big good afternoon to you both.
Good afternoon. It is great to be in the comms box for what is a prestigious event in the OOR calendar. And, well, it has been quite an exciting race so far.
Yes, we've just had a couple of huge incidents that we've seen replays of. How's your race been going so far, Alexis? I've seen you out on track already at least once.
Yeah, I've driven 2 stints so far, both of them haven't gone without their issues, that's for sure. There's been a few incidents over the top of the mountain that have sort of hampered progress a little bit, but generally the Bentley has felt fantastic. As you can see, Fadli Rahmat is really hustling it around right now.
That's good. What made you pick the Bentley? Is it the only? I think it's the only one on the field.
There's a couple Bentleys in the field, but yeah, we sort of picked the Bentley. Well, Pricey and I were undecided on what sort of car we wanted to go with, so I sort of put through a few suggestions that I've in the past driven in the Bathurst Enduros, and the Bentley seemed to have caught his eye, so he sort of decided on the Bentley, and turns out ever since the patch, the Bentley's had a new lease of life somehow. I don't know where the pace in it's come from, but it is great to see the Bentley with some competitive pace once again.
And look at that exquisite blue flag traffic right there from car number 2.
Yes,
Perfect.
yes.
Exemplary behaviour from a blue flag runner right there.
Yes, indeed. Team Last Name doing a very, very good job there with the blue flags. Of course, Bender, you would know all about that.
Yes, Robert Wenzel doing a great job right there.
Yes.
Tried to keep out of the way of people as much as I can earlier on, but
If team last name is so great, why is there not a team first name?
memes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is all memes.
I still remember a time when there was a team first name, a team last name, even a team middle name.
We even had a team middle name. It was the Paul Ricard, the GT3 GT4 event. Yeah.
Mm. And it was running the number 3 rather than team last name running number 3 and middle name taking number 2.
I know, it was weird. It was weird.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see that team last name on there and having well, really a beautiful livery of the Haribo inspired colours.
Yes, the gummy bears. I think he's there. We can also welcome Breno Ellis to the commentary box. Good afternoon.
How's it going?
Thanks. How are you? How's your race been going so far?
Definitely could be better. Not gonna lie there. We've had our fair share of mistakes, but I mean it's a bit of a new team dynamic. We've got 2 new drivers that we've never driven with before, so obviously there's going to be some teething issues there. Had a bit of a spin up the top, shock horror there, and spent a bit of time in the pits, and then we my teammate lost the rear trying to avoid a back marker that spun up the top. That cost us a lap and a half-ish. Speaking of which, he's on screen there, the Oz Team Ferrari, our 499. We've also got a sister car, the 249 Lamborghini running as well, who I think have had their fair share of issues as well, but they're definitely on the straight and narrow as far as I can tell in the last hour and a half.
Oh, it's good that things are moving in the right direction. You said you got a couple of new teammates. You want to give them a shout out?
Oh, so we've got Ben Hederman, who's driving currently, and Matt Burser, who I've raced with in our home league for quite a while now, but we've commandeered him to come and jump on board, drive some stints for us. Fezza, brand new car for myself, so this is my first race full stop in the Ferrari, so liking it so far. The tyre wear's nice and it doesn't have enough power to spin the wheels on the exit, so you don't grain them too much, so you can easily do 80 minutes on a stint, which is useful. As we see a spun car here at the tipper there, keeps out of the way though, so
Looks like the 23, no, it's the 22 car.
Can't park there.
And what have
No,
they done here? Have they
certainly
got the wall on the exit? No, they've just lost the rear on dipper exit, and they've parked it by the 33. At least that's moved that car out of a precarious position. So the 33 did something right, but probably didn't help their race at all for that one.
No, not at all. Very unlucky there. Yeah, just seemed to have spun up the rears on just coming out of the dipper and straight into the wall. That's going to be a fair old chunk of damage. Oh,
Here we go.
oh wow.
He's been sitting, he's been waiting for it.
He's been cornered. He's been absolutely put in the bench.
Come on, put the audio over it. Come on, come on.
So for those playing along at home for the first time, that's not how you rejoin.
No, absolutely not.
You know, you could say you've seen a rejoin or two like this so far in the race, but I don't think they've been as serious as this one.
That rejoin is probably the worst thing I've ever seen in my life,
Mr. Bender, that you
surely this clip's ready to go like a museum now. It's 7 or 8 years old at this point.
But that is a disgrace of a rejoin.
All the OGs remember the infamous Bender rejoin.
Yes. You know, you could be a Sparky for 20 years, but you retire, no one calls you a Sparky. You have one bad rejoin and you're an effing disgrace for life.
Mate, tell me about it. There was a Bathurst race that I did 2 years ago. Awful rejoin. I genuinely didn't see the car as I came back from the sand up at McPhillamy. Completely took out somebody else, like really badly, and that sand trap there is forever known as Breno Beach. So I guess I get something good out of it, but that's the running joke at Octane.
Oh, there you go.
Breno Beach, that's good. That's good. That is. As we
I've
see,
also got a livery as well for it, so it's really caught on, unfortunately.
Oh, look, wow. You still got a way to go. Don't want to brag, but I did have a corner named after me on Google Maps that had several reviews for about 3 years before it was recently removed.
Oh.
You can see Brimblecombe's picked up 2 10-second penalties for ignoring blue flags there. So that number 69 car will be definitely not enjoying things at the moment with those penalties laying overhead.
Sounds like I've got to have a nice talking to Brimblecombe about the meaning of a blue flag.
Yes.
Well, seeing as I've been in here for 2 hours now, I might as well bid all of you farewell. I will not be back in the comments box for everyone in the stream who wants to know, so I'll be on the track another 2 times this race, probably the next hour or two, and then near enough probably at the last third of the race. So 5 AM starts at work means that I won't be doing the finish, so hopefully we can get the car to the finish. I can say I finally have finished the Bathurst 12 hour. But I shall bid you all farewell. Good luck in your races. Good luck commentating. Have fun. And yeah, we shall see you all on track.
Thanks, man. All the best for the rest of your race. And I think it's time I jump off as well. I will be back, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your view, in a couple of hours. So I'll leave everyone in the capable hands of Alexis, Breno and Sean. And I'll leave you on the fun fact that the average golf ball has 336 dimples.
There you go.
That's 336.
That's very specific.
Well, it's only an average, so I suppose it's a number that can kind of make sense on that front. But yeah, no, still very precise number to get. We're just looking at our current race leaders here, the 919 Alpha Venturi Racing entry, currently being driven by Marina Morella. They've been flying out front. No one's really been able to touch them, really. They've kept things clean, kept things consistent, and so far they're reaping the rewards.
100% there. Obviously, the Bentley did qualify on pole last night at the shootout, but I reckon they got them on the first lap.
Yes.
And they've just pulled away since. Bentley didn't really stand a chance, if I'm being perfectly honest.
I can definitely vouch for the fact that they got me on the first lap because I was starting the race. So, yeah, no, that they just got so good of a run with Smithy in the car, and from there they were just untouchable.
Yeah, it is good to see the fridge on wheels back up the top. It did have a bit of a hiatus there, but it's good to see that the latest patch has revived it.
Oh, speaking of reviving an old classic, look at this, the Red Rebel Racing number 17 car. That is a classic Kmart livery.
Certainly is. Of course, accompanied by some famous commentary as well. Check out the split, it's awesome.
Yes. Yeah, the lap of the gods. Oh,
look at that! Wow, a bit of a traffic jam here. A couple of cars. Looks like that Ferrari just popped out of the pit. So nice there, but there is a gaggle of cars up ahead.
Looks like there's a groove being shaped up here.
Oh,
wow. closes the door there. Fush, not too happy about that by the looks of it, flushing him straight away. It is tough for the back markers across the top though, like you got to feel for them. It's not easy to let them through. And even following, like I struggle the most with following back markers, just in general. I stay too focused on their car and I start following their lines, and obviously that leads to mistakes. And Bathurst is not one of those tracks where you can half-ass stuff either. That's what happened to my teammate earlier today. Was just trying to slow down because there was a back marker rejoining who just spun, and obviously just lost the rear because you need the aero across the top to really keep the
That's it, and especially when you catch back marker as well, sort of down Conrod and that, all of a sudden you're doing 5k an hour more than you thought you would. So your braking marker, you've got to adjust that. The cars don't feel nice when you're following. I know the McLaren, especially when you're really close behind someone, just the front end goes all weird.
Yeah, the dirty air is definitely challenging. The kink as well here. Obviously the back markers don't want to lose too much time, so they'll let you go as late as possible, especially in the straight. Just coming through the kink always feels really deadly. Just because like that bump on the inside just pushes you out wide a touch, and I've seen a couple races ended through the kink down Conrod.
Certainly a pretty tough spot to really let anyone through, but a few definitely try it. Thankfully, I think quite a few have learned their lessons from that and have tried to let people go as soon as they really can, especially if you have a front runner who's right up your rear as they come out of Forest Elbow.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I wasn't really having that issue in the Ferrari. Unfortunately, it's not awful on the loud pedal. Sorry, it's not great on the loud pedal. When you put your foot down, it does take a little bit of time for those turbos to spool. But the aero efficiency down the straight, the second half of the straight, you just gain back 3/10 of the cars in front.
Yeah, Bentley saw the opposite. Coming out of Forest Elbow, it's pretty good, but it just bogs down as you get further down the straight because it reaches the limiter. So you can't really do a whole lot about that. So we see just side by side through here. This is sort of what you were talking about before, going through the kink. Stephen Ty getting through on that Lamborghini there.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the Octane Racing sister car there. They are the green and gold Lamborghini. So that's our second team. We've been holding their own actually. I'm not sure where they are in class, but definitely
looks like overall they're currently sitting P24. So if my maths is about right, they should be about P7, P8 in class.
Yep. Yeah. Had a bit of a spin early on over Skyline. Probably lost a minute or so, a minute and a half. So definitely back on the charge to gain as many places as they can.
Certainly.
Lambo does feel very nice around Bathurst. I have to admit, it's so stable and just hooks up. Very nice car.
That's good to hear because I know with the previous Lamborghini, it wasn't always the greatest around this track, but seems the new Lamborghini has a bit more pace about it, which has made it quite a bit more popular. Oh dear, that looked a bit loose there from the 111 there. Stephen Time manages to get it sticking straight though.
Yeah, that's props to him. I don't think he was going to save that there. I thought that was going to be another yellow up the top.
And he's 5/10 behind Brimblecombe, so there is actually a battle here between Brimblecombe and Tyres. I think that was Brimblecombe who just tapped the wall there. We'll see if the pace of the Nissan in a straight line can conquer the Lamborghini as we run down towards the chase, where we'll see it from on board the Octane Racing car just behind these two. But Stephen Ty is really flying now. He's got the slipstream from the Lamborghini in front. And will he try to pull out for a move into the chase, or is the Lamborghini... The Lamborghini is defeated. He says, he's carnage. That is carnage.
Oh, what's happened there? That's a big one.
Oh my god. Huge accident.
That's, yeah. The 249 seemed to get off mostly scot-free there. No damage, just a bit of time loss in the gravel there. But That's heartbreak for the 69 car there. And the Ferrari at the back there. I'm not sure what number that was, unfortunately.
A lot's happened in that lot.
Yeah.
Not sure whether the 795 may have been involved in that, because Rakhmat was a fair bit behind and now he's well ahead of the 795 car, so I'm not sure whether that Ferrari was involved somewhere on the line or somewhere else. In fact, yeah, just saying, yeah, that yellow flag for just at the final corner involved the 795, and yeah, they've dropped behind 191 Kovac's car.
Yep.
That's really unfortunate there for the Valkyrie M Sport team. Yeah, there you go. Hobbsy is into the pit, so they're going to have to repair a chunk of damage, and we'll see where they make a driver change or keep Mitch Hobbs in the car.
Yeah. On the positive side, probably one of the best places you can have an incident here. It's better to have it in the last sector where you can just chug it along. As we see, Rakhmat here is just going straight down the S's, manages to pull it up, but that would have been a bit of a scary moment there, I reckon.
Yes, certainly. Not ideal doing that, going down the S's, because if you make one mistake, it can be pretty much race over for you if you get that wall. But thankfully, Rakhmat was able to keep it facing a straight line, and he will continue onwards, currently sitting in P5.
What does Rakhmat not usually drive, if not the Bentley?
I have to think about that now.
Well, step away for 5 minutes and it's all kicked off. Sad face, the 91 was involved in that, so I will...
Oh no.
Dear oh dear. But that's Bathurst. It bites, and it bites hard.
Oh, definitely.
No margin for error here. Yeah, when things go wrong, they go catastrophically wrong generally.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Sound microphone muted.
Yeah, as we're back on board here with the Alpha Venturi Racing, as we said, the untouchable leaders in this race here, just chugging along at their two-minute dead point sixes.
Yeah, that's just insane pace. But then again, that McLaren is very, very fast around here. It's one of the few cars that can be both fast on the mountain and fast going down it as well on the straights. So, you know, AVR have picked a great car, and they've gotten a bit of luck and fortune for a change. A lot of these endurance races tend to have led to quite a few incidents for them, so it's nice to see them getting a clean run of it so far.
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling getting having a good race after a couple stinkers. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, there you go, 201.4 for Morello. So he's putting in pretty solid times there. Not sure how far back Britt is, but I'd say it's a fair old distance. In fact, Britt is on the mountain at the moment, so yeah, honestly, these AVR... The AVR team is about a sector away from lapping P2.
Yep. Yeah, I've got race control up here. They're currently a minute 27 ahead of P2.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a bit... 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, further down, looks like Kumar in the number 17 has picked up a drive-through penalty, and is now just coming to the pits to serve that as well. Or
oh, here we go. So we do have a replay here. This is going to be... Oh, it's crazy. A rejoin.
I mean, we can see that again, surely.
Oh,
Save Bender the heartache. There's been plenty of poor rejoins in the past in OR, but it happens to the best of us. As that is a lot of the board just torn up there. But let's see what has actually happened here. Oh, that is a slow-moving car. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, it just touches the grass and then bumps back on.
It's a slow-moving car
in the middle of the track.
Yep.
Oh, that's
Oh.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, no, that just is not on.
no, that's
Very dangerous.
yeah, that's a lot of inattentiveness. If I'm
Yep.
being perfectly honest.
If you're driving that slow, you've got to be well off the racing line. You can't just be loitering in the middle of the track.
Yeah. To be fair, the McLaren coming in that hot as well. I think some blame should be put there as well. But again, I'm not a steward, so I'll
Yeah.
leave it to them to decide. Their have their decision.
Oh well, we'll keep moving onwards. There's still just under 8 hours to go in this one, so plenty of time for these drivers to make a comeback.
Crazy how we're barely only a third of the way through.
Yeah, I know. I mean, had a lot of action in this one so far, so can't really complain too much. Because we did get underway a little bit later than we'd have hoped due to a few issues with the servers, but generally things have run really smoothly.
Yep. Yeah.
I've actually been keeping an eye on that track temp. It's climbing all the time. It's up to 27 now, so it's a hot race out there. It's currently 11 o'clock on track time at the moment, so we probably will tick over the 30-degree mark, which is slightly un-Bathurst-like. Well, maybe not really for this time of the year, but even still.
And something I'm also a bit disappointed by, we haven't had any rain since the shakedown.
Oh, you're glad about that? I'm glad about no rain, mate.
Yeah.
The Bathurst is great. Wet, not so much.
It certainly spices things up. Honestly, as a driver, no rain, I'm fine with it. As a commentator and spectator, give me all the rain in the world.
Here we go. We've got an onboard here at the moment, so this will give us the driver's eye view. Oh, look. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Yeah, almost. Matty Shine there almost got through. No damage there, as I said before. Just a bit of time lost in the gravel there, but yeah.
No yellow flags as well, so that is a white flag.
Yeah,
so,
that's weird.
Very strange.
Yeah, ACC's got a knack of doing that, especially here at Bathurst. It just doesn't show yellows.
It's
That's just one of those. That's all I'm going to put it down as, one of those.
Yep, definitely just one of those.
Yeah. As we're on board here with Mohin Tawfiq, I believe. These guys here started about P3, I believe. They got a bit of a drive through, had a couple issues early on, but it looks like they've climbed the rankings back to claim their podium spot. Love the livery as well. Looks better on the Porsche, but I do like the the livery there. It's a very, very clean design.
Oh, safety car.
Whoop.
Whoa.
Or do we?
Yes, looks like we do have a safety car. Is that?
No, I think it was a...
Ah, gotcha.
Alright, race control. If you have damage, please don't drive in the middle of the track. Yeah, there we go, no safety car. Definitely agree with the race control there. You should not be driving directly in the middle of the track if you're that slow. Got to make yourself predictable.
Yep.
It's also very difficult to sort of work out where you should go if you're the driver behind, especially when you're going over a crest like that.
Yeah, it doesn't give you much time to react, especially at what are they doing, 220, 230, 240 k's an hour.
Reaction time is not going to be very long.
No, and sometimes slamming on the anchors straight away, especially when you got a bit of steering input, not always going to turn out how you want.
Definitely not.
But I'm sure the stewards will manage things as is appropriate, and we'll be able to continue off this race, and hopefully it serves as a lesson for the future for these drivers.
Here is the topic still on screen there at the moment. Now, I did hear you mention, Breno, that you're a Porsche fan, I see, as well. You've got the Grello as your profile picture, which is great to see. Alexis will be loving this now. Super Porsche.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, wow, if they'd done that on purpose, I reckon they might have put 3 Porsche lovers in the comms box at the same time. That's great. Yeah.
No, Alexis is definitely not a Porsche lover.
Oh.
Look, I will say, I don't mind the newer Porsche. It was just the old Porsche I just could never get behind.
Fair enough, fair enough. It's not for everybody. It's definitely a tough car to drive, and drive quick especially. As we see,
that was a big hit in the background.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was. A blue McLaren there, and it's just bumped the wall.
It was McLaren, was it the sister car to this one? We'll just see in front of Ruckmutt here.
No, I think it was the blue McLaren with the racing stripe, the white racing stripe, I believe. Might be able to see a replay of it soon. Oh no, Ferrari, sorry, not McLaren. But yeah, no, the Porsche, the 991.2 is my baby. I love that car. I drove it basically since I started this game, which is probably almost 3 years ago now, I reckon. And I've stuck with it basically until the 992 came out. I did half a season in that, and now I've decided to give the Lambo a run in my home league. And obviously the Ferrari for today's race, just because one of our teammates is the most comfortable in that. So I don't mind driving different cars. I'll get used to anything.
Yeah, so I've done the Lambo, McLaren, and the Porsche, of course. So enjoyed it. Ooh,
that's a bit
little
deep.
wide there from Brute. That's going to just back up the car behind him a little bit, but I think backs out of it, and he's got the 191 chasing down it as well, who's on the big recovery. Currently trucking along in 6th position. Brute there in 2nd position. Of course, our reigning Spa 24-hour champions, Laundry House.
And really reigning best livery. Really, I just love the Laundry House livery so damn much.
It's a very, very detailed livery, and I'm always a fan of the fantasy ones if they're executed well.
Oh, that was a big penalty. Hopkinson, number 22, stop, go 30. I wonder if that was the driver who was slow on the middle of the track just before the chase that caused that big incident. Yeah, there we go. There's the confirmation. So, big slap for that, and honestly, rightfully so.
As long as they learn from their mistakes, the penalty did its job.
The old saying goes, mistakes are made, lessons are learned.
Got a yellow for... Nope. Never mind.
Complete that pretty quick.
Also, the Lambo on screen here, the Sofa King Slow. Lambo here, not really living up to their name at the moment. Currently running P7 overall.
And they're currently sitting P1 in class, in the Pro-Am class. So the Sofa King Slow Lamborghini. I laugh every time I try to say that name. Yeah, no, that they always show some really good pace at the Enduros. There you go. Car 22 has been given final warning as well. So next penalty will, I'd say, be a disqualification.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me as well.
So the stewards are putting the hammer down.
But back to this car on screen, they're trucking on nicely. Joshua Hill behind the wheel, former teammate of mine. I have drove a couple of 12 hours with Josh. It's great to see him back behind the wheel again. Ripping guy as well. Does a lot of travelling, actually. He's a bit of a fan of going out to local sort of rural pubs and trying all their local beers and stuff, and he always posts up some great photos and out of his adventures. And he's also a teacher. That's his day-to-day job.
Yeah, I mean it works hand in hand. You get to suffer with children during the day, and then get to cope with the beers at night.
Can confirm as I work in customer service.
Yes. Yep. No, you can't really beat a little rural pub.
Nah, always got the best chicken palmies as well.
Oh,
The old, same with the random bakeries just out in the middle of nowhere. Always have the best sausage rolls.
Well, I judge a bakery by their custard tart.
Oh, there you go. That's a new one. Personally, yeah.
Custard tarts are definitely a good base of operations to work from for understanding how good bakery is. So see Matt Shine gets a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags.
Oh, look at that. Team photo right there.
Oh,
fantastic.
Oh, look at that.
Yes. Yep. A chocolate lamington or a hedgehog?
You can't go wrong with a lamington. Can't go wrong with a lamington.
Never.
Now, does a proper lamington have jam in the middle or not?
Oh.
Oh, now you're asking the real questions.
Yeah. I'd say traditionally, probably with the jam. But, well, I mean, obviously a fan of both. Can't go wrong with either, but I do like the more boring, the one without jam. 6 times out of 10, I reckon. But definitely wouldn't turn down the one with jam.
I like the jam in the middle, but I like raspberry jam, not strawberry jam.
Yeah, fair. Raspberry jam, fantastic. I can sort of go with either, where it be raspberry or strawberry, but raspberry jam is hard to beat. Oh, the vanilla slice. Thank you, Fudu in chat there. Vanilla slice, that's a good one to also base a bakery on.
Yeah.
Good old stop block.
Or the good old caramel slice as well. I'm a sucker for
Oh, caramel slice. You make me hungry.
Got a replay here.
Good.
I think this is the 919 car. They supposedly had a pretty big moment. Oh dear, and that's a bit of damage there. Yeah, that is the 919 AVR car.
That's our race leader right there. So that's a bit of a race, not a race changer, but that'll definitely just make a bit skeptical on the next lap around. Very easy to do that in McLaren as well. It does get a bit sketchy. Oh, that's a little tighter than you like there from Stephen Tyre, but gets through the 2 team Lamborghinis right there. And he says, love a vanilla slice, just wish they weren't so difficult to eat. I suppose, they are quite messy.
Yeah, they can be.
Yeah, especially when you got like the solid top and bottom and all the vanilla filling just pops out the back. Like when you try eating a burger.
Yeah, definitely like eating a burger. Oh, big vote now in the YouTube chat. Is it a potato cake or is it a potato skillet?
There is only one correct answer here.
Yep, definitely only one correct answer. Well, I mean, there's 3 answers, but only one of them is correct.
Last time I checked, scallops are a seafood.
Yeah, there you go. I knew someone was gonna say it. Bloody potato fritters.
Thought the other classic one, is it a palmy or a palmer?
Oh, hell.
It's Parmy. It's Parmigiana. I know it's technically like it's spelt Parmigiana, but you say Parmigiana, but it's a Parmy. It's a chicken Parmy. I'll die on that hill.
Well, Brett, I hope you enjoyed your time in the box. It's been great.
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
Team
no.
last name. That's Ben Curtis in that car, and that is big damage there at Forest Elbow. Yeah, that is huge damage on that Haribo Mercedes.
That will be definitely having a trundle down the pit lane.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I'm well there.
A lot of time waiting. You know, that's pretty well done by Ben Curtis.
Yeah, I was going to say it's very, very safe rejoin. Kept it as close to the wall as he could while still turning around. That's props to him there.
Yeah, well, he's a stalwart of OR, whether it be in the F1 series or the multiple ACC series we've run over the past few years.
The Austin Powers 3-point turn.
Yes.
Oh, mate. Oh, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there was I reckon it was a Spa endurance race over in one of the European leagues that was multi-class, and one of the BMWs slid and was perpendicular on the pit entry, and it was there was a definite Austin Powers moment there to try and get that one out.
Yeah, that won't be a 3-point turn. That'll be more like a 300-point turn.
Yep.
There's only so many directions that you can turn in before you can actually get out, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. And of course it was about on the hour as well, so like all these other cars were trying to pit as well.
Yeah, that's rough.
Made for a very funny moment, so it's definitely not funny in the moment, but looking back on it, I reckon they have a good chuckle about that.
Yes. It's usually the case. You rue the mistake in the moment, but afterwards you can see the humor in it. It's always nice when you can just sort of shrug things off like that and just enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah.
Currently looking on board with Bub now in the 91 Kovacs red entry. Currently about just under a second behind Moffat in the 731 Sim Seniors car. So we got Ferrari versus McLaren out there at the moment. Seems Bub now has a fair bit of pace, of course, was involved in that calamitous accident just before we saw going into the chase.
It is, but okay, sure. Recovery drive mode activated will be right. That's all I'm saying on that matter. As looking at chat at the moment as well, wow, this potato cake fritter has got quite interesting as well. This is a serious debate there. We're now talking it's a scallop due to the type of cut. It's too technical for me. I just know that's how you cook a chicken sauce. But steamed dim sims are the greatest thing from fish and chip shops.
So there's another question. Do you get your dim sims fried or steamed?
Oh, steamed, and they've got to be drowning in soy sauce.
Soy sauce, yep.
Yeah. Oh, sweet chili sauce as well on your dim sims.
Oh
If you
yeah.
haven't tried
Yeah.
give it a go.
Or
yeah, no.
steamed dim sims and then put them on the barbecue.
Sear them on the barbecue.
Oh yes.
Now that's something I've never heard before.
Yeah, so I'm glad we're all on the same page about steamed dim sims. Like deep fried dim sims have their place, but steamed is definitely.
I'm definitely hungry now. I don't know about you two, but I'm hungry now.
As we see Johnson Nichols there, yeah. Just give the wall a little tap there with the arse. Shouldn't be too much damage. I doubt he'd notice it, but definitely shows how loose the McLaren can be.
Yeah, it does break away. Sort of. It just it's almost it's a weird thing as well. Like it's just all of a sudden it'll just break away, and you're like, whoa, where'd that come from?
Yeah, and it just keeps on doing it. Like most cars, like you can steer a little bit, you let off the throttle, and it sort of grips up. The McLaren just keeps on going. It's I reckon it's the turbo torque. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting car to drive for the first time. But once you get used to it, obviously, as we can see here, it's incredibly quick in the right hands. Oh, here we go, another one from Davudu Shuffle. Pineapple on pizza, fellas.
That's probably going to get you a chat ban.
I wouldn't want to say my own opinions on that, lest I get kicked out of the commentary box.
7 hours 38 remaining in the Permobile 2024 Bathurst 12-hour, brought to you, of course, by Octane Online Racing. It's been a highly eventful race, lots of action. We've seen plenty of drama as well, and we've still got plenty of time to go. And it is a beautiful day at Bathurst. 22 degrees ambient, 27 on track at the moment. Our leader is the 919 Alpha Venturi McLaren, who's currently making a pit stop at the moment. Second position is the Laundry House 444 Ferrari, and then Taufik in the 711 is in third position. It's Joshua Hill in the 90 Sofa King Slow Lamborghini, who is your Pro-Am leader, and is the 19 of Kovacs Blue, with Carl Johnson behind the wheel, who is your silver class leader, and then the 33 Ferrari of Forenza, who is carrying a 10-second penalty, is your AM class leader.
Yeah, no, fair bit has happened in this race. Quite a few drivers have sort of spread around. As we see Matt Lamb come out of the pits, still in P1.
Yeah. Also, another question here from Matthias. What do you guys think is the most difficult car to drive in ACC?
Audi.
Yeah, the Audi can be quick, but it also tends to have what we like to call Audi tings.
Yep, can vouch for the Audi as well. I'd say the Porsche is definitely up there, especially the older one.
I think the older one, if you learned its quirks, you'd be able to drive that, but you wouldn't be able to drive anything else. With the new one, it's just a bit more difficult to drive all round, I feel.
Really? Okay. Because I find the new one much easier to drive than the old one. It definitely feels a lot more stable. But maybe I just improved, who knows? Because it has been a little while since I've driven the old Porsche.
Well, see, I love Porsche as well, and I find the 992 just less Porsche, if that makes sense. It's
yeah.
The
technically it is. Go on, sorry.
Just going to say the 9912 did Porsche things. So if you're a Porsche head, you knew what it was going to do. Where the new one, it doesn't. It still feels like a Porsche, but not like a proper Porsche, if that makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know how much
it feels like an RUF.
I forgot those existed. Yeah, I don't know how much this is modeled or like how accurately this is modeled in the game. I'm pretty sure the 992 GT3 car actually has the engine a couple inches closer to the rear, closer to the rear axle, so it's not as far towards the back as it used to be. So I think every generation, especially for the race cars, they try and bring it closer and closer to a mid-engine car, which makes sense because obviously rear engine has its own quirks. Like great cornering and massive snaps.
Well, the 992 was sort of, when they developed it, they definitely went more down the RSR route in terms of the development, because the RSR has very much got the engine more towards the middle. So, but they still wanted to keep it on the bum, which it should be, because if it's not, it's on a Porsche, in my opinion. Paul Britt on screen at the moment, just causing a little bit of lap traffic there. Currently in second position in the Laundry House Ferrari. Of course, echoing the Formula One team of years gone by, with one of the most beautiful liveries I've ever seen. Also did a bit of Group C racing, of course, with the Leighton House livery on the old Porsche. I believe that was that the old Group C Porsche? I'm just trying to which model designation it was, but Google it if you want. Looks fantastic.
Love the old Leighton House liveries. Oh no, you definitely can't beat the livery that they're running now with the Laundry House team. Of course, they still can't afford to get new paint on it, so it's still rust bucket, but we love that for what it is. See Felgen's coming to the pits. That's the 520 car. Kai Rudin in the GSR esports entry will be flying past in a minute.
So, it's a bit of a strange race. I feel like the lead of the race is not a foregone. It is Bathurst, so we don't want to go early. But these interclass battles are really fascinating to keep an eye on. So, the 41 of George Cook there, so they've made their way back up now. They're up into 10th position, which is a fantastic effort. And we've got, of course, Carl Johnson, the Kovacs Blue, Bentley leading the way in silver class. But that battle's, I think, going to go right down to the end. So, as we've seen, it only takes one moment here, and the complete order can absolutely be turned on its head. So, and we did see the 919 have a little moment a few laps ago. So, anything can happen. Plenty of time. And with track temp is at 28 now, so that's gone up again. So, I reckon we will hit the 30-degree track temp mark. I think that's a foregone conclusion. And it looks like absolutely no sign of rain.
Yeah, these drivers will be cheering for that fact, that's for sure.
Yep, 100%. I'm in my corner cheering.
Yes. Yeah, no, I've still got a while yet to run my next stint, so hopefully there's no rain, but we'll see what happens.
I'm in the McLaren. I definitely don't want rain.
Well, I mean, as much as the Bentley is a boat, it doesn't really work very well as, you know, a boat.
So we're just saying a couple of things there in chat. The 992 is considerably easier car to drive than the Macca.
I'd have to disagree there, if I'm being honest. Especially when you're racing, the Porsche is awful on tyres. Like, it's incredible. It's so bad, it's not funny. The Macca, at least, is fairly good on tyres if you treat them right. The Porsche just, it doesn't matter how safe you drive. It's never good on tyres.
Well, I think I can agree with Ben, who said the key to the 992 is to not use it.
I'm not going to justify that with a response.
Yeah.
I think the Porsche is very track dependent.
Yeah.
When you get it on the right track, it feels amazing. But on a track it doesn't like, yeah, it's a real struggle.
Yeah. There can be some tracks where the Porsche just absolutely flies off into the distance, and then you come to some other tracks and it is just dead in the water.
Paul Ricard.
Yeah, Paul Ricard, definitely.
Yes.
Too much straight.
Yep.
I think the main reason I love the Porsche in general, it's just such a polarizing brand. You would very much either love it, love the brand, love the history. Oh, that's a moment there for the line screen Mercedes. Oh, that's a bigger
moment.
Well, if he kept that out of the wall, that's a fair effort.
Yeah, I think he kept it going in a straight line, so that's really well done there by that Mercedes. You can see it just in the background there.
That's probably one of the worst spots to go off on the track.
Oh,
as
yes.
Well.
Yeah, definitely not fun.
No, rejoining's hard from there up there at McPhillamy as well.
Probably the best, or it is the best spot to watch a race though.
Oh, 100%. It'd be awesome to watch the cars go down the S's.
Well, I mean, it's the central hub for Bogan Christmas, isn't it?
Certainly is. That's the October race we're talking about, yes?
Yeah, yes.
Matthias, just in the chat, I just love the sound and the way it responds to steering, but every race I do, I'm just way too slow. Mate, you just come with seat time. You've only been playing the game 6 months. You can't expect to be an alien with that. It's like, even the guys you're watching on screen now have been playing this game for years. The blokes in the top 10 I've probably been playing, obviously, ACC for a couple of years, but other games for much longer than that. So it'll just come with seat time, mate. Just drive the car and pace will come.
And have fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that too. That's pretty important.
Yeah, fun is definitely the biggest part of it. If you're not enjoying yourself, you're probably not going to get your optimum performance out of it.
No, definitely not. So that's why, especially for beginners, I just recommend, like, don't worry about a car that's the fastest or asking which car is the fastest and then driving that. Just choose one you like.
Yeah.
Because especially for a beginner, any car will be able to do, well, any of the new cars, sorry, I should say. The Writer's definitely not up there, but any of the newish cars, you'll be able to do decent lap times in.
So what, you telling me not to drive the Jag? I mean
you
the
can if you want.
Jag.
I mean, I drove it at Paul Ricard once. It was a single make, so like that definitely like evened the field a little bit more. But it wasn't actually terrible, we'll admit. Definitely wasn't quick. It was probably 2 seconds off what I could do in another car, but it was definitely quite fun. It wasn't as bad as I was expecting.
There is Mike Crick on screen at the moment, trucking along in his beloved GTR. He was stoked when he went to the Porsche for one round of the Sprint Series. As soon as that's GTR things right there.
Yeah.
Spent one round in the Porsche. The GTR got a buff, and he's like, "Yep, well, that was nice." And then back into the GTR. And of course, big shout out to Mike Crick. All those fantastic graphics you are seeing on screen, that is courtesy of this man's work. He does some awesome stuff. If you've seen some of his photos as well, he is a gun photographer. Love his work, and of course he's got into broadcasting as well and a bit of race directing. The man does it all. I don't think he sleeps, actually. I'm convinced.
What is sleep?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Mike Crick wouldn't know. Also, I think he loves the GTR so much that he's found a way to make Kunos make you teleport into it when you drive a swap. So
Yes. Yeah, no, that's certainly been a little bit of an annoyance at times, just randomly getting teleported into a GTR.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to complain too much because it is the GTR.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good that it's just like a bit of a minor inconvenience. You just have to like spam shift and the arrow keys to get back to your car instead of one clip I think was posted in general chat earlier in the week where the team driver swapped. They got swapped to like a Bentley or something, and their car was no longer. He couldn't go back, so he's just sitting in the pits, and he couldn't take control of the car again. So
perfect game with no flaws.
Yep, 100%.
Esports ready.
Yes. The typical line for any Codemasters game. Although Kunos has certainly tried their best to take it, although at least that they have done a pretty decent job with the recent patch, at least getting a lot of the bugs that sort of came with the GT2 cars fixed up.
Yep. Speaking of which, you fellas done much in the GT2s?
I love them. I think they're so much fun to drive. Whoa, dear, Cricky! Good
more GTR
save.
things.
Yeah, far out. 2 laps in a row now.
But yeah, love the GT2s, love the way they feel. They move around a bit as well. The Merc's got very much meme power. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're a lot of fun. Actually, yeah, they're a nice blend between a GT4 and a GT3. They've just, I think they've absolutely nailed them. I just hope, they become popular and people race them more.
Yeah, I assume LFM's going to do a BOP for it, but I reckon if they're a little bit closer, because obviously the Maserati is just well and like clear of all the other cars. The Audi can compete with it if you're a little bit faster than the driver in the Maserati, but just for raw pace, the Maserati takes it. So I reckon, hopefully Kunos does a little bit. If not, I think LFM will set up a custom BOP for them to keep them all consistent with each other, which would be good. So I reckon they'll be. Hopefully they don't die in a little hole like the GT4s did, unfortunately.
No, I haven't been able to give the GT2s a try too much yet. Oh, that's a little bit of a wall tap there from Kumar. Does he get it through? Yeah, he does. But yeah, no, I haven't really given the GT2s a good run yet, but we'll see what happens maybe in the near future or give him a crack for some. Oh yeah, that's getting a little bit loose on the line there from Kumar.
Such a dumb corner, that one.
It is. It's the worst corner on the track by a country mile.
Yeah. In the Ferrari, it's just even worse. From personal perspective, I just can't break 2 laps in a row. The same down Forest Elbow in the Ferrari. Maybe that's just my skill issue, but
oh my lord!
Oh dear!
Oh dear!
That kind of had a bit of inevitability about it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were expecting death, and we saw that.
I think Kumar might invoke that livery there and head off to the Portaloo, I think, for some choice words that can't be said on stream.
Yes. I'm sure Kumar will be quite pleased that he was able to get out of that at least unscathed, but it got a bit close. And yeah, that Ferrari may have just broken a little bit too late, I feel.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was talking about. When you're in the tow and you're coming into that part of the track, you've just got to back off your braking marker because you are carrying a good 5, sometimes 6, 7 kilometers an hour more speed because you're in the tow. So you've just got to be aware of it.
Yeah, 100%. Doesn't help that half the braking boards have been taken out either, but there's a couple patches of grass on the right-hand side there that you can use. But for those playing along at home, a good rule of thumb that I've learned is when the car in front passes your normal braking marker, you start braking. And usually you don't go into the back of them. Unless you really cook it.
Yeah.
What's that old saying? You brake, use the track, not the brake lights in front of you as your braking marker?
Yeah, if you start braking when their brake lights come on, you're going into the back of them. It's almost guaranteed.
Pretty much. Unless you get real far enough back that you can sort of react to it a little bit. But yeah, no, still, it's not ideal.
No.
So there we go. The Ferrari was able to get through cleanly there on Kumar with no car in front to potentially collide with.
So on that note, it's been a pleasure as always. I will need to jump out, get myself organised to another stint in the McLaren. We'll leave you in the very good hands of Alexis and Breno, and I will be back later this evening around that 6:20 mark. Hopefully a bit of an evening stint, get myself some food as well. But it's been a pleasure, and enjoy the rest of the race.
No worries, Sean. It's been a pleasure having you in the comms box, and we wish you and your team all the best for the rest of the race. So we'll have a few new commentators coming in a minute, but we'll just keep an eye on things developing throughout the field as we see Regan Herbert 7 tenths behind Callum Gibbons here. So there's a little bit of a battle on the track forming at the moment between the Ferrari of Gibbons and the Lamborghini of Herbert. These two are very fast pedalers. Herbert will be looking to get past as soon as he can. Of course, that number 69 Pit Viper entry has not been without its issues.
No, it's been a bit in the wars, unfortunately, this race. But again, almost 7.5 hours still remaining. So definitely time to climb back up the ladder and make up for the mistakes of them and others earlier in the race. But how do we feel about the livery? It's definitely
It's
bright.
a choice.
Yeah.
It's certainly a choice.
Reminds me of those old, like the leopard leggings from the 70s.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's what they're going for, but I reckon it might have been.
Well, it's sort of based on the Pit Viper brand that it exists. So we welcome into the comms box Neil Haynes. How are you, Neil?
Good, Alex. How are you? Everyone's doing well?
Yes, we are doing fantastic. How has your race been?
Oh, look, we've been going pretty well in car 216. We're currently just in 29th position, where our aim is to be the top 30. I've only had one stint. I opened up with a driver one stint. I'm not in until just after 6 o'clock. So I've got 2 hours here in your fine company, and looking forward to it. Before I jump in the car for the later stints.
Sounds excellent, Neil. And yeah, your team has been doing pretty well currently. Yeah, P4 in class is the 216 Anscal and 3.
Yeah, ANZ CRL, and we've got our number one car 16, currently in 27th.
There you go. So we also welcome back into the commentary box, Cameron Fisselthwaite. How are you, Cam?
I'm very well, thank you, Alexis. My fellow co-commentator from Sprints and F1 series, along back with Mr. Neil Haynes from earlier as well. Glad to be back, having a little bit of a small nap. And I'm back. I'm here with another Red Bull and a little cheese dip snack.
Oh, you love to see it.
In the meantime, we're just seeing Herbert there. Gets past the Ferrari, just goes deep into Murray's there, and Herbert just says, "Thank you very much for the inside," and he gets the move done.
Yeah, Herbert had been looking to get that move done for a while, and he's managed to finally get done, of course, with a little bit of an error there from Givens, but he'll take it nonetheless.
And it looks like a little bit more cloud in the sky as well since I last was in the commentary. So it's starting to get a little bit cloudy. Yes. So maybe we might have a typical Bathurst afternoon. What's the time? It's almost midday in game. 12 o'clock, top of the hour there. So maybe an afternoon storm, guys. Who knows?
Yeah, certainly. We'll see what happens. Of course, it's still just over 7 hours to go on this one, so plenty of time for the weather to do its thing. But I'm sure many of these drivers and our fellow co-commentator Breno is hoping that the rain stays away.
You cannot see my head right now, but it is nodding furiously. I want the rain. I have no vested interest. I have no part, as I said before, in this race other than from the commentary box. So I am all for it.
As long as you can keep your cheese dry, Cameron, you'll be okay.
Absolutely. Don't worry, I'll smash through it in the next few seconds.
Yes.
We've got a little bit of a caution there up at Forest Elbow by the looks of the map there.
Yeah, can't quite see what car that is, but it's a
200. It's Sasha Defka.
Oh dear,
in the moment.
It's Chris Darth.
Yeah, might have some help there from the GTR, or does GTR get caught up here? Because I think I saw a yellow momentarily for the 87.
Oh dear.
Yeah, just unfortunately.
Oh dear.
Very sad. Very sad. Not, fortunately that car's been in the wars a few times, but I think it is definitely in this case, it was on the 87 rather than the other way around.
Yeah, I think in that occasion, the 87 would just broke that little bit too late, couldn't quite get it slowed down. Oh, that was a bit... Yep. That was certainly a thing.
A bit, yep. Just like the folks on King of the Hill. Yep.
Yep. Well, I mean, what won't be finding as much as King of the Hill, but more a king or queen or other of the mountain today.
So how's the Kung Fu racing team, car 41, been going? Pro-Am, second in class at the moment. How have they been faring during the first, what are we looking at, first 7 hours?
First 5 hours,
first
yeah.
5 hours, sorry.
Yeah, no, they have had a few issues. They did have to do a bit of a recovery drive there with George Cook in the car, but they're back into the top 10 and doing very, very well at the moment with Leo Dreyer now sending that car around. Quite a few really noticeable drives throughout the field. I mean, the 111 Rockets Evolved entry, they started right at the back of the field, I'm pretty sure. And they're now up in the P12. Of course, they've got some very, very fast pedalers in the car, but they've still had to cipher their way through and keep things as clean as they possibly can.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job. I think Cameron actually mentioned that in the about a couple of hours ago when we were on the booth with him, where they selected to start at the back of the grid. And they have absolutely had a sensational run. Currently third in the silver class, and looks like they on the climb as we still to go.
Yeah, also, looks like Fluky Luke in the chat has said that the 111 Nissan started P39. They're currently P12 at the moment, knocking on the door of P11. So I reckon they must be one of, if not the highest climbers in the race thus far.
They would be, because P39 was last.
Yep.
So they would
Welcome
definitely
to the
be
chat
the highest
to some of the guys. Sir Heck on Twitch and also T-Bone commenting on the GTR and saying how old it looks, but it's also a sensational livery, isn't it? This one
yeah.
of the 111. It's so iconic for Australian Bathurst 12 hour.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of iconic Bathurst liveries on the grid. Of course, we saw the Red Rebel Racing Kmart inspired livery earlier. Of course, iconic from fantastic moments with Greg Murphy in the car.
I'm going to go a
gods,
bit
as they like to
nerdy on
call
you.
it. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. The Kmart Lap of the Gods livery, or the Lap of the 5 Minutes livery, I like to think of. But I'll go a bit nerdy on you with the Rockets Evolved 111 GTI is obviously the Nissan Nismo GTR colors back when they were being run under RJN Racing, and back when Nismo TV was still a thing. Nismo TV went on to become those who like to follow F1, it was become the race on YouTube, which is now a pretty reputable big news sort of like YouTube channel for F1. There's a lot of good journalists behind that, but also this was the livery that the team ran in 2016 after their 2015 victory, hence why they added the Australian flags to the rear arches as well. And hopefully Nissan can revive a GT3 program. I know they've got their Super GT program right now, and they've got a GT4 in the works with the new 400Z I think they have. I want to see them back in GT3, please. Thank you. Please, please, please.
Yes. Be great to see.
There you go. You learn something new every day, hey?
Yeah, Nissan's so iconic with the Australian motorsport scene back in the Group A days as well. And,
no Ultimas, please.
Exactly, Cameron. It's just would be great to see Nissan back with a presence in Australian motorsport.
Certainly would, and with the continual expansion of the GT3 category, of course, we've got the new Ford Mustang GT3 coming very imminently.
Yes, I have seen that. Looks very good. We'll see how it performs.
Did make its track debut along with the Corvette GT3 at Daytona not so long ago, last month. Fords did look very strong out of the box. Some little teaming issues, but really nothing to complain about. A very strong start for a first running. The team at Multimatic and Ford Performance Racing. The car will make its European debut at the hands of the Proton competition as well in the WEC series, as well as, I believe, the SRO's GT World Challenge Europe.
Fantastic. Hopefully we can see a Mustang come down under for the GT World Challenge Australia series, and maybe even in future Bathurst 12 hours.
I've just been keeping an eye on the battle for 8th as well. Just a sneaky eye as we commentate, as we're talking about the Nissans. Hobbsy just starting to make inroads on Johnson after that unfortunate, wasn't that a big incident down Conrod Straight Close earlier? Took out at least 3 or 4 of these leading contenders for the top 5.
Yeah, Hobbsy definitely got taken out. I saw the 91 Kovacs entry got taken out in that as well. I think, there was quite a few involved. Maybe even this 111 car may have been involved as well. But it's a big incident and earned itself a very big penalty.
I'll have to look that up back after the race has been run. Catch the VOD, catch the highlight reel. And, it sounds like something I missed in my stint off in my lovely bed. So I was very knackered after my first week.
Yes.
Not to elaborate any further, but yes. But lots to look back to. It is a very stark contrast to the bright blue, ever sunny skies that me and I think Neil were commentating from the start. It's very overcast. I feel like it's gotten even more overcast since I've joined the box. Could it be true? Could it be what we've always wanted? The push bike, I mean the rain that we always wanted for Christmas? As the Bentley is flying away from Stephen Ty, despite a decent exit at Forest Elbow. My wowee.
Yeah, that Nissan doesn't really have a lot of straight line speed. It only maxes out at 281, whereas the Bentley can sort of reach up to like that 282 and get to that a little bit earlier on.
Well,
what's happening? Oh,
just a blue flag.
Nissan GTR, not the most aerodynamic car, so it doesn't make sense. Apparently it gets up to about 290 something at Paul Ricard, so it obviously has the legs. It just might take a little bit to get up to that. Obviously, Paul Ricard's straight are much longer than Conrad.
Spidey, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I've got my hands together like Mr. Burns. Excellent.
You can see that image already, Cameron.
You can see that.
Valiant Knight in the chat. We're out. Disconnects hurt. No, the 87 GTR, is it gone?
Oh no, the Sofa King, the Sofa King Slow.
Oh, that's a bit of a hit.
Yeah, it's clipped the inside wall there. Gets away with it barely scot-free. It's just, unfortunately, positioning isn't too bad, but yeah, gets going there. Doesn't cause any troubles on the rejoin there. Probably a bit of a code brown for that Paul McLaren, but other than that, he's going to continue on. Hopefully that's not too much damage for them because they're running very high. P7 overall and P1 in class. So let's hope that hasn't cost them too much time.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, let's just hope that they can keep moving on, put them behind them, that little incident. I'm sure Joshua Hill will be able to get this car going again, which it seems to be. Doesn't seem to affect too much. It looks like it's still handling fairly well. But as we said, Hobbsy's just within a second now of Johnson, so he has been gaining. The last 2 or 3 laps, he's been gained half a second, so maybe the next 2 or 3 laps, there could be something happening.
Dear.
But talking about something happening, Brent Sykes, Skies, I think it was.
Yeah, that will be just losing it, at the top of Skyline into the S's, and that is big damage.
Just probably got caught out on that little bump. There's that little bump. Sometimes if you just get that braking wrong, sometimes over the hump there, guys, you think.
Yeah.
Just stepped out all of a sudden on him.
He did look a bit wide of the wall, and sometimes getting out that wide can really unsettle the car because you're just on the marbles a little bit, but that is huge damage for Sykes. So McNair gets a 10-second stop go for dangerous driving.
We've had a third 87. Oh, the GTR.
The GTR, yeah. The marker pen of doom has come for car 87, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That is the 3rd retirement of the day. Unlucky, but well, good job soldiering on. And unfortunately did have that recent incident at Forest Elbow recently, but yeah, kudos for trying. Come back next year ever stronger.
100%. And then there's only one GTR left on the grid. The sole GTR.
So let's all teleport onto that when we change cars.
No.
Yes.
Teleport onto one of the leaders. They can afford an accident.
Looking
and
on
we're
as well.
Baby, that 111. Stay back. I will fight you.
Yeah, unfortunately, Harsh Kumar in the chat said after rejoining we couldn't get rid of the drive-through and had to serve it twice.
Oh dear.
So he ended up in spectator mode when his teammate had handed the car to him. He had to do the entire stint in spectator mode, only to realise I couldn't hand over the car back. Oh, that's
not
tough.
87. That's a good one.
No,
Yeah,
that is the
that's
yeah,
17.
I think it's 17. Yeah. that's tough there, but still.
It's the Kmart Ferrari, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Third
look at
wide
this.
on Conrad. Far out. That's
Look
got
at
away with
all
it there.
those blue flags. Oh, and that was actually a positional change as well between Herbert and McAdam.
Yeah, there you go. Capitalize on the blue flags.
So that's why it was a little bit of a mess getting through there for the number 300 Cowabunga entry of Riley Price.
And in the meantime, I think Hobbs got Johnson while all that was happening too. So Hobbs up into 7th position now.
Yeah, making a fair recovery after getting really unlucky with the incident just before the chase earlier on.
Last lap at 202.0, so he's motoring along fairly well. He's best of a 201 almost flat, so...
Yeah, 201.3 I think it was, as we see the number 22 has gone off at turn 1.
Yeah, we've also got a white slow car for 27 just past the chase as well. So he's gone wide and he's handbraked it.
Yep.
Comex Racing Red, the Schwong car. Oh,
yeah,
and there's the 27 there.
That's a cut.
They say you cut the course.
So you have to slow down and give him the time gained.
Yeah, there we go. So we see a drive through for Burster there by the looks of it. That will be probably, I'd say, track limits. I haven't seen anything pop up on the race control.
Should be
Yeah, there we go.
for track limits at Bathurst.
Oh, I mean, sometimes you can get the track limits for just hitting the wall.
Yeah, that's really insult to injury, I find.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you hit the wall, here's a track limit to go with it.
Yeah.
2 for 1 combo.
Going straight down the S's as well. That can give you 1 or 2.
Yeah, you get the warning if you cut the S's and actually have the car continue to go and not accidentally press the ignition.
Sorry, 91 here's got a yellow flag just outside of Forest Elbow there. So I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe...
Does look to be going again, but we'll have a look.
Yeah. Just bumps the wall, potentially.
It's Bob now behind the wheel.
Yeah.
See, inside wall.
No, out. Oh,
no, just loses on the exit.
Yeah.
And a lovely little pirouette at the end. Not intentional, I imagine, but
no.
Yeah, but yeah, McLaren is definitely, we've seen it for more a few cars, whether they spin or not. But it's just like it is the turbo spooling is quite severe on the McLaren, and it's part for how it makes it speed. But oh dear, as we got a Ferrari stopped.
That's the 22. It's a bit left hand down.
Yeah, so that's going to be a hard.
Oh, Jesus! Yep. Smart teleporting back to pits. But probably should have done it a lot earlier than that.
Oh, credit for him to at least giving it a go, I guess. But obviously, he did find it was going to be too hard. So pretty smart to, as we said, teleport back to the pits. But here we go. We finally Mitch Hobbs as we're looking at the order here.
Bob now has come in to probably repair that damage. Understandably, it was quite severe on the front. Wouldn't blame him at all. Oh, we see Bender initializing rain.exe in chat. So it's guaranteed to happen now. As we got a car 216 on the ANZ CRL black car is unfortunately had a moment, as we said, replay machine's on fire at this point. It's constantly tick, tick, tick.
Oh, that's
big
spicy.
Moment.
We've seen these little mistakes starting out a bit further into the race where people are a bit, probably a bit tired on their second or third stints maybe, and just unfortunately costly mistakes, especially at Skyline.
Yeah, that'll be a costly pit repair as well. But look, the mountain's starting to really bite a few of the drivers, as you said. It's just starting to fatigue happening to some of the drivers, I guess.
And luckily, these drivers aren't charged the actual repair bills, because I know these splitters cost at least 15 grand in Australian dollars, from what I've heard. With at least with the Audi, and I imagine the others are not too far away either.
Bit pricey.
Yeah, I was going to say, if the Audi's diffuser's only 15 grand, imagine the Bentleys.
Yeah, well, the Bentley's in two parts. It's basically two separate channels that actually got at one point. And I remember being at the 2020 Bathurst 12 hour, and the number 8 car, the one that didn't win, had a brake failure then in Conrod, and they were auctioning off parts at the end due to the severe fires that we had at that year. And I do regret not coming away with a bit of Bentley carbon fiber or wishbone.
So watching the Bentley win, though, the other Bentley that did win, fantastic.
It was great to see. It's the big, unfortunately, the program didn't last that long afterwards, even after COVID had reared its head. Unfortunately, it was cancelled, the Bentley program. But yes, it got its big tick, its big endurance tick here at the mountain, and definitely it was a very, very popular car down here. Big bus of a car with a big V8 engine, and it was loud. It resonated with Australian fans quite a lot.
I honestly think that Bentley winning that race was probably what convinced me to give the Bentley a try.
Butterfly effect.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember playing ACC the weekend after. Lots of Bentleys in public lobbies, funnily enough.
Yeah, who would have guessed?
Right on board Chris at the moment. Third in class, chasing down Hamish in car 16.
Absolutely. That's right. Going through a field, it's interesting to see how the pack is starting to sort of like gaggle in little packs. We see like a big train going down Conrod now, but there's a little bit of a gap. A few going over the mountain, and it's all just kind of like it must be just so much mental arithmetic just to find out who are you racing and who's not. Thank goodness the relative is actually quite good, but when you're driving in the game, you can see what cars are lapped, what cars aren't, and who is what position.
Yeah, it makes it much easier to work out.
It looks like the outside temperature is still keeping the same, around 22 degrees. Track's about 28, staying pretty much stable. But obviously, as we've all commented on, the clouds are definitely overcast at the moment.
Zero wind as well, so if the rain is coming, it's coming very slowly if it is being blown in. But yeah, we'll see if it develops much more. I promise I have everything crossed.
It's probably as soon as I leave the commentary, and then I'm going to jump in my stint. The rain's
yes. When's your stint starting? That's when we'll turn the waterworks on.
Yeah, around 30 tonight.
Come back. No, don't tune away. Stay here.
Anyway, fellas, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'll leave the stream in the great hands of Alexis, Cameron, and Neil. It's been awesome. First time commentating with Octane Online here, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I will be back, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you see it, at about 6 o'clock-ish Sydney time. So catch you all then. It's been awesome speaking with you guys and commentating this great race.
All right, excellent first work, and I will see you later for those later stints, but great job as well, Bruno Ellis, joining us.
Thanks, Bruno.
Go well, fellas.
Thank you.
Right, now start the waterworks. There we go.
Yeah!
Talking about here we go with Johnson. He's going well as he's trying to get on top of this Porsche of the 987.
So like Luke Johnson is like, it is a car that when you drive, you do have to hustle this GTI. It's not really very cool. Oh, he's got the spinning 27, goes around, and thankfully he's avoided. And there's the leader as well, just for extra puckles, let's say.
Yeah. There's Ryan Rasco, car 52, copying a penalty for dangerous driving.
So it looks like 27 has rejoined the track with no further incident. Good to see. It's one of the ANZ CRL cars comes out of the pits. One of our AM Lambos is passed by Johnson, definitely not in the fight. Good to see the lone Porsche that was having earlier troubles right up there in P12 as well. And joining the ever lone Nissan for that fight as well. So it's good to see. No matter the early hardships that a lot of drivers have faced, there's been many of them come knocking on the Reaper's door, been knocked on by the Reaper's door. But yeah, gonna hopefully stay high and dry for the rest of this race. But long way to go. Just over 6 hours to go left.
Yeah, so in that incident down Conrod too, I wasn't quite sure, but you might be able to help us, Alex. If it was Karuden, were they involved at all?
No, I don't think Karun was involved.
Okay.
I think the of the leading drivers, I think Hobbsy in the 795 Valkyrie entry was involved. The number 91 Kovacs entry that's currently being driven by Rochford in P19 was involved. They've had a few issues since then. I think this 111 car was involved, and then there are a few other drivers involved as well. But it was plenty. There were plenty.
Okay, so maybe Karuden, are they out of pit cycle? Because I thought that they were all sort of second at one stage, but obviously
they would be
Team Laundry's up in second at the moment.
Pretty sure that 711 was always in third, but I think they are a little bit out of cycle because they did have a few incidents earlier on. Is this a side-by-side between Sparks and McNeil? McNeil manages to hold on for now, but Sparks is looking up the inside. This is the 731 Simpsoni's pro entry that they've got. Has to hold behind McNeil for now in the number 100 MRT car.
Yeah,
see Austin out there. Anyways, did share a car recently with Austin in the BMW as well. Very tidy operator, knows exactly what he's doing, and great to see him out there. It's got to see if he can bring down the gap to Luke Johnson in the GTR, the 111, just up the road.
Yeah, well, the 111 did get past the 100 car just before, while Pettybridge was in the 100 car, and I can't quite remember, it was in the number 111 at the time. Might have been Stephen Ty.
I was going to say, I think I saw Stephen Ty just as I joined the booth. So yeah, I'm guessing a recent change for them. No, imagine a fresh set of tyres, because this car needs every bit of grip as it has. No aero at all.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit of a brick in the air.
No, Noodles over on Twitch has just commented saying endurance racing is wild. These guys are animals, and that they are. They are absolutely run amok here today at Bathurst. 150 laps on the board for Lamp on the leading car, trying to take that elusive win that they so nearly got last year.
No ways. Yep, yep. Great to see the GTR going. No cursing, please.
And Metal TV bring up a good point. The 711 car, Kairuden's driven a fair bit of the race. I think they have made a few changes, maybe.
No, Kairuden did the first 2 stints of the race, for sure. Before he handed the car over.
Fairly sure he did the first 3.
I might have done 3, actually, yeah, because I don't think I saw anyone else in that car while I was commentating.
Fairly sure they have made changes before. Let's see, the 711 car.
His teammates will be like...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Taufik was in that car just before.
It's my turn on the car, give.
I have a feeling Taufik was in the car just before Kairuden was.
I always get a little bit thrown up as we have the 711, but we also have a 117 McLaren as well, and it always throws me off a little bit when we go through when we see a yellow for either or.
So we might have, another 20 minutes or so before we may see some more pit stop action for some of the team drivers to jump in, as Hobbsy comes in for a stop as we speak. So that's probably a driver change happening right now.